Chapter 96. It was no wonder that Yi Wangxi looked down on him. This Mai Hanxue was precisely the eldest senior brother that had attracted countless female cultivators to fight over him. He originally thought that the one who came was powerful, but who would have thought that it was a pretty boy who relied on his appearance to make a living? Nangong Sai immediately lost interest and turned around to kill the enemy. Mai Hanxue glanced at Xue Meng. His eyes revealed some helplessness, but he did not pay attention to him. Instead, he lowered his eyebrows and casually plucked the zither strings several times. The 100 cultivators of the Treading Snow Palace heard the zither music and scattered in all directions. Zither division, play the Twinkling Brilliance song. Peeper division, perform the array-breaking dance. Following his orders, those who were playing the zither and strings instantly changed the movements under their hands. Countless rapid sounds of metal and stone converged in midair, resounding through the clouds. For a moment, the ghosts were confused. They actually stopped fighting and stretched their necks in place, looking around blankly. When Li Wuxin saw this, he remembered that not only were the people of the Treading Snow Palace good at music, they also knew how to repair barriers. He was overjoyed. He raised his head and shouted, "Nephew Mai, do you know how to repair the heavenly fissure?" Mai Hanxue did not care that his nephew Mai was disgusting. He only replied, "The endless hell's heavenly fissure is not something that can be repaired with my strength." This. Li Wuxin's face paled. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and sighed, "Ari, Hanxue, can you guard the barrier on all sides of the colorful butterfly town?" The one who spoke was Xue Zhengyong. Because the Peak of Life and Death had always been on good terms with the Treading Snow Palace, Mai Hanxue saw a familiar elder. He first hugged his peeper and bowed, then said, "I can try." "That's great." Xue Zhengyong clapped his hands and said, "You go guard the barrier on all sides. Don't let the ghosts rush outside. Then call Yu Heng back, Elder Yu Heng." Look at my memory. I forgot that you've never seen Yu Heng before. But it doesn't matter. You'll know when you get there. He's the one who's guarding the barrier. Good. Mai Hanxue was quite calm. She tilted her sword and flew towards the edge of colorful butterfly town like a meteor. Nangong Sai knocked 3 arrows and shot them in 3 different directions. Amidst the buzzing of the bowstring, he saw Mai Hanxue fluttering like a startled swan and the Ta Shui Gong people using the sound of the guqin to confuse the enemy. He could not help but be startled. He said to Yi Wangxi, "This person's strength is so outstanding. How can you say that he is a gigolo who relies on women to fight?" Yi Wangxi was also quite puzzled, but right now the ghosts were moving slowly, so it was a good opportunity to kill them. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. He only told Nangong Sai, probably at that time he did not use his full strength. And then he focused on killing the enemy and did not say anything else. Among the 10 great sects, 4 of them had already arrived. They were no longer battered and exhausted when dealing with the heaven's fissure, but it was still very strenuous. Although the dead souls on the ground were frozen by the zither music of the Treading Snow Palace, there were even more ferocious howls gushing out from the bloody eyes of the ghost world. The people of the Treading Snow Palace were all standing in mid-air, and when they played the music, they could not divert their hands to protect themselves. Therefore, the evil spirits rushed towards the Peeper Formation and the Guqin Formation in the 4 directions of the clouds. The people of the Treading Snow Palace had no choice but to divert some of them to play the music of the defensive formation. Therefore, the sound of the exorcism music of the enemy was weakened by a lot. The evil spirits on the ground immediately surged up like anxious ants. What was even more frightening was that as the gate of the ghost world opened wider, some of the high-ranking evil spirits who were shackled actually broke free from their shackles because they had absorbed a large amount of yang energy from the human world. They rushed into the mortal world with a loud bang. These evil spirits were different from before. Their corpses and resentful spirits merged into one. They were more ferocious and their spiritual power was stronger. Ordinary cultivators could not stop them at all. There were even some disciples who were alone who were flipped over by their palms. Their white bony claws suddenly pierced into the living person's chest and lungs. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The hearts of the cultivators that were full of spiritual power were eaten by these high-ranking evil spirits. The blood flowed down the evil spirits' rotten faces continuously. With the remnants of flesh and blood in their mouths, the evil spirits' strength was even stronger. They fiercely rushed into the crowd, like a cheetah looking for a new prey to bite. In an instant, it was chaos. Shui Zhengyong shouted, "Stay in formation and don't run around. Don't be alone." However, there were still people who were panicking and crying as they fled in all directions. The smell of blood in the air was getting heavier and heavier. The evil spirits were like a tide, and the dead people were like a tide. Nangong Sai was drawing his bow and fighting to his heart's content. Suddenly, a hanged ghost stuck out its blood-red tongue and wrapped around his waist. Its sharp claws pierced toward his chest. Yi Wangxi was far away. When he turned around, his usually calm face instantly turned pale. "Ah, Sai. Master." At the critical moment, Song Qiutong held her sword and rushed over. She fiercely stabbed into the hanged ghost's arm. However, she had never killed a human before, let alone such a ferocious evil spirit. She was so shocked that she let go of her sword when she stabbed it. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The hanged ghost furiously swung an attack at her. Nangong Sai put away his bow and changed to a sword. He blocked in front of her and shouted, "Stay away. Quickly leave." Song Qiutong's eyes were glistening with tears. She said, "Qiutong's life was saved by the Confucian Wind School. How can I leave now?" Nangong Sai was not good at dealing with women, but when he saw her delicate posture and firm gaze, his heart was moved. He could not help but curse inwardly, "Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi. Get your ass over here. Protect her well." Yi Wangxi was bathed in blood. His handsome face was full of stains. He grabbed Song Qiutong's arm and sternly said, "Go find Martial Brother Qin. Don't run around." "I won't go. I can still help." She begged, "Young master, I want to stay by your side. Yi Wangxi, protect her." Yi Wangxi's expression instantly became very unsightly. He was such a gentleman, so it was rare for him to show such an angry expression. Nangong Sai. Every word between his teeth was trembling and broken. "I think you've lost your mind." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. Holding his sword, he swept away and hid in the rolling tide of corpses. More and more high-level evil spirits appeared. They blended into the crowd like a sharp knife cutting through the belly of a fish, peeling off its scales. The sticky and shiny scales were dyed with dark red strands of blood, floating up and down. Everyone was unable to fend for themselves. The evil spirits surrounded the living people, wanting to tear them apart and swallow them into their stomachs, dragging them into the endless hell. Mo Ran, Shui Meng, and Shimai had their backs against each other, blocking the evil spirits from all sides. However, the circle was getting narrower and narrower. With a swoosh, Shui Meng chopped off the arm of an evil spirit, tainting its blood with a ruler. The evil spirits attacking saw that this person was tyrannical, so they circled around him and pounced on Shimai. Shimai formed a seal with both hands, but because his strength was gradually weakening, the aqua-light formation dimmed and brightened. Seeing that it was difficult to resist, Mo Ran steeled his heart and said, "Shimai, you open a defensive formation. Shui Meng, hide inside." "What?" Shui Meng was furious when he heard this. "You want me to be a coward? Listen to me and hide inside. What kind of situation is this, and you still want to compete? How can we kill so many evil spirits?" Shimai said, "Mo Ran, what are you going to do? Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say." Mo Ran softened his tone. "It's okay." The encirclement gradually narrowed. Mo Ran urged, "Hurry up, it'll be too late if we don't." Shimai had no choice but to change the spell talisman and raise a blue defensive light formation, enveloping himself and Shui Meng. When Mo Ran saw that he had formed the formation, he suddenly pulled out an arrow from his sleeve. He wiped his palm and sprinkled his blood on the formation, leaving his own spiritual power behind. Then, his eyes burned and he shouted, "Why aren't you working?" When the evil spirits heard him, their flames grew brighter. Every willow leaf was wrapped in blood-red spiritual power, like a sharp knife that fell on the vine. The whole willow vine suddenly grew 10 feet long. Mo Ran closed his eyes. In his mind, He saw the appearance of Chu Wanning using his killing moves several times. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes reflected the sinister faces of countless evil spirits. He held the evil spirits and struck them in the air. Sparks exploded and splashed everywhere. Mo Ran raised his hand, and his clothes fluttered. At that moment, his figure seemed to overlap with Chu Wanning's figure in his mind. The two people's movements were almost identical. Wind. Unstoppable. The clouds were rushing and the sky was low. The two people behind Mo Ran only saw a huge scarlet light formation like a red lotus from hell blooming. A strong wind passed through the ground like thousands of invisible blades. The evil spirits in Mo Ran's hands danced like shadows. Wherever they passed, sand and gravel flew. Countless evil spirits were swept up by this shocking airflow and were instantly crushed into minced meat. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition's wind. Mo Ran had actually learned 90% of it. The fierce wind gradually stopped. The surroundings were vast, and there were no corpses left. Not a single piece of armor was left. Looking back, Xue Meng and Shimai's faces were full of astonishment. Mo Ran did not have time to be happy. He only felt that his daily learning was far from enough. If he could immediately return to his past cultivation, this small gap in the world of spirits and souls would not be so difficult for them. Look over there. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar. Everyone looked up at the same time. They saw several sword formations in different clothes and spiritual power coming from several directions in the sky. The heavens fissure of the Avici hell finally alarmed all the sects in the upper cultivation world. As the light swords fell to the ground, the people of Linling Island were beautiful and elegant, and the masters of Wubei Temple were solemn and dignified. All kinds of things were overwhelming. The people of the 10 great sects finally arrived. More powerful evil spirits were still being born, like endless locusts. However, with the sudden increase of cultivators, the situation gradually became less disadvantageous. At the same time, Mai Hanxue and Chu Wanning's spiritual power exchange was finally completed. The enchantment in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west changed from gold to blue. The edge was guarded by Mai Hanxue. Chu Wanning flew with the wind and swept to the center of the fierce battle. He looked up at the crack in the sky that had been completely opened. There was some kind of huge and terrifying evil force behind it. Chu Wanning could almost feel the madness of that power, as if it had drunk thousands of blood plasma and the brains of hundreds of millions of creatures. If the enchantment was not sealed, he was afraid that some kind of evil spirit suppressed in the Avici hell would break free from its restraint and come to the human world. Chu Wanning could not help but think, could it be that the person behind the scenes wanted to release some kind of evil spirit from purgatory into the world of mortals? But what did he want? Master, Shimai anxiously called him. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. The scene from his previous life overlapped again. Master. At that time, Shimai also called him like this. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. Shimai gasped for breath in the snow. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were firm. Master is going to repair this crack in the sky. Yes. But this is not an ordinary crack in the sky. This is the crack in the Avici hell. Master, how can you resist it alone? I'm here to lend Master a hand. I've learned the defensive technique in the Peach Blossom Spring, so I won't drag Master down. The conversation between the two of them years ago that decided life and death seemed to be in his ears. Mo Ran was frightened and his scalp was going numb. He suddenly pulled Shimai behind him and stuffed him to Xue Meng. He said loudly, Xue Ziming, look after him. Look after him. Xue Meng opened his eyes wide. Dog, where are you going? The wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. There was no snow in the sky. Everything was different from his previous life. Mo Ran's eyes fell on Shimai, who was at a loss. He felt sad and relieved. It was impossible for Chu Wanning to fix this barrier on her own. But other than his disciples, no one knew Chu Wanning's spiritual energy cultivation method and could cooperate with him perfectly. Therefore, one of them had to go through this tribulation. The north wind is angry, and thousands of miles of killing intent. Mo Ran suddenly made up his mind and hugged Shimai. For the first time, he directly held him in his arms. He paused for a moment and then suddenly pushed him away. Shamai. The person who will die this time is probably me. I'm going to help Master seal the barrier. Moran said firmly. His tone was resolute. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Shamai. Suddenly, he didn't want to care about what other people thought of him. He didn't care that Shuemeng was right next to him. He didn't care that he would be rejected. He waited for 2 lifetimes, loved 2 lifetimes. Now he was going to leave, and maybe he wouldn't be able to come back. He stood in the wind, wanting to say a few words to his beloved one. Shamai, actually but when he was about to open his mouth, the howls of evil spirits and evil beasts drowned out his voice. The urge to roll over and over like molten lava gradually cooled down in this stagnation, and finally stopped. Moran, what do you want to say? Moran suddenly saw the reflection of his previous life. Under the warm curtains, he saw Shamai's gentle and smiling face. How cruel. He remembered it all his life, from birth to death, from heaven to hell. Moran's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled. Nothing, I won't say it twice. Shamai, I'm going to help Master. When I come back, if I still want to tell you. His dimples were deep, and his eyes were full of affection. I'll tell you again. After saying this, he turned around and rushed toward Chu Wanning. Shamai wouldn't die. At least, he wouldn't die in front of him. Moran suddenly felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. The figure in white fluttering in front of him was probably the end of his rebirth in this life. His master had always been magnanimous. When Shamai died, Chu Wanning chose to leave in order to complete the final gap. In order to purge those demons and monsters that ran amok. This time, he was the one who had to build the barrier. Chu Wanning despised and hated him so much. He wouldn't give up his reputation as the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable to help an insignificant person die. Master. He stood in front of him. A ghostly light appeared in his hand. This barrier is difficult to fix. Let me help you. The situation was dangerous. Chu Wanning glanced at him and didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. He leaped into the sky and stood at the corner of the eaves of Chen Manor. Moran followed him and leaped up. Chu Wanning said, set up the formation and observe. Moran followed his instructions and raised his hand at the same time. The two of them stood on the left and right, and the tips of their fingers condensed the seal of the observation barrier. They slowly raised their hands. Open the formation. Along with this shout, the two people's spiritual power suddenly surged out from their bodies. They each stood at the foot of the formation and joined hands to forge, using their surging cultivation to condense into a constantly expanding golden-red barrier. When the barrier came into contact with the evil spirits that had just surged out, the evil spirits seemed to be burned by a raging fire. They screamed and retreated into the eyes of the ghost realm. The barrier became clearer and clearer, and the light formation became more and more dazzling. 2 coiling dragon platforms condensed from spiritual spells rose under Chu Wanning and Moran's feet, dragging the two of them to the highest point in the sky. The ghost eyes slowly closed under the pressure of the golden-red light formation, but they seemed to be unwilling, and the evil spirits inside became more intense. Every inch they closed, the evil spirits surging out of them became more and more intense. When the two of them were only a few miles away from the barrier's crack, the evil spirits inside were almost solid. After Moran's reborn body, he gradually felt as if there was 1,000,000 pounds of weight on his shoulders, and as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Chu Wanning's spiritual power was steady and strong, continuously flowing out. Inch by inch, and another inch by inch. The evil winds between heaven and earth gathered in one place, turning into sharp blades, cutting every inch of his skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Master, as his consciousness gradually blurred, he seemed to see the scene of the past. Shamai and Chu Wanning worked together to repair the formation, and the two worlds of yin and yang closed in only a moment. Those evil spirits who were unable to return to the mortal world saw that Shamai's power was weak, so they all gathered in one place, and attacked Shamai. Bang! In just a moment, Shamai, who was doing his best to maintain the balance of the barrier, was pierced through. It was like a reenactment, almost nothing had changed. Only this time, the person who was struck by the 10,000 evil spirits was Mo Ran. At the crack in the sky, the black evil spirits pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, pierced through Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran only saw a smear of blood in front of his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that it was the hot blood gushing out of his chest. In this stifling air flow, he turned his face with difficulty, only to see that Chu Waning's clothes were as white as snow, his expression solemn and cold. He didn't even spare him half a glance. His chest suddenly surged with countless grievances. In the end, the hatred was deep. He fell from the coiled dragon-high platform, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and his chest was burning red. Falling down was actually very fast, but suddenly it felt so long, like a drowning person gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, no longer able to hear the whispers of the mortal world. Chu Waning did not raise his hand to greet him, did not stop him, did not even divert his attention to look at him. When he fell, the red spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Chu Waning, just like in his previous life, chose to use all of his spells, and single-handedly closed the barrier that Mo Ran had not yet completed. Suddenly, it was sealed. However, the evil spirits that were left in the human world lost the nourishment of the yin qi in the ghost world. They instinctively felt anxious and became more and more violent. They became angry and made enemies with the cultivators. In just the blink of an eye, the formations of many sects were defeated. Chu Waning fell from the sky. When Mo Ran fell, the coiled dragon pillar below formed a layer of light to protect him, so when he fell to the ground, he did not shatter into pieces. But his entire chest was penetrated by evil spirits, and blood flowed all over the ground, but it was no different from Shamai in the past. Chu Waning pushed back the evil spirits that were rushing towards Mo Ran, and put down a barrier to protect Mo Ran. "Master," the person behind him seemed to murmur softly. "Are you leaving?" Mo Ran coughed up blood, but there was a smile on his face. "Are you leaving again?" Outside the flowing golden barrier, that person's figure was still standing with his back to him. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but a mouthful of blood suddenly surged up in his throat. "Chu Waning, are you made of wood? You won't be sad, you have no selfish motives, right?" Chu Waning, he felt that his vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. After the fierce battle, he was already full of injuries. Somewhere on his forehead was cut, and blood flowed down to his eyes. As he looked up to the sky and laughed wantonly, almost crazily, tears of blood rolled down his face. He choked up and said, "Chu Wen, turn around. Look at me, are you still leaving? Look at me one more time. I'm going to die. Back then, you at least looked at Shamai one last time. Is it true? You don't like me at all? You don't like me at all? Otherwise, why didn't you look at me one last time? Why didn't you turn back?" "Master," tears of blood filled his eyes. His last impression was of the white-robed man walking away alone outside the golden enchantment. He went to suppress evil. So, in his heart, anyone in the world was more important than Mo Weiyu. Chapter 97. Mo Ran. Someone seemed to be calling him. He vaguely opened his eyes, a snow-white figure reflected in his hazy vision. He vaguely felt that this person was very similar to Chu Waning, but he didn't dare to believe it. He only felt that person's hands were folded over his chest, continuously transferring spiritual energy to the place where his blood was flowing. So warm, who is it? He blinked his eyes hard, trying to see that too blurry figure. Mo Ran, Shizun? He swallowed the blood in his throat, muttering to himself. Warm drops of water dripped onto his cheeks. Gradually, he saw clearly. The person in front of him had a pair of phoenix eyes like apricot flowers in Jiangnan. His face was pale and stained with blood. Mo Ran stared at him in a daze. He had never seen such an expression on Chu Waning's face before. His Shizun had always been indifferent, but the person in front of him was crying. Mo Ran reached out, wanting to touch. He wanted to know if this was real or an illusion of a person about to die. But when his fingertips were a few inches away from that person's face, he stopped. Sometimes, hating a person was a habit. If he suddenly stopped hating them, he would be at a loss. He didn't dare touch it. He was afraid it was real. He was also afraid it was fake. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind Chu Wanning. He didn't know if it was colorful Butterfly Town after a fierce battle, or if he was already in Azura Hell. He knew that he had committed many evil deeds. Even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. After his life was gone, he would fall into the abyss, never to be reincarnated. But Chu Wanning, he was a kind person. Why would he accompany him and be trapped in Avicii forever? There is one last point. Chu Wanning's voice seemed to come from the deep sea, so hazy. You can't fall asleep, otherwise. He saw blood seeping out of Chu Wanning's mouth. The golden light became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the person in front of him was covered by the light and turned into a child. Otherwise, I, Yu Heng, will no longer have a disciple like you. Junior Xia. Seeing Chu Wanning turn into Xia Sai with his own eyes, Mo Ran was extremely shocked. His wound suddenly hurt, and without thinking, he fainted again. Mo Ran. That gentle voice that was almost like a sigh was not an illusion from his previous life, but a whisper that he left in his ears. I'm sorry, it's Master's fault. This sentence again. This sentence again. Chu Wanning, I don't want you to admit your mistake. I want you to, how was it? Suddenly, he paused, not knowing what to think. If he didn't want him to admit his mistake, then what should he do? He suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Mo Ran's clothes were soaked with sweat. He looked up and saw a clean and tidy room without too many decorations. He was already lying in the bedroom of the peak of life and death. He was actually still alive. He looked around in disbelief. He raised his slightly cold hand and touched the wound on his chest. It was wrapped in a thick bandage, and blood was seeping through the bandage. It hurt to touch it, but under the bandage, the heart was still beating. It was so strong, surging with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. He was still alive. He was still alive. Blood flowed crazily in the young body, shaking his soul. His fingertips trembled. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the warm curtains rolling up. Mo Ran sat on the bed and looked up. He saw a beauty who opened the curtains and came in. Maybe it was because it was a little cold outside, he was wearing a white fur robe. His black hair was hanging down, and his soft eyes were slightly raised. His tail was dyed red, and it was better than many rouge colors. Shamai did not expect Mo Ran to be awake. He was shocked, and then said, Mo Ran? You. Shamai. Mo Ran called him a few times. His eyes were very bright, shining like obsidian. He jumped off the bed, and did not care about the pain of his wound. He grimaced and jumped over to Shi Mingjing and hugged her tightly. He was overjoyed. That's great. You're not dead. I'm not dead either. It's over, it's all over. This heaven's split was a great disaster in his previous life. Demons and monsters fell from the sky, took away Shamai, and pushed Mo Ran into the abyss of evil. After he was reborn, he was anxious about this chaos. He was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake. In the end, he would be alone again, stepping on the bones of his loved ones, and walk alone to the empty Shaman Mountain Palace. But the heavens did not treat him badly. When he stood up and was willing to die for Shamai, everything changed. He would no longer be alone. He would no longer be betrayed by his loved ones. He would no longer be forced to go to Liangshan at night and become a lone traveler. From now on, the curse was broken. He had truly gotten rid of the nightmare of his previous life. He had truly been reborn. Mo Ran hugged Shamai for a long time before letting go. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be filled with twinkling stars. Shamai was still standing in the same place in a daze until Mo Ran put his arm around his shoulder and looked down at him with a smile. After a long time, he gradually came back to his senses. He stretched out his forehead and actually took the initiative to touch Mo Ran's chin. Mo Ran. Yes. When Shamai raised his head again, there was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were a little wet. Fortunately, you're still alive. Mo Ran smiled and rubbed his head. He held his hand and said, Idiot, how could anything happen to me? He wanted to say more, but suddenly, Someone outside lifted the curtain and strode in. Shuemeng. Shuemeng was really a narrow-minded person. Probably because his limelight was stolen during the exorcism at Colorful Butterfly Town, his face was inevitably gloomy and his lips were tightly pursed. Seeing that Mo Ran had woken up, he only paused for a moment. Then he turned to Shimai and said, "When did he wake up?" Shimai hesitated for a moment before speaking. His tone was a little worried. "Just now." "Yes." Shuemeng responded. He was still unwilling to look at Mo Ran. Mo Ran thought that a child would always be a child. Being in the limelight was like being robbed of candy. His face did not look good for a long time. However, he was in a good mood and did not want to bicker with Shuemeng. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that I've been unconscious for a long time. Who brought me back? Who else could it be?" Shuemeng swung his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. His expression was very bad. "Wasn't it Shizun?" "Ah." Hearing this, Mo Ran was stunned. When he was unconscious, bits and pieces flashed in front of his eyes. However, when he woke up, he was surprised and happy. He was even more uncertain whether the things he saw were real or not. He pondered, Shizun. Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Hearing him say this, Shuemeng's body trembled slightly. Then he stiffly said, "You saw it?" "What?" "Junior Marshal Brother Xia is Shizun." Mo Ran was just guessing. Now that he suddenly heard this, he could not help but turn pale. "What?" Shuemeng suddenly turned his head. His expression was strange, as if he was trying to suppress something. "What? I thought you already knew." Mo Ran exclaimed, "How could I know? When I was unconscious, I vaguely saw the two of them alternating." He thought of the company he had with Xia Sini in the Peach Blossom Spring. The two of them slept on the same bed. He also thought of the golden hairpin that fell out of Chu Waning's lapel when he was unable to control himself at Linling Island. The begonia handkerchief. The clothes that changed size according to one's body. The pot of soup in Xia Sini's hands. He looked up and called him Senior Marshal Brother. Xia Sini patted his head and said with a smile that they would be brothers in the future. "Senior Marshal Brother will dote on you." These things gathered and scattered in front of him like smoke. One moment, it was Chu Waning's indifferent face. The next moment, it was Xia Sini's silent appearance. He had said in front of Xia Sini that Chu Waning was not good and did not like him. He had also patiently combed Xia Sini's long hair. The hair was so soft that it flowed between his fingers like ink. Thinking about it carefully, they were indeed so similar. Mo Ran felt like his head was about to explode. He played around in circles and muttered, "Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is." He came to an abrupt halt, almost frantically. What kind of joke is this? How can Shizun be Junior Marshal Brother Xia? Mo Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. They are very similar in many ways, but they are still not the same. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person. How can— What do you mean? Shuemeng suddenly interrupted Mo Ran's words and stared at his opponent's face with a pair of sharp eyes. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person. Why, can't such a good person be Shizun? Mo Ran said, "Of course I'm not saying that Shizun is not good. It's just that Junior Marshal Brother Xia has always been sincere to me. I already see him as my own brother. You suddenly tell me that he is Shizun, how can I accept?" Shuemeng said angrily, "Junior Marshal Brother Xia is sincere, but Shizun is fake?" Hearing the impending storm in his voice, Shimai hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. "Young master, think about what uncle told you. Mo Ran just woke up, and..." Shuemeng suddenly shook off Shimai's hand. His brown eyes were still fixed on Mo Ran's face. The veins on his neck were slightly trembling because of his anger. He was like a hissing snake, ready to bite its prey at any time. "Mo Weiyu, you better tell me clearly today. Why can't Shizun be Xia Sini? Why can't he be sincere? Chem? Tell me, why is he fake in your heart?" Mo Ran was annoyed by his relentless questioning. This was not the first time he had seen Shuemeng's angry face. In his previous life, when he had become the Emperor Ta, every time he saw Shuemeng, he would have such a bad temper. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He frowned and said, "This is between me and him. Why do you care so much?" "Between you and him?" Shuemeng said. "Do you have him in your heart?" Mo Ran was so angry that he laughed. "Shue Ziming, are you crazy? Why are you acting crazy for no reason? Let's go, Shamai. Let's go to Danshin Palace and ask Uncle and Shizun clearly." As he said this, he pulled Shamai and walked past Shuemeng, intending to leave. Shuemeng stood in place for a while, as if he was trying to suppress something. But when Mo Ran was about to leave, he still couldn't hold it in. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Mo Weiyu, do you have him as your Shizun in your heart?" Mo Ran couldn't help but feel annoyed by his yelling. He stopped in his tracks. His originally relaxed and cheerful face gradually became gloomy. Shamai squeezed his palm and whispered uneasily, "Don't mind him. He has a bad temper these days. Let's go." "Okay." But just as his hand touched the warm curtain, before he could open it, Shuemeng's voice sounded. It was suffocating, hot, and boiling, as if it had come out of a fire. "Mo Weiyu, you mother ***, you're really a good-for-nothing." With a swish sound, the curtain was lowered. Mo Ran closed his eyes and then opened them. Mo Ran, Shamai tried to pull him, but he was gently pushed away. He turned his face and turned around. The two youths were about the same age, but they were much taller than Mo Ran. This person's malicious and cold appearance was really frightening. Mo Ran suddenly laughed, but his black eyes were heavy and there was no smile. He said, "What a good-for-nothing. Shue Ziming, I have never looked down on Shizun. I also didn't stand aside when the sky cracked. The Avachi hell was broken and he couldn't fix it alone, so I volunteered to help him. Let me ask you, as his disciple, what did I do wrong? There was a huge difference in strength between us. I couldn't fix the barrier and fell from the coiling dragon pillar, but he didn't even look at me. He didn't care whether I lived or died. Let me ask you again, if it were you, wouldn't you be disappointed?" Mo Ran, the knot in his heart of 2 lifetimes. When it came to the painful part, Mo Ran's handsome face couldn't help but distort. He said word by word, "I thought I had done my best and had a clear conscience. I don't know what face you have to stand in front of me and say that I'm a good-for-nothing. Shuemeng, do you think I never cared about him? You're wrong, I did. But this person is made of stone." Mo Ran said softly. Every word was like a knife cutting into his heart, dripping with blood. "Shuemeng, listen to me, I don't care how good of a Daoist priest he is in the eyes of the world, how powerful of a master he is, or whether he is Wanya Yuheng, the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. These are not important. What's important is that when the sky cracked and leaked, my life was in danger. I begged him to turn back, but he didn't even spare me a glance. It was clearly such a cold and infuriating thing. But when he said it, he could be considered calm, but his eyes were more or less a little red. Also, Shuemeng, I can tell you. At that time, no matter who fell from the coiling dragon pillar, even if it wasn't me, it would have been you or Shamai. He wouldn't have saved you. Because I saw it with my own eyes. In the heavy snow, he turned around, leaving his disciples' bones cold. Nothing is more precious than his good reputation as the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable." Mo Ran sneered. Maybe it was because of the dim light, but his smile was a little bleak. The lucky ones live, the unlucky ones die. Before the last word ended, light and shadow gathered in front of him, and a strong wind attacked. The room was narrow. Although Mo Ran had already sensed it, because Shamai was behind him, he was afraid that if he dodged now, he would hurt the innocent. So he stood in place and blocked the attack. Shuemeng pounced over like a cheetah, fiercely grabbing Mo Ran's collar. With a crisp pa sound, Shuemeng had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Mo Ran was hit for no reason, so he was also burning with anger. He turned around and grabbed the violent youth, gritting his teeth. "Shue Ziming, what are you doing?" Shuemeng didn't answer, only angrily spitting. "Mo Weiyu, you animal." He didn't listen to reason. He didn't know what wrong medicine he ate, but he didn't have any intelligence at all. He tangled with Mo Ran in this empty room like 2 trapped beasts, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the other's skin and chew the bones and blood into their stomachs. A lonely lantern flickered, illuminating their furious silhouettes on the stone wall. It was like a shadow puppet show, like an evil spirit totem. Suddenly, Mo Ran heard Xue Meng choke with sobs. It wasn't too loud, so he thought he must have misheard. But just as he thought this, a few drops of tears fell on the back of his hand. Xue Meng suddenly let go of Mo Ran and pushed him back. He hugged his knees and curled up on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Mo Ran's cheeks were still red and swollen, but he was stunned by this. He thought that he didn't use any killing moves, so he shouldn't have hurt him so much. Besides, it was his younger cousin who hit him first, so why did he suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Xue Meng's sorrowful cries. How can you say that he didn't save you? How can you say that he didn't save you? Tears rolled down his cheeks, and he couldn't stop crying. On the side, Shamai saw that Xue Meng couldn't hide this matter, so he couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Xue Meng choked with sobs. If you say this, he'll be so sad if he hears it from underground. This sentence came out too suddenly, so Mo Ran didn't react for a moment. He just blankly said, "What?" Xue Meng just cried bitterly. His venomous fangs had sunk into Mo Ran's neck, but he had also hurt himself. He cried so bitterly that his voice was fragmented. He kept wiping his face and his eyes. His gaze was sometimes fierce and sometimes sorrowful. He crouched on the ground and didn't get up. He buried his face in his arms for a long time. Mo Ran gradually felt a numbness surge up from the soles of his feet, and gradually, coldness spread throughout his body. He felt his lips move, and heard himself ask, "Xue Meng, what did you say?" Xue Meng cried for a long time, or maybe it wasn't that long. It was just that Mo Ran felt that he had been waiting for that thunderous answer for too long. "Shizun." Xue Meng finally choked out, "He's not here anymore." Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. His whole body was cold. He just listened blankly, as if he didn't understand what he meant. "Not here anymore? What's not here anymore? Not here anymore? Where did he go? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore?" Xue Meng slowly raised his head. There seemed to be hatred, mockery, and the deepest hatred in his eyes. "Do you know why he didn't turn back at that time? My father said that after mending the heavenly fissure, his spiritual power was already exhausted. Do you think that the murderous aura of the world of spirits and souls only hit you? The clairvoyance barrier is twinned. No matter how much damage you suffered, he also suffered the same. It's just that he held on and didn't tell anyone." Mo Ran only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Could it be that in his previous life, he didn't save Shamai because Mo Ran didn't dare to think about it anymore? Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. Impossible. He's clearly so calm. When has he ever been so calm in front of others? As Xue Meng spoke, his eyes reddened and tears fell again. After he came down, he was already exhausted. After he cast a defensive spell on you, he left you and didn't look at you. Why do you think it was? Xue Meng cried blood with every word. Master knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. His spiritual power is very high. Once he reveals a flaw, it will attract a lot of evil spirits. Mo Ran, do you think he left because he didn't want you anymore? Mo Ran, he left because he didn't want to drag you down. Mo Weiyu, he was afraid of dragging you down. After the Avicii hell closed, the zombies went berserk. The 10 great sects fought until dusk. There were countless casualties. Who would care about you? My father only found out that you were missing when he brought the heavily injured elder Xuanji back to the peak of life and death. Xue Meng panted for a while and choked out, "Mo Weiyu, he was the one who brought you back. He was the one who took the medicine to recover his body and then dragged you out of the mountain of corpses. He was the one who was injured all over and even gave you the last of his spiritual power. Impossible. He was the one who brought you home. At that time, you hadn't woken up yet. His spiritual power was depleted and he was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic or send sound transmissions. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. No, more than 3,000 levels of spiritual power. His A person whose spiritual power has dissipated. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Under the clear moonlight, he saw Chu Wanning, who was still alive, carrying him on his back and slowly climbing the endless stairs. He was covered in blood and his white clothes were mottled. That person was once so unreachable and untainted. Northern Dipper Celestial Sovereign, Wanya Yuheng. Mo Ran choked and said with a trembling voice, "Impossible. How could it be?" "Yes." Xue Meng was also stunned when he said this. His eyes reddened. "When I saw him, I thought that I was crazy and that what I saw was an illusion. Because I was also thinking." He was almost sighing. "How could it be? Impossible." Mo Ran suddenly let out a sob. He hugged his head and muttered helplessly, "Impossible. Chang Jie's blood hasn't run dry. That's the way he'll bring you home." Xue Meng was filled with hatred and cruelty. "Go and see, Mo Ran. Go and see." Impossible. Extreme shock and helplessness made Mo Ran suddenly furious. He grabbed Xue Meng and pulled him up from the ground. He pressed him against the wall and his expression changed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why would he save me? He never liked me and never looked down on me." Xue Meng didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed bitterly. "Mo Weiyu, it's not that he looks down on you." In the flowing candlelight, Xue Meng looked up with moist eyelashes and looked at him with hatred. "It's me who looks down on you. Mo Ran, I look down on you, Elder Xuanji looks down on you, Elder Tanlang looks down on you. Who do you think you are?" Xue Meng almost ground his teeth and spat these words at Mo Ran's face. "Bastard. You." Xue Meng suddenly laughed. He looked up at the dark ceiling. "Mo Ran, on this peak of life and death, if there's one person who looks up to you the most, it's him. But you repay him like this." He laughed and laughed. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks again. This time, it was a soft sob. "Mo Ran, your junior brother Xia, my master, is dead." Mo Ran was really bitten by the most vicious snake in the world. He was scalded. He let go of his hand in shock and took 2 steps back. It was as if he understood this sentence for the first time. His whole body started to tremble. Xue Meng suddenly called him, "Brother." Mo Ran retreated, but his back hit the cold wall. There was nowhere to run. Xue Meng finally stopped crying. But his tone was as calm as death. "Brother, we don't have a master anymore." Chapter 98. The peak of life and death had a mountain range with a funny name called RRR. There were many theories about the origin of this name in the sect. The most common one was that it was named RRR because this mountain range was so steep that people often fell down. However, Mo Ran knew that this was not the case. This mountain range was so tall that it reached the clouds. The mountain peak was covered in snow all year round and was extremely cold. If someone died at the peak of life and death, their coffin would stop there and wait for the funeral. Mo Ran had only been here once in his previous life. That time was not very different from the current situation. It was also after the Avici Hell split open that a bloody battle took away countless lives. Shamai also died. He was unwilling to accept this reality, so he knelt beside Shamai's coffin and looked at the person's lifeless face in the ice coffin. He knelt for many days. The reason why it's called RRR is because your father passed away that year. In his previous life, Xue Jingyong accompanied him in the cold Frost Heaven Palace and told him this. "I only have one elder brother. The peak of life and death was created by the 2 of us. However, your father, he was very similar to you. He was an extremely capricious person. He only enjoyed his life for a few days before he got bored. He lost in a fight with an evil spirit and left. Frost Heaven Palace was too cold. Xue Jingyong brought a pot of wine and took a sip. Then, he passed the goatskin wine bag to Mo Ran. "Here, drink some, but don't tell your aunt." Mo Ran did not take it, nor did he touch it. Xue Jingyong sighed. "This peak is called RRR because during that time, I was also very sad. It was as if my heart had been dug out. I stayed on the mountain and watched over your father. When I thought of the sad part, I couldn't help but cry loudly. When I cried, it was very unpleasant to hear. I was always howling, so I got this name. He glanced at Mo Ran and patted his shoulder. Uncle didn't study much, but he also knows that life is like the morning dew. It disappears in the blink of an eye. Just treat it as Ming Jing taking the first step. We'll be brothers in the next life. Mo Ran slowly closed his eyes. Shui Jingyong said, "My condolences are just empty words. If you're sad, just cry it out." If she didn't want to leave, she could stay here and accompany him. But he had to eat and drink. "I'll go to the Meng Po lobby for some food and come back later. If you want to kneel after that, I will not stop you." The frosty heaven palace was cold and silent. Inside the large cold room, the white silk gently fluttered like a gentle finger brushing across one's forehead. Mo Ran slowly opened his eyes. It was still the same ice coffin in his memory. It was made of the mysterious snow of Kunlun. The body of the coffin was sparkling and translucent, with wisps of cold air lingering around it. However, the person lying inside was Chu Wanning. Mo Ran had never expected that in this lifetime, the person who would die in this heaven split would be Chu Wanning. He was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Facing this person's ice-cold corpse, he didn't feel too much emotion. There wasn't the joy of an enemy's death, nor was there the sorrow of his master's passing. Mo Ran was somewhat puzzled. He lowered his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning for a long time. That person's face was even colder than usual. Right now, it was really covered in a layer of frost. Even his tightly closed eyelashes were frozen. His lips were pale and his skin was almost transparent. He could see the light blue blood vessels, like the fine cracks on white porcelain. How could the person who left be him? Mo Ran raised his hand and touched Chu Wanning's cheek. It was very cold to the touch. All the way down, his throat and neck, there was no pulse. He reached his hand again. He held his hand. His knuckles were already somewhat stiff, but they felt very rough. Mo Ran felt that it was strange. Although Chu Wanning's fingertips had small calluses, his palm was always soft and delicate. He couldn't help but look carefully. What he saw were chapped and broken scars. Although they had been wiped, the wounds would never heal. The flesh was still open. He remembered what Shuemeng said. His spiritual power was completely damaged. He was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic, nor could he transmit sound. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. He couldn't support himself. He couldn't stand up. He crawled on the ground, knelt, and dragged until his 10 fingers were worn out and his hands were full of blood. He also wanted to bring him home. Mo Ran murmured in a daze, "Did you carry me back? Chu Wanning, is it you? If you didn't nod your head, I wouldn't have believed it." Mo Ran said to the person in the coffin. His face was calm, as if he believed that the person in front of him would really wake up. "Chu Wanning, nod your head. If you nod your head, I'll believe you. I won't hate you anymore. Nod your head, okay?" But Chu Wanning was still lying there. His expression was indifferent, and his eyebrows were cold. It seemed that he didn't care whether Mo Ran hated him or not. He had a clear conscience, leaving others in the world to feel uneasy. This person, whether alive or dead, made others feel annoyed. It was far better than making others feel pain. Mo Ran suddenly sneered, "That's true." He said, "When have you ever listened to me?" He looked at Chu Wanning and suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. All this time, he hated Chu Wanning because he looked down on him. He hated Chu Wanning because he didn't save Shamai that year. After going around in circles, this hatred continued for more than 10 years. Suddenly, one day, someone told him Chu Wanning turned around and left because he didn't want to be a burden to you. Suddenly, someone told him the observation barrier is twinned. You suffered heavy injuries, but so did he. His spirit flow was exhausted, he couldn't protect himself. Good, this was really good. Chu Wanning was right, but what about him? He had been kept in the dark like a fool and had been played around like a clown. He had grimaced in pain and dug out his heart for so long. What was this? Things like misunderstandings, if short, were like a lump of dirt that stuck to a wound when it was healing. If it was discovered in time, it couldn't be better to clean it up and apply ointment again. But if a misunderstanding continued for 10 or 20 years, the person trapped in the net had invested a long time of hatred, a long time of care, a long time of fetters, and even his life into this misunderstanding. These feelings had already formed scabs and grown into new flesh, completely blending with the body. Suddenly, someone said, "It's not like that, everything is wrong." Then what should he do now? The dirt from back then had already grown under the skin and in the blood with the passage of time. Only by tearing open the intact skin and flesh could the past be dispelled. A year of misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. 10 years of misunderstanding was a sin. And from birth to death, a lifetime of misunderstanding was fate. Their fates were thin. The heavy stone door of Frost Heaven Palace slowly opened. Just like in the previous life, Xue Jingyong carried a goatskin wineskin full of soju wine and walked with heavy steps to Morant's side. He sat on the ground and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "I heard that you were here, so uncle came to accompany you." Xue Jingyong's leopard eyes were red, showing that he had cried not long ago. "I also came to accompany him." Mo Ran did not speak, so Xue Jingyong opened the wine pot and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he suddenly stopped, wiped his face, and forced a smile. "In the past, when I drank, Yu Heng was always unhappy when he saw me. Now, sigh, forget it, I won't say it, I won't say it. I'm not old, but I've sent away one old friend after another. Rana, do you know how it feels?" Mo Ran lowered his eyes. In the previous life, Xue Jingyong had also asked him this question. At that time, he only had eyes for Shamai's withered flesh and blood. What did the lives of others matter to him? He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. But now, how could he not understand? Before his rebirth, he was all alone. In the huge Shaman Mountain Palace, he was the only one left. One day, he woke up with a start from a light sleep and dreamed of the old times when he was studying under Yu Heng's tutelage. After waking up, he wanted to go back to his bedroom to take a look, but when he pushed open the door and entered, that narrow disciple's room had been deserted for a long time, the walls covered in dust. He saw a small incense burner on the ground, but he did not know who had knocked it over or when. He picked up the incense burner and subconsciously wanted to put it back to its original position. But time passed quickly. He held the small incense burner and suddenly froze. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He did not remember. His hawk-like gaze swept past the people behind him, but those people all had blurry faces. He could not even tell who was called Zhong San and who was called Li Sai. And naturally, they did not know where the incense burner of the emperor's youth was placed in the room. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He didn't remember, and those who could remember the past were either dead or scattered. How could Mo Ran not understand Xue Jingyong's feelings at this time? Sometimes, I suddenly think of a joke when I was young and unconsciously say it, but I realize that there is no one who can understand this joke. Xue Jingyong drank another mouthful of wine and lowered his head to laugh. "Your father, your comrades in the past, your Shizun," his fragmented light flowed, and he asked, "Rana, do you know why this mountain range is called RRR?" Mo Ran understood what he wanted to say, but he was currently upset and did not want to listen to Xue Jingyong talk about his late father, so he said, "I know. Uncle cried here before." "Ah." Xue Jingyong was stunned. He slowly blinked, and there was a deep mark at the end of his tail. "Did your aunt tell you?" "Yes." Xue Jingyong wiped his tears and took a deep breath. Okay, then you know, Uncle wanted to tell you that if you feel bad, you can cry, it's okay. A man has tears for his king, it's not shameful." Mo Ran did not cry, perhaps because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, his heart was as hard as iron. Compared to the heart-wrenching pain when Shamai passed away, he was so calm. He was so calm that he even felt frightened by his own numbness. He did not know that he was so cold. After drinking, Xue Jingyong sat for a while and stood up. It was unknown whether it was because his legs were numb from kneeling for too long or because he drank too much, but he was slightly unsteady. He patted Mo Ran's shoulder with his wide hand. Although the heavenly fissure has been mended, the person behind it has not been found out yet. Perhaps this matter will pass like this, Or perhaps there will be a second great battle soon. Ran, it's about time to go down the mountain and eat something, don't starve yourself. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. At this time, it was night. A waning moon hung high in the sky outside the frosty sky palace. Shui Jingyong stepped on the snow that never melted all year round, carrying half a pot of turbid wine. His rough voice was like a broken gong as he sang a short song from the center of Sichuan. I worship an old friend half as a ghost, only now can I be happy. The corner is hidden under the Osmanthus tree, drinking on the face with rotting hair. The sky is broken, the people are gone, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. I am willing to extend my life and return the wine to you. In the end, it was different from his previous life. The one who died was not Shamai, but Chu Wanning. Thus, Shui Jingyong felt even more emotional. Mo Ran's back was facing the open door of Shuangtian Temple. He listened to the long, hoarse voice of a man, sonorous, yet desolate. The song was like an eagle flying away, finally swallowed up by the wind and snow. Heaven and earth were bright, the moon was high, and the people were faint. Everything was washed away very, very faint. Only one sentence remained, going back and forth. Abandoning my old body with turbid tears, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ran slowly walked down Shuangtian Temple. Uncle was right. Although the heavenly fissure had been mended, it did not mean that the matter would end here. Chu Wanning was no longer here. If there was another fierce battle, he would be the only one left to defend. When he arrived at the Meng Po lobby, it was already late. Other than the old woman cooking supper, there was no one else. Mo Ran asked for a small bowl of noodles, found a corner seat, and slowly ate. The noodles were spicy, warming his stomach. He looked up as he wolfed down the food. Amidst the dense steam, the Meng Po lobby was dimly lit, and his image was blurry. He vaguely remembered that after Shamai's death in his previous life, he was far more willful than he was now. He refused to leave for 3 days and 3 nights, and he did not eat. Later, he was finally persuaded to leave Shuangtian Temple to eat something. However, he saw Chu Wanning's busy figure in the kitchen. That person was clumsily rolling the dough and mixing the stuffing. There was flour and water on the table, as well as several neat rows of wontons. Clang. The things on the table were swept away, and that tyrannical sound came through the rolling dust. The current Mo Ran could not lift his chopsticks and eat. At that time, he felt that Chu Wanning was mocking him, harboring malicious intentions to hurt him. But now that he thought about it, perhaps Chu Wanning really did want to replace the already dead Shamai and cook another bowl of wontons for him. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of the things he used? Are you worthy of cooking the dishes he made? Shamai is dead, are you satisfied? Will you only be satisfied after you drive all of your disciples to their deaths and drive them insane? Chu Wanning. There is no one else in this world who can make that bowl of wontons. No matter how much you try to imitate him, you won't be able to do it. Every word pierced his heart. He did not want to think about it anymore. He ate his noodles. But how could he? His memories would not let him off so easily. He recalled Chu Wanning's face more clearly than ever before. There was no joy or sorrow. He recalled every detail of that time more clearly than ever before. He remembered the slight tremble on his fingertips, the crumbs of flour on his cheeks. He remembered the plump, snow-white wontons rolling all over the floor. He remembered Chu Wanning. He lowered his eyes, bent down, and slowly picked up the food that could no longer be eaten. Then he personally threw it away. Personally threw it away. There was still more than half a bowl of pea noodles left. Mo Ran could not eat anymore. He pushed the bowl away and fled from this place that would drive him crazy. He ran madly at the peak of life and death, as if he wanted to leave behind all the misunderstandings of the past 10 years, as if he wanted to catch up to the man who had left Granny Meng Hall alone that year. Catch up to him and say one sentence. I'm sorry, I hated you wrongly. Mo Ran ran without any order in the dark night. He ran, but everywhere he went, there was Chu Wanning's broken figure. The good and evil platform, teaching him how to read and practice the sword. The bridge of helplessness, holding an umbrella with him, walking together. the Green Heaven Hall, suffering all kinds of punishment, wandering alone. He became more and more anxious and helpless in the night. Suddenly, he ran to a spacious place. Suddenly, the clouds parted and the fog cleared. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Mo Ran gasped for breath and stopped. Tong Tien Pagoda, the place where he died in his previous life. The place where he and Chu Waning first met. His heart beat like a drum. His eyes were in chaos. He was chased by the past like a tide. He could not resist or hide. In the end, he was forced to hear. The moon was white and the wind was clear. When he first met June, Mo Ran finally stopped running. He knew that he could no longer escape. In this life, he was destined to O Chu Waning. He slowly walked up the steps to the crabapple tree that was still in the air. He reached out and stroked the dry tree trunk. It was hard like a cocoon on his heart. At this time, it had been nearly 3 days since Chu Waning died. Mo Ran looked up. He suddenly saw that the tree was as gentle as before. At this time, he suddenly felt a burst of endless sadness. He pressed his forehead against the tree trunk. Finally, he lost his voice and cried. His tears fell like rain. Shizun, Shizun. He choked and murmured. He repeatedly said the words when he first met Chu Waning. Pay attention to me, please, pay attention to me. But things were the same, people were different. In front of Tong Tien Tower, he was the only one left. No one paid attention to him. No one would come again. After being reborn, Mo Ran had the body of a teenager. But inside his body was the soul of the 32-year-old Emperor Ta. He had seen too many deaths and tasted the sweetness of the world. Since he was reborn, the emotions in his heart were not so sincere and clear. It always seemed like there was a layer of mask covering them. But at this moment, his face suddenly showed such confusion and pain. It was naked, tender, pure, and inexperienced. Only at this moment did he truly look like an ordinary teenager who had lost his Shizun. Like an abandoned child. Like a lonely dog who had lost his home and could no longer find his way back. He said, "Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me." But, in the end, what responded to him was only the swaying leaves and the lush shadow of the flowers. And the handsome man under the crabapple tree would never again, and could never again raise his head to look at him. Even if it was the last time. Chapter 99. That night, Mo Ran leaned against the crabapple tree and fell asleep. There were many places on the peak of life and death that had traces of Chu Waning's life. If he wanted to pay homage, it was best to go to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. However, he could only lean against this tree so that his heart would not hurt so much. Only then could he feel a little bit of the human world. He once thought that it was his greatest misfortune to have Chu Waning as his teacher. This bow was wrong from the beginning. However, only today did he understand that the unfortunate person was not him, Mo Weiyu. Instead, it was Chu Waning who was standing among the flowers with his head lowered in contemplation. Immortal Master, please pay attention to me." He vaguely remembered the first sentence he said to his teacher. It seemed to be like this. Perhaps there were some differences in the words. It had been too long, so he could not remember it so clearly. However, he could clearly remember that when Chu Waning raised his eyelashes, that blank and slightly stunned face. Between his eyebrows, he looked very gentle. Now, Mo Ran was lying under the tree. He thought, if time could go back to the day when he chose his teacher, no matter what, he would not pester Chu Waning to accept him as his disciple. Because the moment he raised his eyes, the price he had to pay was the endless entanglement that followed Chu Waning's life. 2 lifetimes. He destroyed them all in his own hands. 2 lifetimes, his throat moved, and he choked and closed his eyes. He was in the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. After a long time, he fell into a light sleep. Then, the memory that he did not dare to touch easily since his rebirth broke free from the shackles in his sleep. Holding a knife, he dug out his heart. At that time, he had already reached the peak of the human world. Chu Waning had already been crippled of his spiritual nucleus and was under house arrest in the palace without freedom. However, He suffered several assassinations in succession. The last assassination was even done by Xue Meng and my Hanxue. Although Mo Ran did not die on the spot because of his strong mana, he was seriously injured. He recuperated in the palace for more than a month before he recovered his energy. There was a lot of rain in the center of Shu. During that period of time, the rain did not stop. Mo Ran was draped in a thick brocade robe, his jade-like fingers gripping the lapels of his robe as he stood under the veranda, looking at the dark sky outside. His expression was a little happy and a little crazy. He didn't say anything, but everyone could feel the twisted humanity in him. He clearly had an extremely handsome face, but the light in his eyes was often gloomy and tyrannical, without the slightest bit of warmth. The longer he sat in his high position, the more obvious this gloominess became. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. He didn't turn around and only said, "You're here? You want to destroy the Kunlun treading snow palace?" Chu Waning's voice resounded faintly in the hall. Mo Ran said, "So what if he is? Did you forget what you promised me? You said that you wouldn't harm Xue Meng's life again." Mo Ran said calmly, "Shizun came, but you didn't ask about my injuries. Standing here in the cold wind, you only care about who I kill and who I don't kill. Mo Weiyu, I came to tell you, don't do anything you will regret." "Ha, regret? The one who should regret is you, Shizun. Back then, when I slaughtered the Confucian Wind sect, you and I fought a life and death battle, and your spiritual core was shattered. Now that I want to destroy the treading snow palace, you are no different from a mortal. You don't even have the ability to fight me anymore. Do you regret meddling in other people's business?" After Mo Ran finished speaking, he turned his face and looked back. There was a trace of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Chu Waning, you are now a cripple. What can you use to stop me?" Perhaps because he really had nothing left, Chu Waning was speechless for a long time. With a thunderous boom, heavy rain poured down, flowing down the roof tiles and beams. Chu Waning finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he softly said, "Don't go." His black robe fluttering, Mo Ran turned around. Behind him was the leaden-grey sky, the chilly wind and rain. He looked at Chu Waning in the hall, and then said, "Why don't I go? I gave Xue Meng a chance. That year, you were willing to submit to me for him. I kept my promise and took your people, but spared his life. Now that he wants to kill me, tell me, why don't I go?" "What? Can't say anything?" Mo Ran laughed coldly. "Reprimand me, curse me. Chu Waning, aren't you very capable? I know that Xue Meng is your flesh and blood, the disciple you are most proud of. You think that he has a pure heart, but I am just a piece of mud under his shoes. Enough." Chu Waning's face was pale. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was suppressing something. "Not enough. How can it be enough?" When Mo Ran saw this, the cruel pleasure in his heart grew stronger. Rage, ecstasy, hatred, jealousy, all kinds of intense emotions were like oil on fire, burning his heart. His eyes were extremely bright, shining with light. He paced back and forth. "There is no second chance, Chu Waning, he does not have a second chance. I want to kill him, peel off his skin and step on it, use his skull to drink wine. I want to dig out his liver and intestines, chop up his flesh and make soup. You can't stop me. Chu Waning, you can't stop me." His eyes were red, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He was almost deranged. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar and slapped him in the face. "Are you done being crazy?" Chu Waning's face was so close that he could see the other's eyelashes trembling, and tears in the other's eyes. Mo Ran. Wake up, I'm awake." The burning pain on his face made him even more crazy. He stared at Chu Waning's face, and suddenly became furious. "I'm awake. The one sleeping is you. Are you blind?" He pushed the other away and tore open his own collar, revealing the blood-red gauze underneath. "Are you blind, Chu Waning?" He roared angrily, poking his own chest, but felt that it was not enough, so he viciously tore off the gauze, revealing a bloody mess. "Who did this?" "Your good disciple, Xue Meng. If his dragon city was a bit more to the side, I would have died. Tell me, why should I let him go?" In your eyes, only his life is life, and mine is not, right? Under the hatred, Mo Ran suddenly grabbed Chu Waning's hand and stuck it to his bloody wound. Didn't you want to stop me? Fine, I'll give you a chance, take out my heart. Chu Waning, if you have the fucking ability, take out my heart. Chu Waning's fingertips were trembling, so cold, so cold. Mo Ran stared at him, furious, ruthless, and the veins on his neck were trembling. He said hoarsely, take it out. Outside, the rain was pouring down, hitting the roof tiles and eaves. It was apprehensive and crazy. Dead silence. No one moved. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ran finally released Chu Waning's hand. He gasped for breath and said in a deep voice, Shue Ziming and my Hanshua's lives, I want them. You hate me, Shizun. Mo Ran said, in any case, my life is like this, our lives are like this. We can't turn back, so let's just walk in the dark. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'll drag some old friends to accompany me. That day, Chu Waning looked at his departing back and said one last sentence. He said, Mo Ran, if you destroy Treading Snow Palace and kill Shue Meng, I will also die in front of you. I have nothing to exchange with you, but at least I can choose to die. Mo Ran heard this, paused, and then turned half of his handsome face. In the hazy wind and rain, he revealed a smile. With this seat here, you won't die. Even if your blood runs out, I can still bring you back from the Yama Palace. Even if you disgust me in this life, you still have to live with me. After Mo Ran released his madness, his face gradually regained its usual calm and cold killing intent. He said, my good Shizun, you should obediently stay at the peak of life and death. When I catch Shue Meng and come back, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. Now that he is under me, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. In any case, we are from the same sect, so I should let him die clearly and clearly. However, Mo Ran never thought that Grandmaster Chu would still be Grandmaster Chu after all. A month later, Mo Ran fulfilled his grand promise. He stood proudly at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, in front of the heavenly lake. Mai Hanxue and Shue Meng had already been captured by him and bound to an ice pillar. Then, he used the exquisite chess game to control the minds of the 1,000 people of Treading Snow Palace, making them slaughter each other in front of Mai and Shue. In a flash, the pure white snow mountain was dyed red. Blood dyed the heavenly lake red and soaked the mountain range. Mo Ran calmly sat in front of the Treading Snow Palace's entrance. While eating grapes handed to him by a servant, he smiled at the scene in front of him. He asked Shue Meng, whose eyes were almost out of focus. He said, Meng Meng, is it good? Shue Meng did not respond, as if he had lost his hearing. Mo Ran was very satisfied with this and smiled even more intimately. He asked again, did you like the performance that cousin showed you? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Suddenly hearing such a weak murmur, Mo Ran blinked and asked, what? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Shue Meng's burning eyes no longer had any light. Let go of them, let go of my Hanxue. That assassination, the one who wanted your life was me. You can kill me, but don't implicate others. Mo Ran laughed in spite of himself. Are you negotiating with me? No. Shue Meng stared blankly. He said, I am begging you. The proud son of heaven said, I am begging you. The demon in his heart was suddenly pleased. Mo Ran's eyes lit up, as if he was interested. He pinched Shue Meng's chin, forcing him to look up at him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a blue light on the horizon. What's going on? Before his servant could answer, he saw that above the snowy peak of Kui Wei, a brilliant array stretched for thousands of miles, covering the entire Kunlun mountain range. Above the array, Chu Waning stood in the clouds, his clothes as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. In front of him hung a strangely shaped guqin. It was completely black, the end of the guqin curled up, spreading out lush branches and leaves. The begonia on the guqin wept, its brilliance scattered. Chu Waning's third divine martial, 9 songs. Chapter 100. Mo Ran was terrified. In his life, He had only seen Chu Waning's 9 songs once, during the life and death battle. Chu Waning had summoned the ancient zither 9 songs, and the sound of the zither had broken through the air and entered the clouds. The living monsters, strange beasts, and birds that were controlled by the exquisite chess game were recalled by the 9 songs. With one song, Mo Rant's millions of chess pieces were thrown into chaos. But summoning the divine marshal required the activation of the spirit nucleus, which consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Chu Waning could not even summon back his usual Heaven's Inquisition, so how could he suddenly summon the 9 songs that was even more powerful than Heaven's Inquisition? The fierce battle on the Heavenly Lake was not inferior to the life-or-death battle between the master and disciple back then. But Mo Ran could not remember so many details. After this bloody battle, there was finally no one by his side that he could talk to. In fact, when Mo Ran died in his previous life, he did not understand why Chu Waning could use his own soul to summon the 9 songs. This was a connection that no divine marshal would have with its master, but Chu Waning did it. On that day, the exquisite chess pieces made by Mo Ran were shattered into dust by the zither music. The power of the 9 songs was purer and more powerful than the first time he saw it. It was so powerful that he even suspected that Chu Waning's spirit nucleus was not broken at all. For so many years, it was Chu Waning who was pretending, enduring humiliation, and wanting to avenge his shame. Later on, he could not help but think that if it was really like this, then it would be good. If Chu Waning was really pretending, then maybe things would not have reached that final step. How good would that be? The 9 songs destroyed Mo Rant's forbidden technique, causing the cultivators who were in the middle of killing each other to suddenly wake up. It even broke the ice pillars that imprisoned Xue Meng and my Hanxue. Mo Ran flew into the clouds, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with both anger and joy. He wanted to see just how many more shocking moves Chu Waning had yet to use. He stepped on the top of the barrier and walked closer, standing in front of Chu Waning. He saw the pair of pale and slender hands slow down and stroke the strings of the 9 songs guqin. The sound of the guqin stopped. Chu Waning raised his head. His face was as white as snow under the sun. He said, "Mo Ran, come here." For some reason, he walked over to him. Chu Waning's finger moved slightly, and a few jade-green rays of light flew towards Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran was shocked. He thought that Chu Waning was going to kill him. However, that brilliance was neither painful nor itchy. It lingered in front of his chest and slowly seeped into his skin. It was actually indescribably warm. "The sword that Xue Meng injured you, I healed it for you." Chu Waning sighed softly. "Let him go, Mo Ran. If he is no longer here, if you want to find someone to talk about the past, who can you find?" Before Mo Ran could react to what he meant, the powerful barrier beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. Along with it, the 9 songs guqin that Chu Waning had summoned also disappeared. He immediately raised his hand to summon the Modao does not return, only then did he stand in the clouds. However, Chu Waning fell down like a fallen leaf, as if that song just now had used up the last of his strength. Waning. His expression suddenly changed. He flew down with his sword, and before that person was about to fall into the ice-cold Heaven Lake, he grabbed him into his arms. "Chu Waning. You. Chu Waning closed his eyes. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Dignity was extremely important to him. Even if he was imprisoned in the Shaman Mountain Palace, he still did not bend his spine. He rarely embarrassed himself. However, right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. His usually upright and elegant appearance was now in such a sorry state. Chu Waning swallowed a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely, "You said that life and death is not up to me. But look, Mo Ran. You still underestimated your teacher. If I was determined to leave, even if you tried to stop, you would not be able to stop me." "Teacher." Mo Ran looked at him. He felt a chill in his heart. His scalp was numb. He was actually at a loss as to what to do as he shouted. Chu Waning laughed. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy. "Originally, I had been living like this because I was a little unwilling. I always wanted to accompany you for a few more years so that I could teach you not to commit more sins. But now, Now, Mo-Ran trembled. He held the person in his arms. He suddenly felt very scared. Scared. This emotion did not belong to him for more than 10 years. Now, it suddenly attacked him. It was so strong that it almost dug out his heart. But now, I know that only my death can make you not do evil anymore. When he said this, he seemed to be in extreme pain. Forcefully summoning Ju Ji was too much for his body to handle. Some of his organs were broken again. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Mo-Ran held him and landed beside the heavenly lake. His expression was crazed and painful. He kept sending spiritual energy into Chu Wansheng's chest. However, when that powerful energy entered Chu Waning's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not return. Mo-Ran was really panicking. The Emperor Ta hugged the person in his arms tightly. He failed again and again, but he tried again and again to give him some spiritual energy. It's useless. Mo-Ran, I used my life to summon Ju Ji. My life and death have been decided. If you still have some sense in your heart, please, let me go. Let go of who? Shuemeng. My Hanshue? Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace? Or the entire cultivation world? Yes, he could let them go. As long as Chu Waning lived, as long as this person he hated so much didn't die like this. Chu Waning raised his trembling hand. His cold fingertips seemed to be sympathetic, but also seemed to be intimate. He gently tapped Mo-Ran's forehead. He said, please, let go of yourself. The ferocious look on Mo-Ran's face froze in an instant. Let go of who? Who was he thinking about before he died? Let go of yourself, was that what he said? The Emperor Ta hugged him. He seemed to be at a loss. He seemed to be happy. He seemed to be in great pain. He seemed to be satisfied. Let go of myself. Your last wish is for me to let go of myself. Mo-Ran muttered. His eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly laughed out loud. That laughter was like a fierce fire. It penetrated the clouds and burned away all reason and consciousness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, let go of myself. Chu Waning, you're crazier than me. You're so naive, ha 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 ha. The entire Kunlun mountain reverberated with his disgusting and mocking laughter. It was twisted, unrecognizable, and chilling. Chu Waning swallowed the blood in Mo-Ran's crazy laughter. If he still had strength, his expression would be extremely painful. But he didn't even have the strength to frown. Only his pair of phoenix eyes, those phoenix eyes that used to be sharp, resolute, stern, or gentle, were filled with sorrow. They were as pure as the snow in the heavenly lake. They were hazy like frost on the roof tiles. Chu Waning's eyes gradually lost focus. Her eyes, which had once been as bright as lightning, gradually lost focus. She could no longer see anything clearly. In the end, he said softly to Mo-Ran, don't laugh. Seeing you like this makes my heart very sad. Mo-Ran, in this life, no matter what happens in the end. I didn't teach you well at the beginning. I said you were inferior and difficult to cultivate. I mistreated you. I won't blame you in life or death. Chu Waning's pale face didn't have any color. His lips were pale. He tried to look up and look at Mo-Ran's face. He opened his eyes. He wanted to cry, but what slowly flowed out of his eyes was blood. It flowed down his cheeks. Chu Waning cried. He said, but you really hate me that much, until the end, you're not even willing to give me a moment of peace, Mo-Ran. Mo-Ran, don't be like this. Wake up. Turn back, wake up. He wanted him to wake up, but he opened his eyes blankly and fell asleep just like that. Mo-Ran couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe that Chu Waning had died just like that. A grandmaster of a generation, a high mountain to look up to. His own teacher, the person he hated so much, had died just like that. Lying in his arms, beside the blood-soaked Heaven Mountain heavenly lake. Bit by bit, the cold turned into frost and snow, condensing into ice. Chu Waning's face was full of blood. Mo-Ran lowered his head and looked at it for a while. He raised his sleeves and tried to wipe it clean. But there was too much blood. The more he wiped, the dirtier that originally cold and clean face became. Mo Ran pursed his lips and wiped them with all his might. But what he got was a face mottled with blood. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly anymore. He finally stopped laughing. He closed his eyes and said softly, "This time you've won, Chu Warning. I can't stop you from dying." After a pause, he opened his eyes again. They seemed dark and cold, but they burned with the fire of the abyss. He said, "But you underestimate me too much. If you don't want to live, I can't stop you. But if I don't want you to die, you can't stop me either." Mo Ran didn't announce Chu Warning's life or death. He brought him back to the peak of life and death. At that time, he already had the ability to reach the heavens. He could guarantee that the corpse would never wither. He placed Chu Warning's body in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He forced Chu Warning to live like this. It was too difficult for him to admit that he killed the last person in the world who cared about him. As long as Chu Warning's body didn't turn into ashes, as long as he could still see him every day, he could feel that Chu Warning was not dead. His crazy hatred, his twisted love, there was still a place where he could vent, a place where he could entrust himself. The celestial treading monarch had finally gone completely mad. After Chu Warning left, he went to the Red Lotus Pavilion every day to see his body. In the beginning, his eyes flashed with a vicious light. He cursed in front of the body. He said, "Chu Warning, you deserve it. You saved everyone in the world, but not me. You hypocrite. What kind of master are you? I was blind to have you as my master, bastard." Later, he would ask every day, "Why did you sleep for so long? When are you going to wake up? I've already let go of Shuemeng. You're almost done. Get up." Every time he said this, the servants by his side thought that he had lost his mind, that he was crazy. His wife, Song Chotong, also thought that he was crazy. She was very scared, so after a rare pleasure, she said to him, "Mo Ran, the dead can't come back to life. I know you're sad, but you, who's sad?" Song Chotong was very good at reading people's expressions. These years, she was very careful around Mo Ran. Seeing his unkind expression, she immediately shut up and lowered her eyes. "I was wrong. Don't." Mo Ran did not let her go easily this time. He narrowed his eyes. "You spat out the words. Why did you swallow them? Tell me, who's sad?" "Your Majesty." Mo Ran's black eyes were filled with thunder. He suddenly sat up and grabbed Chotong's slender neck. He picked up the woman who was touching him with one hand and threw her off the bed. His face changed, becoming a vicious face of a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. "What do you mean by the dead can't come back to life? Who's dead? Who's going to come back to life?" Mo Ran gritted his teeth. "No one died, no one wants to come back to life, and no one is sad." Song Chotong's lips trembled. She wanted to struggle, but just as she said, "Red Lotus Pavilion," Mo Ran's eyes turned red. He was furious. "There's only one unconscious Chu Warning in the Red Lotus Pavilion. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to tell me? Evil creature." Song Chotong saw that Mo Ran had lost control of his anger. Her heart trembled. She did not know what crazy thing he would do if this continued. She threw caution to the wind and raised her voice. "Your Majesty, the one lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion is a dead person. You spend your days here, so how can I not be worried?" She said it cleverly. In order to not let Mo Ran blame her, she even said that her selfish desire was out of concern for Mo Ran. Mo Ran stared at her. His breathing gradually stabilized. It seemed that he had more or less listened to her. He no longer shouted at her. After a while, he said, "I've made you worry." Song Chotong let out a sigh of relief. "For your Majesty's good health, I can disregard life and death. Your Majesty is very affectionate, but you shouldn't be so depressed." "Then what do you think I should do?" "I said too much for your Majesty's good. In my opinion, one day Grandmaster Chu should be buried. He's no longer here. If his body is left empty like this, it will only make your Majesty feel more pain." "What else? You haven't said everything. Why don't you say it all today?" Song Chotong saw that his expression was gradually relaxing. She felt slightly relieved. She lowered her half-closed eyes and slightly tilted her head. She knew that her appearance was most similar to Shimingjing's. She firmly believed that Shimingjing was Mo Weiyu's weak spot. Although she didn't understand why she couldn't arouse Mo Ran's interest even though she meticulously embellished and imitated Shimingjing's appearance. Although this unpredictable man liked her company, ever since they got married, unless he was extremely depressed or drunk, he would never touch her. Song Chotong felt that perhaps it was because Mo Ran didn't like women that much. In short, it clearly had nothing to do with Shimingjing. Not to mention her, the entire peak of life and death knew that the man who died many years ago was the Emperor Ta's true love. What was Chu Waning? Song Chotong thought that he was just a plaything that the Emperor Ta used to vent his love. He was a man that the Emperor Ta was tired of using. Although Chu Waning used his life in exchange for Mo Weiyu's restlessness after his death, she understood that this was just a moment of guilt and a moment of unfamiliarity. She was confident that with a face that was so similar to Shimingjing's, the living dead in the Red Lotus Pavilion was no match for her. But Mo Ran couldn't continue like this. Now that the world was in chaos and war was everywhere, she was afraid that she would follow the wrong master. If Mo Ran's power was gone, she was no longer young. She probably wouldn't be able to find a tree that reached the sky that she could cling to. Therefore, she sincerely hoped that Mo Ran would pull himself together and stop being so crazy. So she thought about it and weighed the pros and cons. In the end, she gathered her courage and said, after Grandmaster Chu left, "No one deserves to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion." Mo Ran said, "That's right. Go on. I think that since it's like this, Your Majesty will only recall the scenery if you go to the pavilion. Why don't you? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Why don't we seal the Red Lotus Pavilion? One pavilion for one master, that's a good story. Chapter 101. Mo Ran didn't say anything. After a long time, he smiled brightly. What a good only one master lives in a pavilion. What a good story. He slowly stepped on the cold stone with his bare toes. The veins on the backs of his feet could be seen as he stopped in front of Chotong. Then Mo Ran raised one foot and used the tip of his foot to lift Chotong's chin, making her look up at him. You've been holding these words in your heart for a long time, haven't you? He looked at her panic-stricken face and smiled. Empress Song, there are many things in the past that I haven't asked you properly. Since you've told me these heartfelt words today, why don't we be honest to the end? Come, I'll talk to you. Let's start with the recent events. On the day I went to treading in Snow Palace, I clearly locked Chu Waning in his bedroom. Tell me, why did he appear in Kunlun Mountain? Who was the one who unsealed him and told him to come find me? Song Chotong's body suddenly trembled. I don't know. She was too anxious to explain and even forgot to say concubine. Instead, she used I. Mo Ran smiled. He said, all right, you don't know this, then I'll ask you the next one. That year, I conferred you the title of Empress and made you decide life and death. Later on, I had to go to Yin Mountain. When I left, Chu Waning was locked up in the water prison to reflect on himself because he was disobedient. When he mentioned this matter, Song Chotong's face couldn't help but turn pale. Her lips couldn't help but tremble. You used the excuse of investigating the prison to visit him. But he looked down on you. Yes. Song Chotong hurriedly said, but Your Majesty. Mo Ran, I told you this before. Grandmaster Chu told me to get out of the prison and insulted me. Not only did he scold me, he also scolded Your Majesty. At that time, I was so angry. This seat knows. Mo Ran smiled slightly. You were angry at that time, but Chu Waning was a person who committed a serious crime. Without this seat's permission, you couldn't punish him. So you punished him lightly and ordered the servants to pull out 10 of his fingernails. Then, you nailed thorns to each of his fingertips. Song Chotong's eyes were filled with fear. Your Majesty, when you came back, you praised me for doing a good job. Mo Ran smiled. Oh, really? Mo Ran sighed softly. He smiled and said, Chotong, it's been too long. What this seat said back then, and what I didn't say, I've already forgotten. The woman had clearly guessed Mo Ran's thoughts from just now, but when she heard these words, her body still trembled violently. This seat has been dreaming these days. I dreamed that day, when this seat came back from Yin Mountain and entered the water prison, I saw his hands festering and covered in blood. Mo Ran said slowly. In the end, his voice suddenly tightened and his eyes shone with cold light. This seat is not happy. Song Chotong said helplessly, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. No, Mo Ran, listen to me. Calm down and listen to me. This seat is not happy. Mo Ran seemed to not hear anything. Expressionlessly, he lowered his head and looked coldly at the woman who was curled up in a ball on the ground. Can you please coax me? His frosty expression, paired with this kind of arrogant pleading, even though Song Chotong had accompanied him for so many years, she couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over her body. Even her scalp felt numb. She smelled the scent of a storm. She raised her dark brown eyes and looked up at him. She crawled over and leaned against Mo Ran's ankle. Okay, whatever Mo Ran says is good. What does Mo Ran want me to do to make him happy? I'll definitely be good, good. Mo Ran leaned over and pinched her chin, lifting her face. He smiled. It was very cute and innocent. Just like the first time he saw her at Confucian Wind Sect, he sweetly revealed 2 deep dimples and pulled on her sleeve. Little Shamai, what's your name? Aya. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Just talk to me, okay? She shuddered. After so many years, he practically used the same expression, the same tone, but the words were different. He sweetly and gently said, Chotong, this lord knows that you're sincere. In order to make this lord happy, you're willing to do anything. His fingertips stroked her soft lips. Her entire face was very similar to Shimingjing's. Mo Ran's eyelashes trembled. He calmly looked at those 2 flower-like lips. Finally, he said, then wait for this lord on the road to the Yellow Springs. He asked gently, is that all right? Song Chotong's tears overflowed. It wasn't because of sadness, but because of fear. She already knew that Mo Ran would definitely not have a good ending when he brought up the matter of her torment of Chu Wanning. But at most, she could only think of being beaten with a rod. She used up all her courage, but she didn't think that Mo Ran would actually. He actually would. He actually had the heart. Crazy. 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 Mo Ran raised his head and laughed lowly. His laughter became more and more wanton, more and more arrogant. He laughed as he kicked open the door of the bedroom and laughed as he strode out of the hall. He walked in the wind and trampled on thousands of lives. Now it was her turn. Crazy. Crazy. Mo Weiyu had gone crazy. Song Chotong fell to her knees on the cold golden bricks and cold stones. The passion of joy in the bedchamber had not yet dissipated, but the flames of hell had already started burning. She opened her mouth, raised her head, and struggled to look at the sunlight shining in from outside the hall. Dawn had arrived. The sunlight was blood red. It dyed her eyes red. She heard Mo Ran shout from afar, as if he was casually ordering what to eat for dinner. Someone come, drag the Empress out. Your Majesty. The palace servants outside reacted in panic. Your Majesty, this, throw her into the cauldron and fry her alive. Song Chotong suddenly couldn't hear anything. It was as if her entire body had sunk into the ocean. She couldn't hear anything. Cook her alive for fun, cook her alive, ha ha. Ha 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 ha, he walked further and further away. Only his laughter and shouts were like a vulture, circling the peak of life and death, lingering for a long time. The morning sun dragged his shadow very long. It was a lonely trace on the ground. He slowly walked, slowly walked. At first, there seemed to be 2 youths standing beside him, as well as a tall white-clothed man. Later, those 2 figures disappeared. Only the white-clothed man was left to accompany him. After that, the white-clothed man also disappeared into the golden light of dawn. The rising sun was pure and holy. It took away the same pure and holy person, leaving him alone in hell, in the sea of blood, in the demons and monsters. He was left alone. The more he walked, the lonelier he became. The more he walked, the colder he became. In the end, he suddenly felt like he was already dead. He was already dead. The more he walked, the crazier he became. Mo Ran remembered that in the last year before he committed suicide, sometimes when he looked into the bronze mirror, he couldn't recognize what kind of monster was reflected in it. He even remembered that on the night before he died, he was sitting in the bamboo pavilion of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. There was only one old servant beside him. He asked the old servant lazily, "Eunuch Liu, tell this seat, what kind of person was this seat originally?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, he looked at the reflection in the pond and said to himself, "When this seat was young, I don't think I had this kind of hair braid. This kind of pearl crown, I didn't even touch it. Am I right?" Eunuch Liu sighed and replied, "Your Majesty is right. This crown and braid were all given to you by Empress Song after you ascended the throne." "Oh, you're talking about Song Qiutong." Mo Ran sneered. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of pear blossom by one. "So I actually listened to her instructions back then?" Perhaps because he didn't have much time left, he wasn't afraid of being in the emperor's heart. If he didn't get his way, he would take his head. The old man was telling the truth. Eunuch Liu lowered his eyes and said, "Yes, when your Majesty first ascended the throne, Empress Song was extremely favored. For a period of time, your Majesty did whatever Empress Song said. All of this. Has your Majesty forgotten?" "Forgotten?" Mo Ran smiled. "I haven't forgotten. How could I forget? After she married Song Qiutong, she didn't know who leaked the news, telling her that the reason why His Majesty favored her was because her appearance was similar to the late Shi Mingjing. She was a clever person. She constantly inquired about Shimai's behavior. She faintly appeared in their married life, like an old friend returning home. How could she forget?" Mo Ran smiled sorrowfully. Suddenly, he took off the crown on his hair bun. Without looking, he threw it into the lake. It startled a group of koi fish, making the figure in the lake look even more crooked and ferocious. In this ferocious scene, he took off his braid and let his ink-black hair down. He leaned to the side of the lake, letting the sparkling water reflect on his face, making it uncertain whether it was bright or clear. "All right, I've lost the crown and the hair bun. Old Liu, help me think again. What do I need to return to my appearance before I ascended the throne? Is it a headband?" Mo Ran looked at the reflection and said, "The most common blue headband of the disciples at the peak of life and death. Is there any left in the palace?" "There is. In the first year of your Majesty's ascension, when you took off the peak of life and death disciple uniform, you told this old servant to put it away. If your Majesty wants it, this old servant will help you get it." "Very good. Go. Other than the headband, get the rest as well." Eunuch Liu returned with a stack of old clothes in his hands. Mo Ran sat up. His fingertips touched the cotton and linen texture. Suddenly, the past slowly flipped over, falling on a heart full of holes like a withered leaf. In a moment of excitement, he casually picked up a robe, wanting to put it on. But the clothes from his youth were already too small. No matter how he fiddled with them, he could not put them back on. He was suddenly furious. "Why can't I put them on? Why can't I go back?" He was like a trapped beast circling in a cage. His expression was crazy, and his eyes were frightening. "That's my robe. Are these my robes? Did you take them by mistake? If they are my clothes, why can't I put them on? Why can't I put them on?" This old servant was used to seeing his master's crazy appearance. He used to think that Mo Ran was very scary. But today, for no reason, he felt that this man was very pitiful. He was not looking for clothes. He was clearly looking for himself who could never come back. "Your Majesty." The old man sighed faintly. "Let it go. You are no longer the young man of yesterday." Mo Ran was originally raging, but when he heard this, he turned around fiercely. He stared at the old man's face, but he seemed to be choked and could not say anything. Only the corners of his eyes were red. He could not stop gasping for breath. After a long time, he said, Not anymore. Can't go back. Can't go back." For the first time, the 32-year-old man's face showed a kind of confusion and helplessness that only children would have. He closed his eyes and his Adam's apple moved. The old servant standing beside him with his head down thought that when he opened his eyes, He would fiercely bare his molars and fangs and tear everything in front of him to pieces. But when Mo Ran opened his eyes again, his eyes were a little wet. Perhaps it was this kind of wetness that extinguished the fire in his heart. Mo Ran opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and tired. Okay. Can't go back. Can't go back. He put down his robe tiredly and sat down by the stone table. He buried his face in his palms. After a long time, he said, then put on a headband. Your Majesty. Why do you have to? It's time for me to die. When I die, I don't want to be too lonely. When Mo Ran said this, he still did not put down his palms. No one could see the expression on his face. I want to change my clothes. I feel that I have an old friend with me. Liu Gong sighed. That's fake. Fake is good. Mo Ran said. Even if it's fake, it's better than nothing. He tied up his long hair and twisted it again and again. Then he picked up a hairpin with faded edges from the pile of old clothes. He wanted to fasten it on the side of his hair like he did when he was young. But when he looked at the reflection in the water, he stopped. Was it the left or the right? It had been too long since he used this hairpin. His memory had become so blurry. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He said, Old Liu, do you know how I combed my hair back then? In reply to your Majesty, this old servant only came to the palace to serve in the 2nd year after you ascended the throne. This old servant does not know. Mo Ran said, but I can't remember. I want someone to tell me. Tell me, where is there such a person who can tell me? Mo Ran murmured. Who can tell me, back then, what I looked like? Old Liu sighed. He could not name anyone. Mo Ran knew in his heart that this old man could not give him an answer. He held the black hairpin in confusion. Left, right, and finally left. It seems so. Mo Ran said, I'll go ask him. He walked to the depths of the waterside pavilion and came to the side of the red lotus pond. Chu Waning's corpse lay there. It was no different from sleeping. Mo Ran sat on the ground. He rested his chin on his hand and said, Shizun. The wind carried the fragrance of the lotus. He looked at the intoxicated man in the pool with his eyes closed. He suddenly felt that there were many things he wanted to say, but he did not know what to say. He always seemed to have a chest full of feelings for Chu Waning. But those feelings were too mixed. There were so many joys and sorrows. He could not tell if he hated this person more, or if he had more other feelings. He really did not know how to treat this person. He had once told himself that keeping Chu Waning by his side was only to vent his hatred, to satisfy his selfish desires. But after Chu Waning died, he left behind this corpse that could no longer be entangled with him. He had already set up a grave, but he could not bear to bury it. In reality, what was the use of leaving this cold corpse that could not move and could not speak? He probably was not clear about it himself. He had experienced too much. The little bit of cleanliness in the beginning had been completely drowned out. When Chu Waning was alive, the two of them rarely had the chance to spend time together peacefully. Now that Chu Waning was dead, there was a cruel gentleness between the living and the dead. Mo Ran often came to visit him, carrying a pot of pear blossom white. He only looked and did not speak much. At this moment, the rebel army surrounded the mountain. He knew that his life was coming to an end, and Chu Waning's corpse was the only person who had accompanied him for a long time. Mo Ran suddenly wanted to have a good chat with this cold corpse. In any case, Chu Waning was already a corpse. He could not resist or scold him. No matter what he said, he had to listen obediently. But when he moved his mouth, his throat choked up. In the end, he only said one sentence. Shizun, listen to me. His eyes were red. Then he took a deep breath and slowly walked down the endless stairs. He could not collapse. Uncle. Randa, where did you go? You worried me to death. If something happened to you, how could I face you hung in the afterlife? It's my fault. Mo Ran said, I'm fine. I made Uncle worry. Shui Jingyong shook his head. He did not know what to say. He only patted Mo Ran's shoulder. After a while, he said, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're much better than Meng Er." Mo Ran asked hoarsely, "Where's Shui Meng?" "He's sick. His fever won't subside. He just drank some medicine and fell asleep." Fortunately, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he cried. No one could persuade him. Shui Jingyong seemed very tired. The infernal hell's sky-splitting incident caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. The upper cultivation world also began to send people to investigate the matter. However, the person behind the scenes dealt with it extremely cleanly. Colorful Butterfly Town was almost razed to the ground in the bloody battle. Not a single clue was found. Hearing this news, Mo Ran did not find it strange. That person's ability was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Even his expectations were beyond his expectations. How could someone who could take Chu Waning's life leave behind something that could be used against them so easily? What do they plan to do with the upper cultivation world? Shui Jingyong said, for this matter, they decided to set an example for each sect and discuss it at the peak of Spirit Mountain. "I'm leaving tomorrow, but with Meng Er like this, I'm really worried." He was right. In the colorful Butterfly Town incident, even the world's #1 Grandmaster, Chu Waning, lost his life. No matter how indifferent the upper cultivation world was, it was impossible for them to sit idly by. Who was the person who laid down the formation and opened the barrier? Why did he do this? What will this person's next move be? These three questions hovered in everyone's heart like vultures. Everyone wanted to know the answer. However, after investigating for a long time, they were still at a loss. Left with no choice, they could only join hands. Mo Ran said, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll help Aunt take care of the sect's affairs." That's good, Sai, it's been hard on you guys." Shui Jingyong left, and Shui Meng was absent-minded all day long. The backlog of letters fell on Mo Ran's shoulders. Mo Ran immersed himself in the letters. He didn't dare to slack off for a moment, because as soon as he stopped to think or take a break, the intense pain and regret would drag him down into the abyss and torture his broken soul. He couldn't wait to bend his head and read the letters day and night to get rid of the endless guilt and torment in his heart. When the Avici hell cracked open, the mortal world was full of yin qi. Many demons that had been dormant for a long time took this opportunity to reappear in Jianghu and wreak havoc everywhere. These days, the letters asking for help from the Life and Death Summit piled up into a small hill. Mo Ran was so busy that he forgot to eat and sleep. He often went to the Danshin Palace at dawn and didn't go back to rest until late at night. But even so, he would still be caught off guard in the sea of books and be pierced by the fragments left behind by Chu Waning. The green zombie is stirring up trouble. The elders and the weak of the 82 households in Fengling village can't stand it. Fortunately, the mecha god of night made by the elders of your sect can temporarily ward off the evil. But it's not a long-term solution. Please. The tear of the candle slowly fell, and a string of sparks burst out of the wick. When Mo Ran came back to his senses, he realized that he had been staring at the letter for a long time. He rubbed the words God of Night with his fingers and thought of Chu Waning in the Red Lotus Pavilion with a ponytail and a file in his mouth, attentively applying tung oil to the mecha. Mo Ran sighed deeply. He touched his forehead with his fingertips and gently rubbed it. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Shamai. A handsome young man in plain white clothes walked in and put down the tray in his hands beside Mo Ran's desk. He rolled up his sleeves and lit the candle. Then he said gently, "Mo Ran, you've been busy all day. Eat something." "Okay." Mo Ran smiled bitterly. He put down the file and pinched between his eyebrows. "I made a bowl of ginseng chicken soup and a few stir-fried dishes." Shamai put the vegetables on the table and tested the temperature of the bowl. "It's okay. It's still warm." As the two of them were eating, Shamai saw a strand of hair falling from his forehead, which made his handsome face look haggard. Shamai reached out and helped him to fix the strand of hair. Mo Ran. "Yes. That day. Did you have something to say to me?" Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. He didn't react for a while. He looked at him and asked, "Which day?" Shimai pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. The day when the sky cracked. You said you were going to help Shizun repair the sky crack. If you still want to say something to me when you come back, then. His voice trailed off and he lowered his head. In the sea of candlelight, Shimai's snow-white earrings seemed to be a little red. Mo Ran stared at them for a long time. He couldn't say anything for a long time. He felt that he loved Shimai deeply, but he didn't have the heart to do so. Not at all. He was indeed shameless. He didn't care about trifles. He didn't care about the criticism of the world. He didn't know what etiquette was. But this didn't mean that he didn't have a heart. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Mo Ran said softly, I feel bad. I think. Now isn't the time to talk about this. So I'll tell you about it later, okay? Shimai suddenly looked up. His beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. He reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and rubbed Shimai's hair. I've always been a stupid person. I have so many things to deal with these days. I don't know when I'll be able to calm down and figure everything out. I'm afraid I'm too hasty. Even the warmth of the candlelight couldn't hide Shimai's face from gradually turning pale. Hasty. After a pause, he suddenly laughed. Mo Ran, it was a matter of life and death. I thought you were going to tell me something you've thought through thoroughly. Yes. Mo Ran frowned. I've kept that matter in my heart for a long time. I've never changed it. But not now. Mo Ran clenched his fists in his sleeves. Not now, Shimai. You don't know. It's a very important matter. I don't want to tell you in such a hurried and uncomfortable situation. Young master. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in recklessly. When he saw that the person in charge of the sect affairs in Danshin Palace was Mo Ran, he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Young Master Mo. After being interrupted, the slight redness on Shimai's face faded. He flung his sleeves and sat back down. His whole person became light and looked very clean. Mo Ran didn't notice the change in his mood. He raised his eyes and asked, What's the matter? There's an important guest outside the mountain gate. I'm here to report. Important guest? Mo Ran said, all the famous people in the 10 biggest sects are at Spirited Mountain. How could there be an important guest? The disciple seemed to be scared and excited. He was incoherent. After a while, he said with a red face, It's Master Huizue of Wubei Temple. What? Even though he was the Emperor Ta, Mo Ran couldn't help but stand up. Shimai was also shocked. Master Huizue? It was no wonder that Mo Ran was so shocked. This Master Huizue was like a legend in the cultivation world. This person had already achieved enlightenment and was supposed to ascend. However, when the gate of heaven opened to him, he stood still and said that he couldn't see through the world of mortals. He couldn't let go of his obsession and couldn't wash away the sins of his early years. In the end, the light disappeared and the lotuses withered. Master Huizue's kasaya was tattered. He pointed his cane and floated away. He didn't become an immortal after all. After he refused to ascend, he went to Wubei Temple to meditate. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. 100 years later, the cultivation world only heard of his name but didn't see him. There were only a few seniors in Jianghu who had seen him. Mo Ran turned the world upside down in his previous life, but he didn't have the chance to meet Master Huizue. This was because Huizue was really too old. A year before Mo Ran reached the peak of the human world, he passed away in a spring rain. No one knew how old he was. Who would have thought that after his rebirth, Master Huizue would visit him in the middle of the night? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He didn't know what Master Huizue wanted to do. But for a moment, Mo Ran remembered the rumors about Master Huizue. Huizue. How could he forget about Master Huizue? In his previous life, when Shimai died, he didn't know that there was such a powerful senior in the cultivation world because of his shallow knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he heard from his subordinates that one of the 3 forbidden techniques, rebirth, was practiced by someone in the world. That person was none other than Huizue. He was in a hurry to go to Wubei Temple to ask for help to bring back Shamai's soul. However, when the people he sent returned, they told him that the master had passed away. He had missed the last chance to bring Shamai back to life. But at this moment, this legendary figure was still alive. Still alive. How could he forget? How could he forget? Mo Ran's heart trembled and his whole body began to tremble. He suddenly stood up and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Quickly invite the master in." Before the disciple who came to report could agree, Mo Ran said again, "No, I'll go outside and welcome him." He hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly saw a yellow shadow flash outside. The candle didn't move. The fire didn't move. There was no wind at all. No one saw clearly. Even Mo Ran, who had good eyesight, didn't see how he came in. A middle-aged monk wearing a bamboo hat and a cassock was already standing in the dancing hall. His figure was like lightning. He stopped right in front of Mo Ran, so close that it seemed a little out of place. "Sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night. Almsgiver Mo, please don't move." A low and gentle voice slowly came from the bamboo hat. When Mo Ran and Shamai heard it, they were both shocked. This voice didn't sound like that of a century-old man. Before they could think, they saw that the monk had removed his bamboo hat. Under the light of the hall, they saw that he was a man in his 30s. He was thin and handsome, and his eyes were bright. They were sharp but not threatening. Instead, they were calm and clear, like the condensed light of the river and the sea. "You are," the monk put his palms together and bowed. "Amitabha, I am Huizue." No one expected that Master Huizue, who was at least 100 years old, would look even younger than Xue Jingyong. For a moment, everyone was speechless. However, Mo Ran was not stupid when it came to cultivation. He remembered that Huizue had given up on ascending and stayed in the mortal world. Except for the final tribulation of reincarnation, he was no different from a deity. Therefore, he was a little relieved. However, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Huizue didn't want to disturb more people, so only the 3 of them sat in the Danshin Palace. Mo Ran personally served the master some hot tea. Huizue took it and thanked him. He put the tea on the small red sandalwood table and slowly raised his head. Although he was very gentle and polite, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Mr. Mo, please forgive me for being presumptuous. But I am here today for an old friend." Mo Ran's heart raced, and he felt dizzy. His knuckles pinched the corner of the table so hard that the table was about to be crushed. He stared at Master Huizue's face. All kinds of words from his previous life came back to him like snowflakes. It is said that only one person in the world has successfully used the art of rebirth, one of the 3 great forbidden arts. But rumors are just rumors. I don't know if they are true or not. Where is Master Huizue? No matter what price I have to pay, I will save Shamai. Your Majesty, Huizue, has passed away many years ago. He didn't write anything about rebirth. He only left a sentence about it. It is extremely dangerous to change one's life. Other than that, there are no other words. Those fragmented words brushed past his ears. Master Huizue understands the reincarnation of humans and ghosts. It is said that he can communicate with the ghost world. If he is still in the mortal world, senior brother Ming Jing may be able to come back to life. Unfortunately, Master Huizue is the ghost in the world of the living. The matters of yin and yang are all controlled by him. Mo Ran took a deep breath and was surprised to find that his voice was trembling. Old friend," he murmured, his eyes following Master Huizue's clear eyes. Mo Ran's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Fine sweat seeped out of his back. He asked in a low voice, "Who is old friend?" The monk slowly stood up. In the dim candlelight, there was no shadow under his feet. The thin yellow robe's sleeves hung down. The clothes were old, but there were no wrinkles. They fluttered in the wind like a flickering ghost. This Grandmaster was truly unfathomable. Mo Ran could hear his own heartbeat. He couldn't help but stand up with Huizue. The 2 looked at each other. "Master." If there was a mirror hanging high up in the sky, he would be able to see that there was a trace of hope in his eyes. Because of this hope, there was also a trace of pleading. Who, is it for an old friend? Was it him? Was it him? Huizue suddenly lowered his eyelashes and sighed. My disciple, Chu Wanning, died 7 days ago. Tonight is the night of his return to life. I can't bear to see him die. I came to the peak of life and death to ask for Benefactor Mo's mercy and return me a disciple. Chapter 103. It turned out to be, like this, disciple. Mo Ran would never have thought that the senior monk in front of him would be Chu Wanning's teacher. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. On the contrary, Shimai reacted quickly. He immediately bowed solemnly and solemnly said, I never thought that the great master would have such a connection with my teacher. Junior greets Grandmaster Huizue. But Master Huizue said, you don't have to call me Grandmaster. Chu Wanning has already been expelled by me. Ah. Shimai slightly widened his eyes. He was even more surprised. He was cautious by nature. Although he was surprised, he saw that Huizue's expression was a little disappointed. He knew that the other party didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. But Mo Rant's mind was not here. His heart was burning. He anxiously said, Great Master, you said that you came for Master. Then do you have a way to bring Master back to life? Mo Ran, do you have a way to bring him back to life? Don't lie to me. Are you? His blood was surging. Coupled with the tiredness of the past few days, he suddenly felt dizzy. Half a sentence was stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak anymore, but his eyes were already red. Master Huizue sighed. Benefactor Mo, take care of yourself. Yes, I did come for this. Mo Rant's face was as white as paper. But after hearing this, a layer of red appeared on his face. He stared at Huizue. His pale lips trembled for a moment before he said, really, I didn't come here to tease you two benefactors. Mo Ran still wanted to say something. His Adam's apple moved, but he could only sob hoarsely. After a long silence, Master Huizue said, the art of rebirth is a technique that goes against the will of the heavens and changes one's fate. It is extremely difficult. If not for the fact that this old monk really owes Grandmaster Chu a lot, I would not have rashly done it. Visiting the peak of life and death is also a choice I made after thinking a lot these days. Defy the heavens and change my fate. Mo Ran muttered, chewing on these 4 words. Then, he said sadly, defying the heavens and changing fate. Even an evil person like me has the chance to defy the heavens and change his fate. How can a good person like him not have the chance? At this time, he was already half crazy, so he actually said that he had defied the heavens and changed his fate. Fortunately, his words were vague, so no one heard the meaning of he was also reborn in his words. Shimai said, Grandmaster, since it's about changing one's fate, and the art of rebirth is a forbidden art, it must be very difficult to perform. And, it may not succeed, right? Not bad. Huizue said, this technique involves not only the caster and the deceased, but also someone who seeks out all of the deceased souls. The path of rebirth is fraught with difficulties. The slightest carelessness will consign you to eternal damnation, and your soul will scatter. Shimai, therefore, I don't need to disturb others here. I only ask Grandmaster choose 3 disciples. If you are not willing to go through water and tread on fire for him and take this risk, then even if I activate the art of rebirth, Chu Wanning will not be able to come back. In fact, before Huizue said these words, Mo Ran had already guessed most of it. The reason why the 3 great forbidden arts were forbidden arts was that they always needed to sacrifice some things and take some risks that normal arts did not need to take. He had already made a decision in his heart. In his previous life, he was willing to sacrifice his life for Shimai. In this life, he would not hesitate to repay Chu Wanning's kindness. Mo Ran had a heart, but in his previous life, he was never willing to share his heart with Chu Wanning. Under the candlelight, he looked at Grandmaster Huizue's face and said, Grandmaster, you don't need to ask Shuemeng anymore. Shizun died because of me, so there is no need to involve others. If there is any danger in performing the technique, Mo Ran is willing to bear it alone. Mo Ran. Shumai murmured, then turned to Huizue and asked, Grandmaster, you speak too seriously. I wonder what the so-called calamity will be like. Huizue said, although almsgiver Mo is willing to bear it alone, the first step of this technique is that the more people are willing to sacrifice themselves, the easier it will be to succeed. Let's wait for almsgiver Shui to come, then I will explain it to you clearly. When I went up the mountain, I already sent someone to invite him. He paused, then smiled at Shumai. In addition, you must remember not to call me ancestor anymore. I've already said earlier that I'm no longer Grandmaster Chu's master. Mo Ran finally calmed down a little and asked, Grandmaster, why did you expel my Shizun back then? Shumai was speechless. Mo Ran, it's fine, it's not something that can't be said. Huizue sighed, when I was young, I was taken care of by my benefactor. However, my benefactor had a short life. In a great calamity, he was destroyed in order to protect the lives of others. 100 years have passed, but every time I think of this, I still feel uneasy. Therefore, I have rules under my tutelage. One of the most important rules is that disciples must devote themselves to cultivation. Before they achieve the right results, they must not recklessly involve themselves in the affairs of the mortal world. They must not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world to avoid harming their own lives. Mo Ran thought for a while and said, Shizun can't do that. Yes. Huizue smiled bitterly, that little disciple of mine has the same temperament as my benefactor. He grew up in the temple until he was young, inexperienced, and talented. He could have safely cultivated until he ascended. However, when he was in his 20s, he went to the foot of the mountain to collect ores and happened to run into refugees. Shumai sighed, if that was the case, Shizun definitely wouldn't have stood by and watched. Huizue nodded, not only did he not stand by and watch, he even left the mountain on his own accord after settling those refugees down and went to the lower cultivation world to investigate. At that time, the peak of life and death had just opened, and the lower cultivation world was far more chaotic than it is now. It was needless to say what Chu Wanning could see. After he came back, he told me that he wanted to temporarily end his cultivation and go to the mortal world to treat the injured and the dying. Shumai asked, did you agree? No. He was only 15 years old at that time. His nature was pure, and his temper was fierce. He was very easy to deceive. How could I allow him to leave the mountain on his own accord? What's more, although his cultivation level was high, his constitution was weak. The world is full of dangers and masters are as common as clouds. As his Shizun, I couldn't be at ease. Mo Ran said, but in the end, he still didn't listen to you. Yes. After he listened to me, he had a big argument with me. He said that the suffering of the mortal world was right in front of him, so why did Shizun sit high all day and close his eyes and ascend to heaven? Ah. Shumai was shocked. Even if someone else said this to Huizue, it would be extremely harsh. Moreover, Chu Wanning was his last disciple, so it was simply outrageous. Huizue's expression was indifferent, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Back then, my state of mind was neither empty nor calm. In a fit of anger, I said to my disciple that if you can't judge yourself, how can you judge others? Then what did Shizun say? Shumai asked. If you don't know how to judge others, how to judge yourself? As soon as he said this, the hall suddenly became silent. Because these words didn't come from Huizue's mouth, but from Mo Ran's soft voice. Hearing him suddenly say Chu Wanning's words back then, Master Huizue looked at the young man in front of him silently with burning eyes. After a long while, he sighed deeply. He still teaches you like this? Alas, he really hasn't changed at all. He won't regret it even if he dies 9 times. Huizue had mixed feelings, but Mo Ran wasn't much calmer than him. It should be known that he had always scoffed at Chu Wanning's words, thinking that they were fake and empty words. But now that he said it out loud, he felt like his heart was burning and he was suffering. After a long time, Huizue's calm voice sounded again in the Danshin Hall. I'm ashamed to say this. That day, I was also angry, so I told him that if he stubbornly insisted and stepped out of the temple, I would end our relationship as master and disciple and cut off all ties. He paused, as if the past was stuck in his throat. He wanted to talk about it in detail, but he didn't want to. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head. Now you know that Chu Wanning cut off all ties with his master and left. Many years have passed, but we have different plans. Although we live together in the world of mortals, we never see each other again. Shamai said, it's not Shizun's fault. It's not Master's fault either. Huai Zui said, who is right and who is wrong, whether it is right or wrong, is not something that can be easily understood. But Chu Wanning and I were master and disciple. When I heard that he died in a bloody battle last night, I couldn't sleep at night thinking of what happened back then. That's why I want to come here and try my best to try my luck and see if I can save the Grandmaster's life. Bang! The red lacquered door was violently pushed open. Xuemeng stood outside. It was unknown when he arrived, but he had clearly heard the most important words. He had only heard that Master Huaizue was here, but he didn't know why the old monk was here. Therefore, he slowly walked over with a jar of Chinese medicine in his arms and drank it. At this time, he heard Huaizue's words. The utensils in his hands were smashed into pieces, and the hot soup splashed all over his body. But Feng Er didn't feel the heat. She cried out, "Save? Save! Can Shizun still come back?" He staggered into the room and grabbed Huaizue. "Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you kidding?" Shamai hurriedly said, "Young master, he is, no. I lost my composure. Xuemeng didn't know that the person in front of him was Chu Wanning's master, but when he thought that this person came to save his master's life, he hurriedly let go of his hand. "Master, as long as you can bring Shizun back. In the future, if you need anything, Xuemeng will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means 10,000 deaths. I only beg you not to hurt me." Huaizue said, "Benefactor Xue, you don't have to be like this. This poor monk came in the middle of the night specifically for your master." He turned his face and looked at the moon outside the window. "It's almost time. Since the 3 young benefactors are all here, this poor monk will tell you in detail about the method of rebirth and the difficulties." Shamai said, "Please tell us, master." Xuemeng said anxiously, "What else is there to say? Save him. Save him first." Huaizue said, "Benefactor Xue is impatient, but you have to know that if something goes wrong, not only will Benefactor Xue lose his life, but Chu Wanning's soul will also dissipate. When that time comes, he won't be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Can you bear to see that?" Xuemeng's face instantly turned red. He clenched his sleeves and slowly loosened them after a while. He said, "Okay, I'll listen to master." Huaizue took out 3 plain white silk lanterns from his storage bag. The lanterns were fused with fine golden threads, and in the center, there were complicated spell patterns embroidered with 13 colored threads. They twisted deeply and shallowly, like a spider's web, trying to capture someone's soul. "These are soul-guiding lanterns." Master Huaizue gave the 3 silk bags to the 3 youths. "Take these. You have to remember what this poor monk is going to say next." Mo Ran took the lanterns and held them in his hands. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are the Earth Soul, the Consciousness Soul, and the Human Soul. After death, the 3 spiritual souls will fall into the Yellow Springs and separate. You all know this, but I guess you don't know where each spiritual soul goes after death. Shamai said, "Please explain, Master." The Earth Soul and the Human Soul enter the Netherworld, and the Consciousness Soul remains in the corpse. In the mortal world, the first 7 souls return. In fact, only the Human Soul can reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the world of the living. When the Human Soul returns, it usually has unfulfilled wishes. When its wishes are fulfilled, it will reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the corpse and return to the Netherworld. It will then reunite with the soul embryo and wait for reincarnation. Many people only know half of it and try to find a way to reincarnate, but in the end, only half of the soul is summoned. Naturally, it will dissipate very quickly. In his previous life, after Shamai died, Mo Ran also tried to summon the soul. However, As Huizue said, there was only a thin shadow of that person in the moonlight of the white banner. In an instant, it turned into specks of fireflies. Mo Ran muttered, "So it's like that." Huizue said, "Chu Waning's consciousness soul is still in his corpse. Benefactors, you don't have to worry about it. The important thing is to find his human soul and earth soul." Shuemeng hurriedly asked, "How do we find them?" Huizue said, "Use this spirit guiding lamp. This lamp can only be lit by spiritual power. After you pour your spiritual power into it, take it and walk to the peak of life and death. If Chu Waning doesn't resist the three benefactors, the light of this spirit guiding lamp will illuminate his human soul." Mo Ran heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then, what if Shizun doesn't want to see us? This is the first difficulty. It's also the reason why the more people are willing to find him, the easier it is to succeed. You have to know that if he doesn't have the heart to love the world and has already made up his mind to leave, Huizue said, then the spirit guiding lamp won't be able to illuminate his figure. Therefore, if you want to use the art of rebirth, you have to have the right time, the right place, and the right people. If you go to find him and the dead don't want to return to the mortal world, no one can force it. Mo Ran couldn't help but tighten his grip on the spirit guiding lamp in his hand. Shuemeng anxiously said, "Shizun loves us the most. How could he not want to return?" "Great Master, after we use this spirit guiding lamp to find Shizun's human soul, what should we do?" "After you find his human soul, you have to go to a place." "Where?" Shuemeng asked. "The underworld," Huizue answered. None of the three had thought that they would actually have to go to the underworld. They couldn't help but be shocked. Shemai softly let out an sound. Her beautiful eyes slightly relaxed, and she asked in a low voice, "How can a living person go to the underworld?" "I have my ways. Benefactor need not worry." Huizue calmly looked at him and continued, "However, among the three of you, no matter which one of you finds Chu Waning's human soul first, you have to earnestly hope that he returns to the mortal realm. You have to be willing to beg the heavens for his sake. If your heart isn't firm enough, Chu Waning's soul will scatter midway and never be able to gather again." "Shemai, Shuemeng said, "I owe Shizun a deep debt of gratitude. Even if you want me to go to the underworld to find him, I have nothing to say. Shizun died because of me." Mo Ran looked up and said, "I owe him too much." "There's nothing to say." Huizue said, "Good. Then you have to remember this clearly. After Chu Waning's human soul is found by the first person, even if the others go there, they won't be able to see him again. And the person who finds him needs to make sure that the spirit guiding lamp doesn't go out before dawn and that it's always shining on his soul." Shuemeng said, "What's so difficult about that?" "It's difficult." Huizue said, "After the three souls are separated, each soul will often lose a part of itself. It could be the hearing, the mind, or the memory. In short, if you're unlucky, the Shizun you meet won't listen to you so easily. You have to think of a way to coax him." Shuemeng, Mo Ran's heart tightened. He was very uneasy. Coax him? But what if we say something wrong? It's hard to guess his thoughts when he's human, let alone when he's a ghost. He was originally sincerely worried, but Shuemeng had been at odds with him for a long time. He actually thought that Mo Ran was mocking Chu Waning, so he glared at him. Then he turned his head and said, "What's so difficult about coaxing him? Just remember to not let Shizun leave the vicinity of the spirit guiding lamp." Shemai asked, "Then what happens after dawn?" "After dawn, Chu Waning's human soul will float into the spirit guiding lamp. At that time, this monk will prepare a bamboo raft and wait for the two of you by the bridge. This is the entrance to the ghost realm. The torrential water under the Bridge of Helplessness just happens to be connected to the Yellow Springs. The bamboo raft will carry the person who found the remnant soul to the ghost realm." Shuemeng, "Take the bamboo raft to the ghost realm?" Shemai asked, "Can only one person go? Can't the others help?" "No, so whoever finds Chu Waning's human soul will have to enter the ghost realm alone to find his earth soul. If that person gives up halfway or backs out at the last minute, Chu Waning's human soul will be swallowed by the spirit guiding lamp, and he won't be able to reincarnate. Xue Meng was shocked. He almost immediately turned his head to Mo Ran and said, "Don't go, I don't trust you." Mo Ran remained silent. He only allowed him to question and didn't argue. Shumai saw this and tried to persuade him, "Young master, Mo Ran isn't the kind of person who backs out at the last minute." So what if he isn't? Xue Meng said sternly, "He already caused Shizun's death once. Why should I believe that he won't cause Shizun's death a second time? He's the god of calamity." Shumai said softly, "The great master is still here, how can you say that? Why can't I say it? Isn't that right? How many times has Shizun been injured because of him? Every time he's around, nothing good will happen." After Xue Meng said this, his eyes turned red again. His lips trembled, and he suddenly lost control. He reached out to grab the spirit guiding lamp in Mo Ran's hand. "Give me the lamp, don't bring bad luck to Shizun." "Give it to me," Xue Meng scolded. Mo Ran didn't talk back. For the first time in his life, he felt that Xue Meng was right. Whether it was in front of the Ghost Master or at the bottom of the Jincheng Lake, when was Chu Waning not injured because of him? How many scars on Chu Waning's body were left because of him? The god of calamity. Yes, he was right. But even so, even if he knew that he had let down Shizun, even if he knew that he wasn't fit to beg Shizun to come back from the Yellow Springs, he still refused to let go of the spirit guiding lamp in his hand. He stubbornly held on to the pale white lamp and let Xue Meng scold him and tear him apart. The back of his hand was scratched until it bled, but he still lowered his head and didn't move. In the end, Xue Meng breathed heavily and finally let go of him. He said with bloodshot eyes, "Mo Weiyu, how long are you going to hurt him?" Mo Ran didn't look at him. He only lowered his head and looked at the empty lamp in silence. When everyone thought that he wouldn't answer, he suddenly said in a soft voice, "I want to bring him home." His voice was too low. It was suppressed by guilt and shyness, so low, so low. At first, Xue Meng didn't hear it clearly. After a while, he suddenly realized what Mo Ran said. He let out a cold laugh. "You're bringing him home?" Mo Ran closed his eyes. Xue Meng spat out, every word was torn to pieces between his teeth. "How dare you? Young master, don't pull me, let go." Xue Meng fiercely pulled his sleeve out of Shumai's hand. His eyes flashed with sadness and hatred. He stared at Mo Ran and said hoarsely, "How are you worthy?" Mo Ran's hand seemed to tremble slightly. His eyelashes drooped even lower. In that moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling that Chu Waning was still alive. Chu Waning would say in the next moment, "Xue Meng, stop messing around." So, he had been sheltering him from the wind and rain all along. He was the one who accepted it calmly and thought that it was natural. Mo Ran didn't know what to say. He only held the spirit guiding lamp like he was grasping at the last straw. He lowered his head and repeated, "I want to bring him home." "Is that the only thing you know how to say?" "I think that's enough, Benefactor Xue." Grandmaster Huizue finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, "Since Benefactor Mo is so considerate, just let him do it. It won't be too late if something happens to him. Right now, nothing is certain. Benefactor Xue, there's no need to be so overbearing." Xue Meng's expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but in the end, for Huizue's sake, he restrained himself. After a moment, he said another sentence. "If something happens to Shizun, I'll definitely kill you and offer you to him." Huizue sighed and said, "Benefactors, let's settle the grudges between you two in the future. There's not much time left. Finding the human soul is more important." Mo Ran said, "Grandmaster, please cast the spell." "The spell on the spirit guiding lamp has already been cast." Huizue saw that Mo Ran was about to pour spirit into the lamp to light it, so he raised his hand to stop him. "Benefactor, please wait." Xue Meng said anxiously, "Is there anything else?" "This humble monk wants to say it again. If someone finds Chu Waning's human soul, that person will have no way out and will have to go to the underworld. Although this humble monk will cast a protective spell on that person, it's still extremely dangerous for a living person to enter the land of the dead. If you're not careful, You might not survive. Grandmaster Huizue looked meaningfully at the three people's faces. The so-called danger is not just empty talk. Finding Chu Waning's earthly soul in the underworld might not be difficult. However, it's difficult to go to the underworld alone and face the unknown. If you're lucky, you'll find the earthly soul very quickly. If you're unlucky and an accident happens, you'll die. Shumai asked. Death is a light punishment. I'm afraid that when the time comes, whether it's Chu Waning or benefactor, you'll all be turned into ashes and will never have the chance to reincarnate. Huizue said, therefore, if the three benefactors are hesitant, it's better to return this soul lamp to me. In this world, there's no one who has to sacrifice their life for others. It's not shameful to cherish one's life. It's not too late to regret it now. I don't regret it. Shuemeng was the most hot-blooded of the youths. He immediately said, whoever regrets is a grandson. After saying this, he glared fiercely at Mo Ran. However, in the end, he didn't understand Mo Ran. This cousin of his was completely different from him. Perhaps it was because he had been humiliated since he was young, but Mo Ran's love and hate had been sharpened into extremely sharp claws. If someone hurt him, he would dig out that person's intestines and stomach. However, if someone treated him well, even if it was just a little kindness, he would never forget it. Mo Ran glanced at Shuemeng, then looked back at Huizue. I also don't regret it. Huizue nodded, then said, that's good. When we reach the ghost realm, find the earth soul that he left behind as soon as possible. When the human soul and the earth soul merge into one in the lamp, the soul guiding lamp will light up the path to return to Yang. After that, leave the rest to this old monk. He made it sound easy, but everyone who heard him knew that this chain of events was extremely easy to change. It was extremely dangerous, especially when they reached the underworld. If they couldn't find Chu Waning's earth soul, or if the soul lacked intelligence or memory and was unwilling to merge into one, then the people who went to find him would probably die inside. Therefore, before the three of them lit up the soul guiding lamp, Huizue asked them one last time. Once the lamp is lit, there's no turning back. This is not a child's play. This old monk will ask again. Benefactors, do you have any regrets? The three of them answered, no regrets. Good, good. Huizue slowly cracked a smile. It was half bitter and half gratified. Chu Waning, you're a better teacher than me. He silently recited the incantation, and the soul lamp suddenly flickered twice and lit up. The lanterns in Shuemeng's and Mo Ran's hands almost simultaneously shot out two red tongues of flame, dyeing the white silk lantern red. After a while, the lantern in Shumai's hands also lit up weakly. The light of the water-based spiritual stream was blue. Go, Huizue said. Success or failure, return or not, all will be seen tonight. If tonight doesn't happen, then, sigh. Mo Ran thought of all the good things Chu Waning had done to him when he was alive, and his heart ached. He couldn't bear to listen to Huizue's words, so he only said, Master, there's no need to say more. Even if I have to kneel, crawl, or sacrifice my life, I will bring Master back to the human world. As long as he's willing. As long as he's willing to come back with me. The three beams of light left the Danshin Palace separately. Soon, they were swallowed up by the boundless dark night and disappeared. Chapter 104. A wind lantern wandered around the peak of life and death, searching for the returning half of the lonely soul. After the soul-guiding lantern lit up, the living could no longer see Mo Ran. He seemed to have become half a ghost. He walked on the limestone steps, walked through the corridors, and looked around. Red Lotus Pavilion, Shuangtian Hall, Sansheng Platform. He had walked everywhere, but he could not see his shadow. Mo Ran could not help but think, could it be that Shizun was extremely tired when he was alive, and did not want to see him after he died? This thought made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He walked faster and faster, and his clothes brushed past the weeds. He suddenly saw a person standing at the end of the bridge of helplessness, cold and desolate. His palms were sweating, and his heart was beating like a drum. He anxiously ran toward that person. Shizun, the person who turned around, was a soul that he did not recognize. It was probably one of the disciples who died in the heavenly fissure. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he stared blankly at Mo Ran. "I'm sorry, I got the wrong person." Mo Ran stammered and hurriedly walked past him. The soul had lost his mind and could only watch Mo Ran pass by in front of him. He did not do anything. His corpse-white body was frozen in place, like a silkworm that was left behind in the world. Mo Ran could not help but feel even more nervous. If Shizun's soul was like him, becoming a walking corpse, what would happen? Even if he found him, would he be able to guard him until dawn? His heart was filled with thoughts of war, and his footsteps became faster and faster. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Meng Po lobby. Mo Ran pondered, Shizun was not obsessed with food and drink. After his soul returned, he would not deliberately come to this kitchen. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard a soft sigh from inside the Meng Po lobby. That voice was very thin, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Mo Ran's head. He almost staggered as he broke through the door, trembling as he raised the soul-guiding lantern in his hand. The soul-guiding lantern's light was like the rising sun, warm but faint, and it illuminated the side of a figure in white. His knuckles were deathly white, and his fingernails had almost sunk into his palms. Mo Ran murmured, "Shizun." Half of Chu Waning's soul stood alone in the huge kitchen. His figure was a little faint, like an ink mark that had lost its color over time, but it was definitely his appearance. He was wearing the white robe of mist that he wore when he died. The corners of his robe were stained with large clumps of blood. It was extremely mournful, so his skin was extremely pale. It was the color of smoke. It was as if his soul would disappear without a trace if there was a gust of wind. Mo Ran held the lamp and looked at the catoptric deflection in front of him. She wanted to walk faster, afraid that he would leave if she was too late. He wanted to walk slowly, but he was afraid that if he rushed, the dream would shatter. Thousands of thoughts intertwined, but his eyes couldn't help but slightly redden. How much guilt surged into his heart. He only felt that he owed him. Standing near him, he really couldn't show his face. The lantern swayed gently. When he got closer, he saw that he was busy. He seemed a little anxious and clumsy. What was Chu Waning doing? He came behind him. He originally wanted to help that poor soul, but when he saw the scene in front of him, it was as if he was struck by lightning. After the huge shock dissipated, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and fiercely bit down on his neck. Mo Ran suddenly took 2 steps back and slowly shook his head, but he couldn't say half a word. At this moment, even if an awl was pierced into his chest and pulled out his heart, it wouldn't hurt more, along with his blood vessels and crushed flesh. He saw that Chu Waning's hands, the hands that had dragged him up more than 3,000 steps before his death, were already bleeding profusely. They were slowly rubbing the table. On the table, there were flour, seasonings, and meat. Next to him, there was a pot of boiling water. The water had already boiled. Chu Waning, this idiot, didn't know to extinguish the fire a little weaker. The dense mist of water soaked everything around him very blurred, or perhaps it wasn't the steam that blurred the eyes of the spectators, but Mo Ran's own eyes that were wet. Chu Waning's soul was slowly pinching the skin of the handkerchief. He originally had a pair of extremely nimble hands. Divine weapons and sharp weapons were moved under his slender fingers, and a 10,000 feet barrier was formed between his palms. But now, his hands were broken and slightly trembling. He was carefully wrapping round handkerchief after handkerchief. Mo Ran suddenly raised his arm and rubbed his red eyes, but he still couldn't say a word. Chu Waning's back was facing him. He seemed to have finally remembered that the water in the pot had been boiling for too long. He was afraid that if he didn't do anything, it would dry up, so he looked for the pot again. He rubbed it. Yes, he rubbed it. Mo Ran finally regained his senses from the pain that could drown him. He quickly walked over to his master's side. He saw it clearly. After the 3 souls were separated, each of them would lose something. It could be memories, intelligence, flesh, blood, and bones. And this soul that returned from the netherworld lost a part of its perception. Chu Warning, who returned from the netherworld, had blurred vision. His hearing didn't seem to be that good either. When he knocked something, he couldn't even tell where it landed. But even so, he still tried his best to make this ordinary bowl of wonshu. It was as if this was what he liked to do the most when he was alive. He could find a moment of gentleness in this blurry water vapor. Mo Ran looked at him and only felt that his heart was breaking. He only felt that the world was spinning. For a moment, he couldn't think. He just stood there and looked at everything in front of him. Clang. Because the soul with blurred vision couldn't see clearly, he accidentally dropped the salt jar in the Mengpo lobby. Chu Warning seemed to be shocked. He silently retracted his hand. His face that was stained with mottled blood revealed an uneasy expression. "What do you want to take?" A hoarse voice sounded beside him. It was almost choked with sobs. It was extremely guilty and heartbroken. "I'll help you, okay?" Chu Warning was slightly surprised. But perhaps because his soul was incomplete, his emotions weren't too shaken. He quickly calmed down. Mo Ran, however, spoke with difficulty. He was almost begging. "Shizun, let me help you, okay?" The water in the pot was boiling. Heart as hard as steel? Heart as hard as steel? It's not like that. Mo Ran's throat choked, and then he cried. He knelt down. He knelt in front of the remnant soul that could not see him. The soul-guiding lamp was by his feet. He stammered intermittently. He was so hoarse that he almost cried blood. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore and wailed. He knelt in front of Chu Warning. "It's not like that." He lowered himself into the dust. He grabbed Chu Warning's blood-stained clothes. "If Jun Fei's heart is as cold as steel, I can't be a stubborn stone. It's just that I made a mistake in the past and wronged Jun Fei so many times. Just. Master, Master." He was sorrowful. He curled up. "I've let you down. I beg you. I beg you to come back with me. Master. I beg you to come back with me. I was wrong. It's my fault. I don't blame you. I don't hate you. It's my fault for always making you angry. If you hit me or scold me in the future, I won't fight back. Master, as long as you come back, I'll listen to you. I'll respect you, love you, treat you well." But Chu Warning's clothes were so ethereal that it seemed like they would break at any moment. Mo Ran hated that he could not cut open his chest and give him his heart, as long as he could hear his heartbeat again. He hated that he could not run out of blood and run into his veins, as long as he could see color on his face. He hated that he could not do anything to make up for his mistakes. "Master." He finally choked on his sobs. "Let's start all over again, okay?" In front of Tongtian Tower, under the begonia tree. The gentle Grandmaster raised her head. Her phoenix eyes widened slightly. The cicadas on the branches chirped a few times. The youth in front of her was laughing. "Master Immortal, I've been looking at you for a long time. You've ignored me." In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. 2 lifetimes. It was all in the past. He was truly shameless and ambitious, yet he still had to say this sentence. "Master, let's start all over again. Was that okay? I beg you, please pay attention to me, okay?" Chapter 105. The lanterns were bright, illuminating a pair of people. At this moment, they were no longer in the Mengpo lobby. Chu Warning had already arrived at Mo Ran's bedroom. He couldn't see the way clearly, so Mo Ran pulled his hand and led him. Chu Warning had already lost his 2 souls, so he didn't know what time it was. He also didn't know who was holding his hand, so he was in a daze. Mo Ran brought him into the room, wiped the tears from his face, and closed the door. Chu Warning put down the bowl of wontons. He groped his way to the head of the bed and softly asked, "Is Mo Ran still asleep?" Seeing no response, Chu Warning assumed that Mo Ran was indeed still asleep. He sighed, seeming somewhat disappointed. Mo Ran couldn't bear it, but he was also afraid that he would leave again, so he sat by the bed and said, "Shizun, I'm awake. Hearing him call out to him, Chu Waning's eyebrows moved slightly, then he made a sound of En. He hesitated and didn't say anything else. Mo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned. If he felt that Shimai was present, he would probably leave again after a few words. So he picked up a hairpin from the table and hit it on the door, making the sound of Shimai closing the door and leaving. Then he said, "Why is Shizun here? Who brought you here?" Sure enough, in his half-soul state, Chu Waning was much easier to deceive than usual. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, "Shi Mingjing brought me here. Has he left?" "He left." After a moment of silence, Chu Waning finally said, "The injury on your back. The injury on my back is not Shizun's fault," Mo Ran said softly. "It's my fault for breaking precious herbs. Shizun should punish me." Not expecting him to say this, Chu Waning was slightly stunned. Then his soft eyelashes fluttered, and he sighed, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Waning raised his hand, his ice-cold fingertips groping Mo Ran's face. After a while, he said, "I'm sorry. Please don't bear grudges against Shizun." Back then, it was impossible for him to say such soft words. However, after his death, his soul drifted in the netherworld. Looking back on the past, he only felt that he had no regrets. The only thing he felt was that he was too heartless to his disciple. Therefore, now that he had a chance to see the old scene again, the words that he couldn't say because of his pride were naturally spoken out. Mo Ran felt as if warm spring water had flowed through his heart. The hatred that had remained since his rebirth, the old wounds, and the unwillingness to accept his fate had already been crushed into fine powder. At this moment, they were washed away by this sincere apology, leaving nothing behind. In the soul-guiding light, he gazed at his master's face. The bloodstains seemed to have disappeared, and his pale face seemed to have regained its vitality. He seemed to be able to see the gentle face of Chu Wen Ning when he first met her in his life through that period of time that would never return. Mo Ran couldn't help but raise his hand. His warm hand covered his ice-cold hand. "I don't hate you," he said, "Shizun, you've been good to me. I don't hate you." Chu Waning was lost in thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled. Even if he was a dead person, even if his face was mottled with dirt, his smile was still like an ice spring that had just melted, filling the room with spring. His eyes were closed, but there seemed to be pearls shining brightly between his eyelashes. It was an extremely brilliant smile of someone who had put down their long-cherished wish after death. Proud but not overbearing, beautiful but not seductive. It was like the most luxuriant begonia that had bloomed. The branches and treetops were solemnly and cautiously adorned with tens of thousands of gentle, thin flowers, bright and fragrant, like stars that covered the leaves. Mo Ran couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he saw such a relaxed and bright expression on Chu Waning's face. Mo Ran clumsily thought. Suddenly, he thought of smiling like a flower, but felt that it was inappropriate. Then, he thought of charming 100 people with a smile, and felt that it was even more ridiculous. In the end, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a single word to describe this beautiful scene. He only knew how to repeatedly sigh. Beautiful. Such a beautiful person, why didn't he notice it before? As if he had a stroke of luck, Mo Ran suddenly said softly, "Shizun, there's something I want to tell you." Madame Wang's begonia, I didn't know it was so precious. When I picked it that day, I wanted to give it to you. Chu Waning seemed to be a little surprised. Mo Ran's voice softened. He was a little embarrassed, and even a little helpless as he repeated, It's for you. Why did you pick a flower for me?" Mo Ran couldn't help but blush. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty. He didn't say anything else, but he was faintly surprised. So, he actually still remembered how he felt when he picked a flower for Chu Waning all those years ago. Chu Waning, who had lost the other 2 souls, was really gentle. He was like a cat that had lost its nails, leaving only a tame, thin, and soft belly, and a full, round, snowy paw print. He rubbed Mo Ran's head and smiled. "You're really silly." Mo Ran's eyes suddenly became hot. He looked up at him and sniffed. Really silly. Don't do it again next time. I won't do it again next time. Moran thought about it. He recalled how after he gave up on himself in his previous life, he committed crimes everywhere. He bullied people and took advantage of women. He made Chu Wanning very angry. In the end, his Shizun was disheartened. He threw him a sentence that he hated for the rest of his life: bad character, hard to improve. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He said, Shizun, I promise you, I won't disappoint you again in the future. I want to do the good, not the bad. He didn't read much, so he couldn't say too many powerful promises. However, he felt a surge of blood in his chest. The soul that used to be simple and pure when he was young seemed to have finally awakened from its deep sleep. Shizun, your disciple is stupid. I didn't know you were good to me until today. He climbed up from the bed, knelt in front of Chu Wanning, and kowtowed. When he raised his head again, the young man's eyebrows were solemn and solemn. From now on, Moran won't teach you how to embarrass yourself. The master and disciple talked for a long time, but most of the time, it was Moran who did the talking. When he wanted to feel sorry for someone, he was actually very cute. Chu Wanning listened quietly. From time to time, he would shake his head and smile. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window gradually turned white, as if the thick Huiju ink was being diluted. The night was coming to an end. Master Huizue stood by the stone bridge. The rapid flow of the river wet the hem of his monk robe, but he didn't feel it at all. He just waited in silence. A rising sun slowly rose from the east. Rays of light pierced through the forest and the leaves, shining on the flowing water of the yellow spring. In an instant, the river turned golden. The waves were like the fine scales of a flood dragon. Where the waves rolled, they shone brilliantly, overflowing with colorful light. At this time, he was already in the realm of nothingness. Only those who found Chu Wanning's remnant soul could see him. Shi Mai and Xue Meng had already been here, but they didn't see the old monk by the river. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the prayer beads in his hand kept moving faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, the prayer beads that had been coiled around countless times scattered. The star and moon body fell like rain, scattering all over the ground. Huizue suddenly opened his eyes, pursed his lips, and turned pale. Such an ominous sign. He rubbed the broken string of the prayer beads with both hands, watching the beads in the river splash onto the shore, and the beads on the shore roll into the river. For a long time, he was lost in thought, and his face gradually turned pale. Master! Suddenly, someone called out to him. Master! It was a joyous and enthusiastic voice. Huizue immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Moran running from afar, carrying a soul-guiding lantern with a mixture of golden and red light. The first rays of the morning sun were dazzling, but this young man's eyes were brighter than the sun, shining like crystals. He ran in front of Huizue. His cheeks were slightly red, and he was slightly panting, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Found him. Moran brushed away the stray hair on his forehead and held the lantern that carried Chu Wanning's soul tightly in his arms. He didn't refuse to see me. Here. As he spoke, he pointed at the lantern in his arms. He seemed to be reluctant to part with it. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to pass the lantern to Huizue, but after a few inches, he withdrew his hand. Huizue let out a slight sigh of relief. He looked at him from head to toe, and said amusedly, Since you found him, you can hold him. You don't have to give him to me. Moran continued to hold him carefully. Huizue picked up the awn staff leaning against the tree, and gently tapped it into the river. A green bamboo raft with a white line at the tip appeared out of thin air on the shore. There's no time to lose, please get on the boat. The spring water at the peak of life and death was connected to the ghost world. This was a well-known fact, but because there was a barrier, it wasn't possible to successfully reach the netherworld by following the river. Master Huizue's bamboo raft had a spell cast on it, so it could communicate with yin and yang, so the boat could travel 1,000 miles. Moran sat on it alone, and in less than half a day, they arrived in front of a waterfall. The Yellow Spring Waterfall. This waterfall faced the world above, and connected to the netherworld below. It was boundless, vast and boundless. A curtain of beads flew down, and the water mist splashed, as thin smoke. Before Moran could take a closer look, the bamboo raft carried him straight into the curtain of water, which was as huge as a prehistoric giant beast. Before he could react, in an instant, the strong water column was like countless sharp knives, as if it wanted to tear a living person's flesh and blood apart. It pierced through. Shizun. In the midst of danger, Moran only cared about the soul-guiding lantern in his arms. He held the lantern tightly in his arms, and no matter how the whirlpool spun, the sky turned dark, he didn't let go. After an unknown amount of time, the deafening sound of the waterfall suddenly disappeared. The torrential rain also suddenly stopped. Moran slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the soul-guiding lantern was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. The waterfall that traversed the two realms of yin and yang was gone. A bamboo raft drifted on the vast and quiet lake. The lake was dark blue, and bits of starlight flowed through it. Countless weak souls were like schools of fish, swimming back and forth in it. Reeds grew on both sides of the lake, and the hazy splendor of reed flowers drifted everywhere. On the left and right, in the depths of the reeds, there was a man and a woman singing dreamily. They seemed to be sorrowful, but also seemed to be peaceful. My body entered the abyss of thunder, and my limbs turned into mud paste. My head fell into the vast universe, and my eyes were dried up and crushed into dust. Eat my heart, and the red ants are brilliant. Peck at my stomach, and the vultures are boundless. Only the souls come and go. Only the souls come and go. The yellow spring water flowed to the east, and everything in front of him couldn't be chased. Moran drifted on the bamboo raft for a long time. Suddenly, a towering archway appeared in the heavy night sky. As he got closer, he saw that the decorated archway was huge beyond compare, grand and magnificent. But the small details were of uncanny workmanship, flying gold and moving colors. It was like an evil beast covered in beads, gold, stone, and jade. It was brilliant, but it was sinister and treacherous. It squatted in the dark night and opened its stinking bloody mouth, waiting for the countless wandering souls to be sent into its stomach. When he got closer, he saw the ferocious turret, like fangs piercing through the sun. The beast's head was majestic, as if it was listening to the grievances of the world. He got closer. Chu Waning's remnant soul seemed to feel uneasy. The golden light in the lantern flickered slightly. It's okay. Moran felt his uneasiness. He hugged the lantern and put his lips close to the paper. He comforted him softly, and sent more of his spiritual power to accompany him. Shizun, don't be afraid. I'm here. The lantern flickered. After a while, it returned to silence. Moran lowered his thick eyelashes and glanced into the lantern. He couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched the edge of the lantern, and then hugged it even tighter. In the dark night, the three big words Gate of Hell entered the lantern. They were bright and dazzling, as if they had just been dipped in the blood of a living person. The bamboo raft reached the shore. Moran stepped on the road to the underworld where even the soil was suffused with the smell of blood. He walked forward. There were more and more people around him. Men and women, old and young. There were also corpse babies who died shortly after birth. They were all crying and wailing. They all floated into the depths of the underworld. No matter if they were emperors or generals in life, they were rich and glorious, or they were commoners, they were penniless. No matter how much money they had, they would be buried with them. At this time, at this place, this road, they could only brace themselves to finish it alone. Moran followed the bustling flow of souls and came to the entrance of the world of spirits and souls. There was a person sitting there, shaking a cattail leaf fan in his hand. He looked like a soldier. When he died, his stomach was cut open, so his intestines flowed out from time to time. The gatekeeper impatiently stabbed his own intestines back in with the handle of the fan. He looked up and lazily questioned the newly dead ghost. "What's your name?" "Sun Erwu." "How did you die?" "Me, I died of old age. The gatekeeper took a big stamp and casually stamped died of old age on the photo sticker of the world of spirits and souls. He handed it to Sun Erwu. Don't lose the tag. If you lose it, you have to go to the 17th palace to get a new one. Let's go. Next. Sun Erwu was very nervous. Probably every person who had just died, no matter how brave and knowledgeable he was in life, would be nervous. Then, am I going to be put on trial? I'm a good person. Even a chicken was not stupid when I was alive. I wonder if the fragrant blind cup can steal a good pregnancy. At least give me money to get a wife. The old man nagged endlessly. He was anxious. The gatekeeper's ears were sore from hearing so much. He waved his hand and said, "Trial? It's not sunrise yet. There are so many souls in the world of spirits and souls. You have to wait for 8 to 10 years to be reincarnated. When it's not your turn, you can stay in the world of spirits and souls. It's not much different from the world of the living. When it's your turn, you can go and tell the judge whether you killed a chicken or married a wife in life." Next. Sun Erwu was stunned. He stuttered and said in his native accent, 8 to 10 years. Mo Ran, who was queuing not far away, was also very surprised when he heard this. What? I have to wait so long before I can be judged and reincarnated? Of course, but if it's a soul that has committed a heinous crime or is not in the right place, then it's another matter. When the gatekeeper heard this, he smiled maliciously. When he smiled, his intestines flowed out again. He stuffed it back in again. Those who enter the 18 levels of purgatory never need to wait for long. Mo Ran, Sun Erwu, this idiot, wanted to ask more, but the gatekeeper's patience seemed to have run out. He kept waving his hand and said, "Go, go, go, souls go. Everyone is rushing to be reincarnated. Don't block the way, next, next." Sun Erwu was swatted away by his palm leaf fan. The next person was a young woman. Her face was powdered, but she was still beautiful. When she opened her mouth, her eyes revealed a kind of composure and flirtatiousness unique to the trade. She said softly, "Official, this little one is called Golden Flower. I was beaten to death by a bully. Every ghost has its own way of dying, and every ghost has its own thoughts. The chaotic images of all living beings were all settled here. There was nothing more lively and chaotic than this." But Mo Ran only hugged the lamp in his arms tightly. He owed his master. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to find the remaining soul of his master. Name? The gatekeeper yawned and looked at Mo Ran. Mo Ran was about to speak, but the gatekeeper suddenly shivered. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with this person. He suddenly stood up and stared at his face. Mo Ran knew that something was wrong. Not to mention that he was a person who had died once. He didn't know whether his soul was strange or not. Even if it wasn't, he was holding another person's remnant soul. It was worth questioning. But there was no second entrance to the ghost realm. This was destined to be unavoidable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and look at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes. Mo Ran pretended to be calm and introduced himself. Mo Ran. The gatekeeper didn't say anything. Mo Ran's heart was beating like a drum, but his face was calm. "I suffered from Qigong deviation while cultivating and died just like that. Official, please send me a self-portrait." Chapter 106. Died from Qigong deviation. The guard repeated his words slowly, then snorted, "You're a daoist?" "Yes. A daoist coming here at such a young age. You're being wrongly accused." The guard put on a fake smile. There were many people in the mortal world who were not intelligent and could not form good karma. When they mocked Taoists, it was as if the grapes were sour because they could not eat them. "I think there's something wrong with your soul. It's not pure." Master Huizue had placed a spell on Mo Ran's body so that he could hide his aura and interact with spirits. That was why the guard could not see through him. However, he still felt uncomfortable, so he sat down and crossed his legs. He took out a black ruler from the drawer. The ruler of measure of guilt, he said proudly. Although he did not know why he was so proud, since the ruler was not his, the lower the rank of an official, the more he liked to show off. The guard slammed the ruler on the table and stared at Moran. "Give me your hand. Let me test your karma in the mortal world." Moran was speechless. My karma in the mortal world? Would he be directly sent to the great god Yang Luo and crushed into pieces after the test? However, he had nowhere to run in front of so many people. He could only sigh. He held the lamp in one hand and extended the other. The guard pressed the ruler against his pulse. Almost as soon as he touched it, the ruler of measure of guilt shrieked. Blood flowed out of the black ruler, accompanied by the cries of thousands of people. "I can't die in peace, Mo Weiyu, you'll never be reincarnated. Father. Mother. You bastard, why? Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Moran pulled his hand back. His face was as white as a sheet. The group of ghosts looked at him. The guard's gaze was especially obscure. He stared at Moran like a tiger. After a while, he lowered his head to look at the ruler. The red light on the ruler disappeared. The blood seemed to have flowed to somewhere else. The table was clean. Only a line of words appeared on the ruler's body. "Unpardonable crime, escorted to, which level of hell?" Because Moran didn't wait for the ruler of measure to finish measuring before he stopped. It wasn't finished yet. The guard suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him fiercely and viciously. He was like a hunter who had finally caught a rare bird after being bored for a long time. His nostrils flared and his eyes flashed with a strange light. More than half of his intestines had spilled out, but this time, he didn't even bother to stuff them back in. "Don't move. Test me again." He was impatient and greedy, almost like he was asking for credit from the king of hell. His ghost claw gripped Morant's wrist and pulled him over. He then stabbed the ruler of guilt into Morant's flesh like a madman. If he could capture a ghost that could descend to the 18th level of hell, it would be a great contribution. He would be able to rise by at least 3 levels, and would no longer need to stand at the city gate and record every single strand of soul that came and went. Test. Do it properly. The convicting ruler lit up again. Blood still flowed, and cries filled the air. The people Moran had killed, the sins he had committed, seemed to be squeezed into this small black ruler. The soaring resentment almost broke the ruler. "So hateful, Mo Weiyu, I won't let you go even if I die." Morant's expression became more and more unsightly. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. It was unknown what color was in his eyes. "You have no conscience. You've turned the human world into purgatory. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." "Arth!" They cried, howled, cursed, and resented. Suddenly, a weak sigh could be heard among all the voices. "I'm sorry, Moran. It's Master's fault." Moran suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with grief. He heard the voice of his previous life's Chu warning. It was so soft, so sorrowful, but it was like a sharp knife piercing into his skull, almost splitting his soul. The voices gradually weakened, and the ruler of condemnation returned to normal. A line of small words appeared on it again: "Unpardonable crime, escorted to." This time, Moran didn't move his hand away, but the line of words still wasn't finished. The guard was stunned. He patted the black ruler. "Is it broken?" Unexpectedly, the black ruler trembled slightly. After a while, the line of words disappeared on its own. A thin strand of fairy energy floated on the surface of the ruler, shining brightly. This time, there was no crying coming from the ruler. Instead, it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The delicate sound entered the clouds, as if the music of the 9 heavens had descended to the underworld. All the demons seemed to be intoxicated. Even the guard couldn't help but be entranced. When the fairy music stopped, the guard suddenly came back to his senses. When he looked again, the ruler of condemnation had written 6 large words: "Ordinary soul, doable." The guard cried out, "That's impossible. Wasn't it unpardonable crime just now? How come it's an ordinary soul?" He couldn't accept it. He took the ruler to measure it many times, but the result was the same every time. First, it was a scream, then it was a good song. In the end, without exception, it was written that it was an ordinary soul, doable. The guard was extremely disappointed. He had no reason to stop an ordinary soul from entering the underworld. He began to fiercely stuff his intestines again. As he did so, he said, "Hey, I think you really did die of qigong deviation." Mo Ran was also quite surprised. He didn't know why. He thought for a while and guessed that it was probably Master Huizue's talisman that confused the ruler. He was slightly relieved. "Get lost. Take the body identification sticker. You've wasted my time. Hurry up and get lost." Mo Ran couldn't ask for more. Just as he was about to leave with the soul-guiding lamp, the guard's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted loudly to stop him. "Stop." Mo Ran's heart was beating fast, but his face was still calm. He said helplessly, "What's wrong?" The guard raised his chin. "What are you holding in your arms?" "Oh, this." Mo Ran rubbed the soul lamp. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He smiled and said, "It's my burial gift." "Burial gift?" "Yes, it's an artifact." "Heh. Interesting." The guard pointed at the table, his eyes flashing. "Put your burial gift here and measure it again. I'm afraid your artifact has confused the ruler of measuring sins." Mo Ran had already cursed this bastard in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only put down the soul lamp and anxiously extend his wrist again. The guard seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He couldn't wait to press the ruler again. The result was the same. The same 6 words were clearly written: ordinary soul, doable. Not to mention the guard, even Mo Ran didn't know what to do. But after this test, the guard finally gave up completely. He was too lazy to wave his hand and let him in. Mo Ran didn't dare to stay for long. He carried the soul lamp and walked through the long corridor. The light changed when he reached the end. The world of spirits and souls opened up in front of him. This was the first layer of hell. At first glance, he couldn't see the end. The sky was scarlet, like a burning sunset. Strange vines and strange trees rose from the ground. Rugged roof tiles were near, and palaces were in the distance. At the entrance was a huge rock that reached the sky. On it was written, "Your skin returns to the dust, your soul returns to Nanki village." Beside it stood a majestic red painted archway. The words Nanki village were painted with golden water. Everyone was as tall as an adult male. So the first layer of hell was called Nanki village. If there was nothing wrong with the dead, they would temporarily stay here for 8 to 10 years, waiting for the judge to summon them. Then, they would go to the second layer for judgment. Mo Ran carried the soul lamp and looked around as he walked. At first glance, the layout was not much different from the human world. There were streets, houses, and houses. There were a total of 18 streets, 9 horizontal and 9 vertical. Ghost men, ghost women, and ghost children walked around, laughing and crying. It was like a group of demons dancing, 100 ghosts walking in the night. In the east, a woman who had just passed away was sobbing, "What should I do? What should I do?" It's said that a woman who remarries will be cut in half. Her head and legs will belong to the 2 dead men. Is this true? Who can tell me if this is true? Beside her, there was also a girl with messy hair who was wiping her tears. "If I didn't want to be a member of the secret door, I really couldn't afford to live. Before I died, I went to the local temple to donate a threshold. I wanted to be stepped on by thousands and thousands of people to atone for my sins. But the village chief insisted that I had to pay him 400 taels of gold before he would allow me to change the threshold. If I had that much money, why would I bother to be a prostitute?" In the west, there was also a man counting, 401 days, 402 days, 403 days. "We agreed that if I left, she would leave. We would die together for love. How come I've been here for 404 days and she still hasn't come down with me? She's so weak. Could it be that she lost her way on the road to the Yellow Springs? If she really lost her way, what should I do?" The newly dead ghosts gathered in groups of 3 to 5 at the entrance of Nanki village. They were still unwilling to give up and were pacing back and forth. But further ahead, they were all old ghosts who had already regained their soul and accepted their fate. They were much calmer and more composed. Some of them had their own business and were spending their days in poverty. They endured the long wait for the judgment. When they reached the third street, they could see the bustling streets. In the end, they were all ghosts who had not broken their flesh and bones. Before drinking Meng Po's soup, they were still unable to distinguish between human and ghost. In life, they were from the pear garden and were still performing acrobatics on the streets. In life, they were embroiderers. In death, they were still weaving clothes from the clouds of hell. The butchers did not dare to kill anymore, but they could still make a living by sharpening knives and cutting scissors. The sounds of hawking and cheering rose and fell one after another. It was bustling with activity. Mo Ran walked in front of a ghost who was selling calligraphy and paintings. That ghost probably did not sell a single painting in his life and starved to death. Because of this, his face was yellow and emaciated. His cheekbones were high and his ribs were sunken. Seeing someone sitting in front of his stall, the thin scholar raised his dim eyes. His expression was fervent. "Young master, do you want to buy a painting? I want you to draw a portrait for me." The scholar seemed to be somewhat regretful. Compared to landscape, a portrait always lacks artistic conception. "Look at this painting of Mount Tai," Mo Ran said. "I don't like landscape paintings. I'll have to trouble you to draw a portrait for me." "You don't like landscape?" The scholar looked at him and was not very happy. Benevolent people like mountains, wise people like water. "Young master is young, it's time for you to cultivate your mind and smell more of the fragrance of painting. Originally, I was reluctant to sell this painting of Mount Tai, but since you came to my stall to ask, I think you're not completely without wisdom. How about this? I'll give you a cheaper price. I want to draw a portrait." The scholar, the two of them looked at each other. The scholar was not his opponent. After a while, he was scared. But after being scared, he was quite angry. There seemed to be some anger on his ghost face. "I don't draw people. If I want to draw, I'll pay 10 times the price." Mo Ran said, "You also need money in the ghost world?" "Family and friends always send paper money," the scholar said coldly. "Money can make ghosts turn millstones. Although I don't like to be stained with the smell of money, a gentleman loves money and takes it in a proper way. You and I are neither relatives nor friends, and we don't know each other. Why should I trouble you for no reason?" He talked a lot, but Mo Ran, who did not study much, was troubled. He frowned and said, "I just came, no one is burning money for me." The scholar said, "I'm not selling without money." Mo Ran thought for a while and came up with an idea. He pointed to the painting of Mount Tai and said, "Fine, I won't sell it. But I have nothing to do. Can I listen to you talk about this painting?" The scholar was stunned, and his anger turned to joy. "You want to listen to this?" Mo Ran nodded. "I don't have to pay to listen to you talk about knowledge, right? No need." The scholar was very proud, and there was a funny and pitiful light on his face. Knowledge is not about money, money is dirty. The affairs of a scholar should not be tainted with that kind of vulgarity. Mo Ran nodded again, and thought that he now knew why the little bookworm starved to death. Although he found it funny, he could not bear to see it. It was a pity that he did not have enough money, otherwise he would have given him some money. The scholar excitedly took the framed painting from the shelf and set it up. He cleared his throat, which did not need to be cleared, and said nervously and proudly, "Then I'll begin." Seeing that the little bookworm had taken the bait, Mo Ran smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." Chapter 107. Once the scholar started talking, it lasted for 4 hours. Mo Ran listened until he was dizzy and almost fell asleep, but he still had to pretend that he was very interested. It was really hard for him to do so. Mo Ran was quite good at pretending to listen. At first, he would say "oh," and then frown. He seemed to be puzzled and doubtful. After the other party had talked for a while, he would say, "Oh," and the space between his eyebrows would relax slightly, as if he had gained some enlightenment and gradually understood. Lastly, he had to remember to open his eyes wide with a burning gaze and say, "Oh Tilda." He had to let the speaker understand that he had been enlightened and enlightened by his teachings. He didn't skimp on the 3-0 in Chu Waning's class. Unfortunately, Chu Waning did not buy it. He always looked at him coldly and told him to shut up. However, the little bookworm had never been treated like this before. Towards the end of his speech, his eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. It was as if he regretted not having met Mo Ran earlier. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. "I understand." Mo Ran smiled and said, "After listening to you and looking at this landscape painting, I realized how precious this painting is. It's priceless." If the little bookworm was still alive, he would have been blushing. But now, other than blushing, he was just as excited. He was so happy that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. He just smiled like a child, his thin face full of light. It was the first time Mo Ran saw someone so happy as a ghost. When it was about time, he got up and bowed to the scholar. "It's getting late. I'll look around and find a place to stay. If you're free tomorrow, I'll look for you again." The scholar was surprised to be called sir. He was happy, half scared and half happy. "No, no, no, I don't deserve to be called sir. I've tried so many times, but I couldn't even pass the county level." "I sigh." Mo Ran smiled. The quality of a scholar is not determined by wealth, but by the heart. The scholar was shocked. You can actually say such a thing? That's what my teacher said. It's just picking up from others." The scholar said, "Picking up from others? Really? Ha 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 ha." Mo Ran laughed and scratched his head. "I got it wrong again." The scholar saw that it was getting late and thought that no one would come to ask about the painting today, so he packed up his basket and said, "I have nothing to do and it's rare to meet someone I can talk to. Although the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, it is also important to drink with a bosom friend. I think." Seeing that he was about to throw away his bag again, Mo Ran smiled and cut him off. "Are you trying to say that it's getting late? Why don't we find a place to have a drink?" "Ah, yes, let's drink a little, okay?" "Okay." Mo Ran nodded. "Sir, please pay." The scholar was speechless. On the greasy little table, there was a plate of peanuts, a dozen or so pieces, and 2 small glasses of wine, cramped and half full. Only 1 candle was lit in the tavern, burning miserably. The owner with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was wiping a chipped bowl behind the counter. "This place is a little shabby." The scholar looked a little uneasy. "But I haven't received any paper money. I've only been to a few shops. This one is passable, it's pretty good." Mo Ran picked up the wine glass and looked carefully. "Ghosts eat. It's all fake, the same as offering." The scholar took a bite of the peanuts, but the peanuts did not disappear. He said, "Look, just like this. Taste it." Mo Ran calmly put down the wine cup. He was not a dead man. He would reveal his identity if he ate. After drinking for 30 minutes, the scholar's depressed mood seemed to have improved. He chatted with Mo Ran for a while and asked, "Young Master Mo, you asked me to draw a figure for you. Is it someone you like?" Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's my Shizun." "Ah." The scholar was stunned. "I've been setting up a stall in the netherworld for many years. I've seen people come to ask for a portrait of a beauty, but I've never seen anyone ask me to draw a Shizun. Does your Shizun treat you very well?" Mo Ran felt ashamed. He said, "Yes, very well." "No wonder." The scholar nodded. "Why do you want to draw him?" "To find someone." The scholar let out another ah and looked surprised. "He's also in the netherworld?" "Yes." Mo Ran said, "I heard that the dead have to stay in Nanki village for 8 to 10 years. I'm worried about him, so I want to find him and be his companion." The scholar did not doubt at all. He was even a little moved. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally sighed. "It's rare to see such deep feelings." "Good. Young Master Mo, I'll help you with this. As he said this, he got up to open the box and took out the drawing tools. Mo Ran was overjoyed. He thanked him repeatedly and asked for his name. He secretly remembered it in his heart, thinking that when he returned to the netherworld, he would burn more gold, silver, and valuables for this poor brother of his. The two of them were emotional and excited. They laid out the paper and ground the ink in a lively manner. But after a few words, they choked. My Shizun, he. Mo Ran clenched his hands into fists and knocked on his knees several times. But he still couldn't come up with anything. After a long time, this poor man finally squeezed out a sentence. He's a beauty. You can draw him. The scholar glared at him. Mo Ran said, draw him. How do you mean beauty? Isn't it simple? It's just beauty. Draw him as beautiful as you can. I know, but, forget it. Tell me, what do you think his face is? What face? Mo Ran was taken aback. A face is a face. The scholar was a little annoyed. Melon seeds, almonds, wood, and goose eggs. Why don't you name one? I don't know about these things. Anyway, he's quite handsome. The scholar was speechless. Mo Ran said, forget it. If you don't know, just draw according to my face. The shape of our faces is not too different. The scholar was speechless. And then there were the eyes. What eyes? Seeing that Mo Ran was about to speak, he suddenly stopped him and added, don't say eyes. They're eyes. Mo Ran waved his hand and said, I know what you mean. His eyes are right. This, how do I say it? Fierce and charming. Cold and gentle. The scholar threw his brush and said angrily, I'm not drawing anymore. You'd better find someone else. Don't. Mo Ran hurriedly pulled him, others can't draw as well as you. The scholar endured and glared at him. But seeing that Mo Ran's face was full of sincerity, he said stiffly, then tell me properly. Answer whatever I ask. Mo Ran also felt wronged. He thought to himself, didn't I answer well just now? Didn't I also answer whatever the scholar asks? But he was soft-hearted when asking for help, so he could only obediently nod and hug the spirit-guiding lamp in his arms. The scholar said, it's still eyes. He has leopard eyes. Triple white eyes. Almond eyes. Phoenix eyes. Or. Mo Ran was dizzy from hearing this and shook his head, slit eyes. Then aren't they very small? No, his eyes are moving upwards. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, they're flying upwards. It's quite nice. Then they're phoenix eyes. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but when he saw the displeasure on the scholar's face, he shut his mouth bitterly. Fine, if you say so, then so be it. The scholar continued to ask, is the nose high or low? High. Are the lips thin or thick? Thin. Are the eyebrows thick or light? Thick. Thick. It's okay. I know the eyebrows. They should be sword-like. Good. The scholar added a few more strokes and asked again, do you have mole marks on your face? Mo Ran tilted his head and thought for a while. As he thought, his face turned red and he stammered, yes, where? Beside the left ear. Mo Ran slowly said, it's a little small, the color is quite light, and, when he kissed here, it would be extra sensitive. The scholar raised his eyebrows, and? No. Mo Ran shook his head like a rattledrum and his face turned even redder, there's no and. The scholar looked at him strangely. Fortunately, the light was dim and he couldn't see the color on his face. He moistened the tip of the brush and asked again, what about the clothes? He likes to wear white clothes. A green jade crown or a high ponytail. Mo Ran thought for a while and added, sometimes he wears it. When he wears it, it's very. Don't say it's good looking. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. Well, then it's handsome. The scholar was speechless. After grinding for half a day, he finally finished drawing. Mo Ran blew on the ink and held it up for a closer look. He felt that although it was not as handsome as Chu Wn Ning, and they were not very similar, it was still acceptable. He smiled and said, thank you, teacher. It's quite good. I only need to draw Pan and Fan Li, and Shizi, Diaochan ha ha ha. Mo Ran laughed and said, when I find Shizun, I'll definitely thank you properly. He drank some wine with the scholar and chatted for a while. When the sky turned dark, the two parted ways in front of the wine shop. Mo Ran carried Chu Waning's portrait. According to the scholar, there was a building on the 5th Street of Nanki Village called Shunfeng Restaurant. It specialized in gathering information for new lonely souls. He was going to take a look. Outside Shunfeng Restaurant, a red curtain swayed faintly with a black snake totem painted on it. Mo Ran pushed the door open and entered. He saw a long counter in the hall. Behind the counter sat a dozen ghosts in red robes. They were all wearing wooden lacquered masks, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. In front of these masked ghosts, there was a long line. They were all dead people with different expressions, and they all had different desires. Hundreds of white candles floated at the top of the building. The overlapping shadows of the candles shone on the dead people. The ghosts came and went, and they were very busy. "Little master, can you help me find out where my little brother is? His name is Zhong Bei, he's from Gusu. He was 21 years old when he died. Do you have a portrait?" No. You can find him even if you don't have a portrait. The cost is 10 times higher. Big brother, the masked man coughed, his voice crisp. "Ah, I'm sorry. So it's a big sister. Big sister, it's like this. When I died, that person in my family told me that she would never remarry, but I kept seeing her flirting with my younger brother for a long time. I can't take this lying down even if I die. Can you help me investigate and see if she's really a well-behaved widow in the world of the living, or if she's really close to my younger brother? Investigating matters in the world of the living, this is the price. Please take a look first. Sorry to disturb you. In my previous life, this little one liked a girl. But she was of noble birth and looked down on a poor scholar. This little one was timid and never revealed his feelings to her. Later on, she got married and this little one was happy for her. Who would have thought that the person she married was actually a married man? Sigh, later on, she was one step ahead of this little one. Thus, this little one wants to investigate two things. The first is where this girl is now. The second is, I want to know the fate of the two of us in our next lives. Trouble in the future can be investigated, but there's no charge. You need to exchange your lifespan for it. As for where this girl is, I'll have to trouble you to report her name and present a portrait. Oh, okay. I do have a portrait. It's here. The girl's surname is Yarrow, and her name is Lan. In front of every cabinet, there was a babel of ghosts. Their bodies were rotting away, but they still couldn't let go of their obsession. Mo Ran hugged the lamp and walked around in a circle. He realized that there were all kinds of questions. The people of Shunfeng Brothel were either collecting money or lifespan. He didn't have money. If he asked them to collect lifespan, he would be suspected of being an undead who had sneaked into the netherworld. For a moment, he was anxious and couldn't help but curse Huizue for being brainless. Why didn't he know to stuff some money into his pocket in advance? But looking at the price list, it didn't seem expensive to ask about a person. Mo Ran steeled his heart and ran back to the wine shop. With great difficulty, he finally caught up with the scholar. After much persuasion, he borrowed some money and returned to Shunfeng Brothel. After waiting in line for half a day, it was finally his turn. Mo Ran anxiously said, "I'm looking for someone. This is a portrait." He handed over Chu Waning's portrait to the other party and was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, after that person saw it, he chuckled and closed the scroll. He asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "Heh." Mo Ran was startled. "You know where he is just by looking at the portrait?" "Yes. But first tell me, why are you looking for him?" "He's an old friend of mine." The other party glanced at him and then said, "Wait a moment." He then leaned over and whispered a few words to a colleague next to him. When he turned back, his tone was a lot friendlier. "Since he's Mr. Chu's old friend, I won't take the money." The man stood up and waved to him. "Come upstairs with me." Chapter 108. Mo Ran followed Chu Yunsheng upstairs in confusion. His feet made a strange creaking sound when he stepped on the dilapidated wooden stairs. He couldn't help but ask, "You called him Mr. Chu?" "Yes, he was sent by the King of Hell to take care of this building. He is our senior." Mo Ran didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised in his heart. "We're here." The masked man stopped in front of a half-moon arched door on the second floor. He gently knocked on the half-closed vermilion door. "Mr. Chu, an old friend of yours is here to see you." There was a moment of silence inside, and then a gentle voice sounded, like warm wine on the stove and soft hair on the pillow. "Old friend? Him again? I said that I don't want to see him again. You let him go back." The masked man coughed softly. "No," Mr. Chu misunderstood. "It's not him this time." "Then who else could it be?" After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, please come in." The inside of the warm room was very elegant and clean. The furnishings of the tables and chairs were even simple and cold. However, the floor was covered with luxurious soft felt. When Mo Ran walked in, half of his foot was immediately submerged in it. There was also a pungent smell of beast fur in the air. The only one who didn't fit in with this atmosphere was the man trimming the flowers by the window. He had long black hair, white clothes with wide sleeves, and scarlet flower buds trembling on his fingertips. Perhaps because of the consistent rules of Shunfeng restaurant, he also wore a navy blue ghost mask on his face, showing his fierce fangs and bulging eyes. But even with such a mask on his face, it inexplicably made him look gentle. He cut off the excess branches and threw them away. Then he turned his head. Mo Ran felt his throat dry. The conversation between the masked man and Chu Wanning just now made him feel confused and vaguely uneasy. He didn't know what this soul had lost. If Chu Wanning didn't remember him, just as he was thinking about this, the man put down the scissors and walked towards him. Mo Ran, who was not afraid of anything, felt a little flustered, and sweat appeared on his back. "Master." The man stopped. He was a little closer. Mo Ran heard him laugh. "What, Shizun?" He said, "Young master, did you get the wrong person?" As expected, what he was afraid of had come true. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from his chest, dragging him into an endless abyss. He stared blankly at the man in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he didn't respond, the man put his slender white hand on the mask and gently took off the thick and colorful ghost face, revealing Zhong Qingjuan's dignified face. Mo Ran felt as if the thousand-catty boulder had suddenly disappeared. He looked at the man who had taken off his mask in surprise, but without the slightest suspicion, and blurted out, "Chuzun?" No wonder the young master downstairs made a mistake with the portrait. Chuzun and Chu Wanning originally looked 80% alike, but Chuzun was gentle while Chu Wanning was cold. However, only those who were extremely familiar with him could tell the difference between the two of them. For example, Mo Ran. The man in front of him was the Lin and City's young master Chuzun he had seen in the illusion more than 200 years ago, so he said his name without thinking. But the real Chuzun had never seen him before, so he was a little surprised. He laughed. "You really know me?" Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand. No, I found the wrong person. "But I do know you." As he spoke, he looked at the other person curiously. Chuzun had died 100 years ago, but he hadn't been reincarnated yet. Obviously, Yama had given him a task to temporarily let him escape from reincarnation. He didn't expect to see Chu Wanning's ancestor. Mo Ran only felt that it was very mysterious. Chuzun nodded, "So that's how it is." He laughed. "Young master, who are you looking for? Since fate brought us upstairs, I'll help you look. Otherwise, in the vast Nanki village with thousands of ghosts, I don't know how long it will take to find him." Mo Ran originally planned to explain a few words and go downstairs to find someone to do the divination again. Who knew that Chuzun was so warm-hearted that he didn't change even after becoming a ghost, and was willing to help him personally. He couldn't help but feel very happy. "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chu." As he spoke, he handed the portrait to Chuzun. Chuzun unfolded it and smiled, No wonder the people downstairs made a mistake. He really does look like me. What's his name? Chu Warning. Moran said, his name is Chu Warning. Also surnamed Chu? What a coincidence. Moran's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, could it be Mr. Chu's relative? It's hard to say. If you want to see the state of the world of the living, you need to go to the ninth king of the ghost world. I have a life and death feud with the ninth king. I didn't want to ask him, so I didn't ask about the affairs of the mortal world anymore. Naturally, he was talking about the ghost king who broke the enchantment of Lin An and killed his family. Poking at a sore spot, even a person as calm as him couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Moran originally thought that this time he could confirm the relationship between Chu Warning and Shizun, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He could only shake his head. It's a pity. Shizun smiled and didn't say anything else. He went to the shelf and took a gilded yin and yang compass, and invited Moran to sit down. You can use this to find where he is. Most likely. What's the situation with the other two? Some people's souls are always a little strange. It's possible that you can't find them. Shizun said, but it's not common. The young master shouldn't be so unlucky. After the divination, a small golden needle in the compass pointed to the north, but after a while, it turned to the south, then to the east, then to the west, and in the end it started to spin again. Shizun, Moran cautiously asked, how is it? Cough. Shizun coughed lightly, looking a little embarrassed. The young master is indeed a little unlucky. Moran, in fact, Moran's luck was often bad. He knew that it wouldn't be so smooth. He sighed, thanked Shizun, and prepared to throw himself into the sea of people again to continue to search for Chu Warning's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, at this time, the compass that was spinning crazily suddenly stopped. The needle pointed to a certain direction, trembling, as if it wasn't so sure. After a while, it pointed to a position a little further away. Shizun hurriedly called him, young master, wait a little longer. Moran immediately stopped, and held his breath as he stared at the compass by the table. The needle swayed left and right, but it didn't stop, but it roughly pointed to a direction. Shizun frowned, what's going on? Does this represent some kind of strange phenomenon? It's not a strange phenomenon, but it's very strange. Shizun looked at the compass, and his frown deepened. It seems that in two directions, there's his figure. Moran was shocked. How could it be? Now that his soul was in Chu Warning's body, and his soul was in the soul guiding lamp, there should only be one soul left in the ghost realm. How could Chu Warning appear in two places at the same time? Shizun said, in short, one is in the southeast, and the other is in the northeast. The young master should go and look for them. Maybe the compass is affected by some magic, it's hard to say. Moran was very anxious. He thanked Shizun, and hurriedly left Shunfeng Brothel, running to the east. After running for a long time, he suddenly came to a fork in the road. Moran suddenly stopped. Southeast or northeast? He held the soul guiding lamp, his heart burning with anxiety, but after a while, he looked at the lantern in his hand that gathered the souls, and his heart suddenly seemed to have a vague and strange feeling. He followed this vague feeling and walked along the narrow streets and deep alleys that crisscrossed with each other. The further he went, the more obvious this feeling was. He even felt that Chu Warning's soul was invisibly summoning the soul guiding lamp in his hand, or calling him to go to a certain place. Moran finally stopped in front of a 2-story-old wooden building. Sick Soul Hospital. He looked up, his eyes sweeping across the huge and heavy hanging plaque. The plaque was exposed to the wind and sun all day long. The black paint had already peeled off, and a large piece of the red inscription on it had lost a lot of color, revealing the mottled rotten wood underneath. Moran frowned, his heart trembling. He felt that these 3 words made him very uneasy. Sick soul, what does it mean? Shizun's compass malfunctioned. Was it because of this reason? He pushed open the door, stepped over the high threshold, and walked in. He soon knew the answer. There were a few hundred beds in the sickly soul hospital, and all the souls lying on them were unconscious souls. More than 10 souls wearing white masks shuttled back and forth, delivering spiritual energy to the sickly beds. The so-called Sick Soul Hospital was the Ghost Realm's main hospital. Mo Ran found the ghost doctor, who was in charge of overseeing the entire situation, and cupped his hands to him, saying, "Doctor, I want to." The doctor was very busy, and rather impatiently said, "Get medicine on the second floor, diagnosis on the left, line up." "Then what about searching for people?" "Searching for people goes." "What? Searching for people?" Mo Ran showed him the picture scroll. "Doctor, have you seen this immortal monarch before?" The ghost doctor took the picture scroll and looked at it, then raised his head to look at Mo Ran. Under the black hole of the mask, a pair of eyes seemed to be filled with pity. "Your relative?" "Yuen, that's right. His soul is damaged." The ghost doctor pointed at the stairs. "He's lying in the innermost compartment upstairs. We can't cure this kind of illness, so we can only delay it. You can go find him yourself." Mo Ran was shocked. "His soul is damaged. How could it be damaged?" "Who knows? The 6 paths of reincarnation is already an extremely painful thing. Who knows, his soul might have been damaged during his previous reincarnations, but he's a cultivator in this life, so who knows, he might have suffered from chi deviation and damaged his soul. In short, it's incomplete." "If you ask me, who would I ask?" Mo Ran anxiously said. Then what will happen if his soul is damaged?" "Effect." The ghost doctor thought for a moment. "It's still alright. After all, only one of the 3 souls is slightly incomplete, so it won't affect his reincarnation. If you really want to talk about something, it's probably just that his next life will be shorter, his luck will be worse, or his body will be weaker." When Mo Ran heard this, although he was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing he could do, so he could only thank the ghost doctor and head upstairs. The layout above was not as tight as below, making it hard to breathe. Perhaps it was because the 6-soul hospital was unable to save the remnant souls, so they didn't need too much care. Only a single doctor was leisurely taking a nap on a rattan chair in the lobby. Mo Ran didn't wake him up, and directly walked inside. In the large empty space, there were only 10 or 20 sickbeds placed next to the windows made of red rosewood, and between them was a plain-colored screen. It was quiet all around. His feet creaked as he stepped on the floor, and Mo Ran's gaze fell on the innermost compartment, where there was a half-moon-shaped arched door. Outside the arched door was an open-air balcony, and the moonlight seeped in through the hanging thin gauze curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. There were clearly more than 26 souls here, but Mo Ran didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling. Perhaps it was because the soul-guiding lantern was leading him forward, but his heart was unguarded, and he walked towards the innermost compartment, into the pure and hazy moonlight. He raised his hand and pulled open the curtain. As expected, the last piece of Chu Waning's soul was lying there. His eyes were closed, and his face was very pale, very similar to the corpse in Frosty Sky Hall. Even though he had found him, even though his rebirth was in sight, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he saw this blood-stained, cold, and frail figure. The tip of his nose felt sour. He walked over and placed the soul-guiding lantern at the head of the bed. Then he sat beside the bed of Chu Waning's earth soul, wanting to gently grasp the other's ice-cold hand. But this remnant soul was different from the human soul from before. Perhaps it was because it had been greatly damaged, but his soul was actually illusory. Mo Ran's fingertips couldn't touch him, and just like that, they passed through the illusory image of Chu Waning's earth soul, and landed on the spotlessly white bed. Because of this illusory image, Mo Ran felt a bitter sense of loss. If there had been the slightest mistake, if Grandmaster Huizue had never appeared, if Chu Waning's soul had been a little more damaged, if Master had been disheartened, and they had not met in heaven or on earth, he lowered his body. He clearly knew that he couldn't touch Chu Waning's forehead, but he still couldn't help it. He closed his eyes, as if he wanted to embrace that illusory earth soul, and leaned over the bed. "Master." He and his departed soul overlapped, and the moonlight sprinkled down, making no distinction between you and me. Mo Ran sighed and let out a long breath, but his heart was bitter and heavy. He had seen Chu Waning's corpse, Chu Waning's human soul, and now he had seen this sick earth soul. Each time he saw them, his feelings were different. He knelt down in front of the corpse, his sin and guilt almost tearing him apart. He confessed in front of the human soul, holding hands and begging Chu Wanning to return. And the earth soul. He tried to embrace it, but he couldn't grab anything, couldn't touch anything. He suddenly felt a kind of boundless fear in his heart, and actually felt that this was the ending he deserved. He was full of resentment, and his hands were stained with blood. What virtue and ability did he have to be able to accompany his old friend and never leave? Mo Ran closed his eyes. His eyelashes seemed to be a little wet, warming the thin blanket on the pillow. He had once thought that the heavens had treated him poorly, but now, it seemed like a ridiculous joke. It turned out that the truth was not so. The heavens had treated him well, but his heart was too thin, and everything he saw was dark. It was his fault. He suddenly realized that he had walked such a path of no return. He wanted to turn back now, he wanted to use the rest of his life to make up for it, to use the rest of his life to pay it back. He didn't know if doing this, he could return to the starting point in time. What Emperor Ta? What Emperor Ta of the human realm? He didn't want any of it. He just wanted to live a good life, to be the upright person that Chu Wanning had always wanted him to be. Some people said that there was nothing greater than knowing one's mistakes. But his mistake was too deep. He didn't know how long it would take for him to pay it back. Perhaps even on the day of his death, he would still be unable to shake off this endless regret. After all, a mark in the water could be restored to peace, but a wound in the wood would always be 3 parts of the bone. Shizun. After a long time, he was immersed in Chu Wanning's almost transparent soul under the moonlight. He said, his voice like he was coaxing a child, "Come on, let's go back." He straightened up and lifted the spirit-guiding lamp. He silently recited the incantation, and the earth soul entered the lamp. A faint shadow quickly sank into the wick of the lamp and disappeared without a trace. Mo Ran waited. But after waiting for a long time, the earth soul and the human soul completely merged into one. After a long time, there was still no movement. Mo Ran's face suddenly paled. What happened? Didn't they say that after the earth soul and the human soul merged, he would be able to bring Chu Wanning back to the human world? Could it be that Master Huizue's incantation had lost its effect? Chapter 109. His mind was in chaos, buzzing numbness. Mo Ran only felt his hands and feet turn cold. He held Chu Wanning's soul and went downstairs. "Doctor, it's you? What's wrong? Are you sure that the one upstairs is my Shizun's soul, right?" Ghost Dr. Zhong was a bit impatient. "Of course it is, how could I be wrong?" Mo Ran was not willing to give up and asked, "Could it be the knowledge soul, or what?" Ghost Dr. Zhong clicked his tongue. "A person has 3 souls, earth, knowledge, and human. I have been practicing medicine here for 150 years. If I can't tell the difference between these 3 souls, wouldn't the King of Hell have already kicked me out of this world?" Mo Ran pursed his lips and suddenly had an uncertain thought. "Doctor, you have been practicing medicine for 150 years. Have you ever seen a person with 2 earth souls? You're crazy." Ghost Dr. Zhong angrily said, "I think your brain is not good. Why don't you stay and let me take your pulse?" Of course he could not let Ghost Dr. Zhong take his pulse. Although Master Huizue had cast a spell, if he was not careful, he would still be found out. Mo Ran hurriedly apologized and hugged the lantern full of human souls and earth souls and hurriedly ran out of the sickly soul hospital. The sky in the ghost realm was always dark. To distinguish between day and night, one could only look up at the blue dome of heaven. If there was a half-warm and half-cool sun behind the red clouds, then it was day. If there was a cold moon hanging high, then it was night. At this time, it was already night and the streets were gradually becoming cold. Mo Ran hugged the spirit-guiding lantern and lowered his head, walking alone on the streets. The more he walked, the more he felt at a loss. The more he walked, the more he felt isolated and helpless. This feeling of helplessness and loss had been with him since he was young. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He even thought of some of the people he knew when he was still in the brothel. That year, when the drunken Jade building burned down, everyone died, only he survived. Counting the years, other than his mother, the others should not have reincarnated. He did not know who he would meet if he continued walking like this. Then, he thought of Shuemeng. He recalled how Shuemeng had shouted angrily and wanted to snatch the soul-guiding lamp from him. He had scolded him, God of plagues. How are you worthy? How do you have the face? Mo Ran walked slower and slower with the soul lamp in his arms. Finally, he stopped by the wall. His eyes reddened. He lowered his head and looked at the gentle golden light. Master, do you really not want to go back with me? The flame did not answer, but burned silently. He stood in place for a long time before gradually calming down. In this vast underworld, he didn't know where he could find someone he knew. Suddenly, he thought of Shizun. Like grasping at a life-saving straw, he hurriedly ran to Shunfeng Restaurant. When they arrived, Shunfeng Restaurant was about to close. A ghost wearing a mask was preparing to close the door and lock it. Mo Ran hurriedly stopped him and said in panic, "Sorry, please wait. It's you." The masked man was the one who had led him upstairs. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Why are you here again? I have an urgent matter. Please." Mo Ran was panting. His eyes were bright and anxious. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to see Mr. Shizun again." Shizun was in the pavilion looking at a begonia flower in a white porcelain vase, lost in thought. Suddenly seeing Mo Ran leave and return, he was very surprised. "Why did little Gongzi come back? You couldn't find him?" Mo Ran said, "I did find him, but Shizun saw that he was anxious and seemed to have something to say, so he invited him into the room and closed the door. He said, "Sit down and talk." Mo Ran was worried that Shizun would see something strange with the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, so he put it in his Chenkuan bag. He didn't think that Shizun was an evil ghost, but it was better not to let the ghosts know about a living person entering the underworld unless it was absolutely necessary. Did little Gongzi go to the southeast? Yes. Shizun thought for a moment and said, "He was in the Sick Soul Hospital, right?" Mo Ran nodded. He thought for a while and said, "Sir, I saw him in the Sick Soul Hospital, but he was an incomplete Earth soul. He couldn't move or speak. He was even different from other ghosts. He was translucent. You could see him, but you couldn't touch him. Damaged Earth souls are generally like this." Shizun's expression was a bit gloomy. Some dead souls who are agitated will have their souls scattered and can't be reunited. Mo Ran bit his lip and said hesitantly, "The doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital said that people with incomplete souls will have some flaws in their lives when they reincarnate. But the person I'm looking for was clearly fine when he was alive. So I think, maybe there was a mistake somewhere." He paused for a moment and looked at Shizun. "Mr. Chu, is there someone in this world who has 2 Earth souls?" Shizun was stunned. 2 Earth souls? Yes. He didn't immediately reject Mo Ran's words like the doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital. Instead, he lowered his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. He said, "I think it's not impossible." Mo Ran shivered and looked up. His eyes were very bright in the dim candlelight in the room. "Sir, are you serious?" Shizun nodded. "Normal people only have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. But I once knew a woman who had 2 consciousness souls. I'd like to hear the details." Shizun shook his head. His eyelashes drooped down and trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment before he said, "It's something that happened a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now that woman has sunk into the 7th layer of hell and is suffering. Once a person with a damaged soul is discovered by a Yama, they will be sent to the 7th layer of hell and slowly stripped away." Hearing him say this, Mo Ran was even more anxious. The light was dim, so he didn't notice the pain in Shizun's eyes. He asked, "That woman, why did she have an extra consciousness soul? A normal person only needs 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to gather the soul embryo after 7 heads. Then, if someone has an Earth soul, Will they have to gather all 4 souls to be useful? It should be so. Then, the woman you're talking about, after she died, she was used by the 9 kings and was forced to go to the world of the living. Shizun paused. The slender fingers on his knees slowly clenched into a fist. She went to the world of the living and ate her own child. Moran suddenly remembered the old story of Lin and that he saw in the peach blossom spring. Only then did he realize that the woman Shizun mentioned was actually his wife. That should be the most painful part of the past in Shizun's heart. Then, Shizun stayed in Nanki village and didn't reincarnate. Could it be that he was waiting for his wife to strip off the extra soul and return from the 7th layer to reunite with her and enter the reincarnation cycle together? Moran suddenly didn't have the heart to continue asking. Shizun didn't say anything else. Ate her own child, this short sentence, was mentioned again after 200 years. Even if he had a ghostly body, his throat couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes. That woman's soul was torn apart and merged with the child's soul. After a long time, he slowly continued, so, the extra soul she had was actually the child's soul. It was stuck between her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and slowly assimilated with her. In the end, it completely derived her appearance and was difficult to separate from it. Whether this person was alive or dead, as long as someone asked him for help, he would always endure the pain and do his best to help others. Seeing this, Moran felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say, "Mister, you don't have to say it in detail. I already know. The meaning of my words is to tell you that if the young master Chu you're looking for really has 2 earth souls, there is still one that shouldn't be his." Moran thought for a while, then asked, "Can't it be 1 earth soul that was split in half?" "Maybe, but in your situation, it's impossible." "Why?" Shizun said, "A soul divided in half, I've seen this kind of thing before, but that's another story. This kind of person is usually extremely evil and kills people like flies. If the 3 spiritual souls can't bear it, they will shatter. But in this kind of situation, the one that shatters is the human soul that is in charge of kindness and humanity. It definitely can't be the earth soul or the soul of the soul. So it's like that." Moran muttered. Hearing that extremely evil and kills people like flies, Moran felt that it had nothing to do with Chu Wanning. Instead, it was himself. He thought, if he really died in this life and came to the underworld, would his human soul be split in half and receive the retribution he deserved? Shizun said again, "Moreover, if it really is a soul in half, then the other earth soul will definitely be unable to walk and will be sent to the 6-soul hospital. Since young master only saw a damaged earth soul in the 6-soul hospital, I think that the other soul should be a complete one and won't be affected." Moran was enlightened by his words and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Then I'll go look for it again." Good, just now, besides pointing in the direction of the 6-soul hospital, Sainan also pointed in the northeast direction. "Why don't young master go to the northeast and take a look? But in the vast Nanki village, there are many souls that are waiting to be dealt with," Shizun sighed. Moran saw the pity in his gentle eyes and knew what he wanted to say. In the vast Nanki village, there were tens of thousands of wandering souls. Even if one knew to walk in the northeast direction, how could it be so easy to find a strand of earth soul? If one was not fated, even if the streets were brightly lit and not at night, 2 people brushed past each other, one going east and one going west, they would not see each other or even look at each other. In the silent netherworld, it was easier said than done. But Shizun was still gentle. He raised his hand and patted Moran's shoulder. "Young master's heart is burning with sincerity, you will definitely be able to meet again." His appearance was very similar to Chu Wanning. When he said this, the candlelight flickered and flowed, making his face even more blurry. In this blur, Moran seemed to see Chu Wanning's gentle face and seemed to hear Chu Wanning telling him that they would meet again. Mo Ran felt uncomfortable for a moment and his eyes were covered with a layer of moisture. He hurriedly bowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Mister, thank you." Shizun did not say anything until Mo Ran turned and left, closing the door for him. He was still standing in the same place, a trace of astonishment flashing in the bottom of his phoenix eyes. He just saw tears in the eyes of that young man. Ghosts do not cry, did he see wrongly? Or, he turned his head and looked at the bunch of quietly blooming begonia flowers in the vase. It was very difficult for mortal flowers to suppress the yin energy of hell. Even if they were carefully cared for, a petal still floated and fell on the simple wooden table. Shizun walked over and picked up the flower petal. The flower and leaf quickly broke into pieces and scattered into the mud, crushing into fine powder and scattering from his fingers. "Come in, Mr. Chu." Immediately, a masked man pushed open the door and came in, standing respectfully at the side. Shizun did not turn his head. He looked at the begonia flowers and asked softly, "That person, has he come to Shunfeng restaurant again recently?" "No, it's still the same. Once every 10 days, he comes with a begonia flower. He doesn't dare to enter Shunfeng restaurant and always sends people to deliver it from afar." "Mister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the young master who came just now? If that person dares to send people to disturb you, you can ask Yama." "No." Shizun came back to his senses and interrupted him. He turned his head and smiled faintly at his subordinate, sighing, "It's nothing. He shouldn't be sent by that person. Even if he is, that child just wants to find someone, it has nothing to do with me. But if he was sent by that person to the ghost world, then why do you don't implicate others?" Shizun's clothes were like snow, standing quietly by the flower branch, "Let him be." The streets were bleak. Mo Ran went out of Shunfeng restaurant and went to the northeast. He took Chu Waning's portrait and asked door to door, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't get a reason. Most of the people who saw the portrait waved their hands, and some didn't even want to look at it and avoided him. "The person in the portrait? I haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him before. Don't disturb my business. Don't block me. You're so annoying. Can't you see it's so late? Get out, get out. What portrait? I don't want to see it. Take it away." Although the residents of Nanki village were all ghosts, these ghosts' 7 emotions and 6 desires had never been severed. Living together, most of them gradually regained their human appearance. They would also find some friends and relatives in these 8 to 10 long years of waiting. If not, they would raise a dead cat or a dead dog. In short, they would live as if they were in the mortal world. Therefore, although they didn't need to sleep, they would lie back in bed to rest when the moon was high above the willows. As night fell, more and more people were willing to pay attention to him, and no one could give him any information or a clear path. On the long and endless streets in the northeast, he visited one house after another, bowing his head and smiling apologetically. "I told you. I saw wrongly. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the person in the portrait at all. Can you stop bothering me?" The bearded man was preparing to rest with his wife and child in the ghost world, so he was about to close the door. When he came back from outside, Mo Ran met him on the street and asked him if he had seen the person in the portrait. He thought for a while and said that he seemed to have seen it a few days ago near the East Market. However, his wife gave him a look, so he immediately shut up, as if he realized something, and immediately waved his hand and said that he didn't know. Mo Ran felt that he knew, so he didn't want to give up. He begged him all the way and followed him to the door. The man violently pushed him outside the door and pulled the wooden bolt. Mo Ran said anxiously, "Can you think about it again? Where is the East Market? The person in the portrait, where did he go? Please." "I don't know." A group of ghosts heard the noise and looked over. The man shouted with a hoarse voice, ignoring Mo Ran's hand that was still on the door frame and fiercely wanted to close the door. His 5 fingers were tightly clamped, and his heart was in pain. However, he couldn't care less. He was unwilling to pull his fingers out from the gradually closing gap of the door. Instead, he tried his best to push and pry open the door again. Please think about it again. I just want to know where he went after that. However, the man suddenly opened the door and didn't notice that Mo Rant's fingers were bleeding. He pushed him hard and then shouted, I said I don't know. Get lost. Chapter 110. Mo Ran walked alone on the street. There were still ghosts on the road, floating around with faint resentment. The limestone steps under his feet had some lonely moss growing on them, making the soles of his feet wet and slippery. After a fierce argument, he calmed down and found that his fingers were all worn out. The door frame was rough and had many burrs that pierced into his flesh. It was a blur. Fortunately, the surroundings were dark, so the ghosts didn't notice. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at it silently for a while. Probably because his heart was in so much pain, he didn't feel any pain from such a hideous scar. He looked back at the closed door and knew that the man behind the door wouldn't say another word to him. He was actually not unfamiliar with this kind of rejection. Mo Ran was a person who was used to malicious intentions. This allowed him to know whether his request was useful from a person's gaze or 2 or 3 words. In fact, when the man changed his mind and said that he had never seen him before, Mo Ran instinctively knew that this person wouldn't tell him even half of the truth. However, this was related to Chu Waning's soul, so he wasn't willing to give up until he was pushed out and the door was closed. He hadn't been so rudely rejected in a long time, but sometimes, the length of time didn't determine anything. Even the passage of time couldn't change the fundamentals. Some things were engraved in the bones. Xuemeng once called him a bastard. It was funny to say that Mo Ran felt that the words favored by the heavens couldn't hurt his self-esteem. That's right, he was originally called a bastard by everyone. He had heard more vicious words than this, so what was there to be unaccustomed to? He looked back at the closed door one last time and slowly walked away amidst the laughter of the surrounding ghosts. Mocking laughter, cursing, all of them stood alone, hanging together like shadows. It was rare to see such a desolate and helpless scene. It overlapped with the memories of his childhood. Mo Ran walked and walked. Probably because the situation was too similar, he couldn't help but slowly recall the days when he and his mother had to rely on each other. During that time, they weren't in the music hall, but wandered the streets of Lini, wandering around the Confucian wind sect. In those days, at least he still had his mother. His mother loved him dearly and was not willing to let such a young child go out to beg for food. She always put him in the abandoned woodshed, and went out to the streets to perform and sing. She had a good foundation. With a bamboo pole, she was able to perform the dance on the pole. Every day she was able to earn some copper coins, enough to buy a flatbread and 2 bowls of porridge, which she shared with her son. As a mother, she always wanted her child to eat more, but Mo Ran would always say that the biscuits were too hard and that the porridge was tasteless after a few bites. He would say that he was full and refused to eat more. However, she did not know that every time she sighed and ate the half pancake and half a bowl of porridge left by Mo Ran, the young child who was curled up next to her and pretending to be asleep would secretly look at her with narrowed eyes. When he saw that she was full, he finally felt relieved. Even if he was hungry, his heart was calm. She also did not know that every day after she left to perform in the Lini East Market, her child would crawl out from the pile of firewood and secretly go to the place 2 streets away from her to beg for food. His mother sang leisurely and gracefully at the corner of the street. She held up the pole 10 feet high, and her thin body danced on it. The bottom of the pole was covered with broken pieces of broken porcelain. If she accidentally fell, these pieces of porcelain would pierce her flesh, but it was exciting and refreshing to watch. She used her cheap life to do her best to win a smile from those rich young madams. And 2 streets away, her child was begging along the street, grinning in front of every house. His face was dirty, and he said the same auspicious words, hoping to get a little something to eat. But there was no such thing, and it was not very often. One day, a young madam of a rich family, who was pregnant, was bored and in a bad mood. She strolled along the street and saw Mo Rant's mother dancing on the pole. She thought it was interesting, and went to take a look for a moment. Then she asked her servant to go to the dancing woman and say, "What you put on the ground are broken stones and broken porcelain pieces. This is actually just for show, and is not sincere enough. My family's madam said that if you are willing to change these broken stones and broken porcelain pieces into knives, put them on the ground, and then dance again, my family's madam will reward you with 10 taels of gold." In the face of such a harsh request, it was almost asking for the life of the poor. The mother's reaction was actually only one sentence, "But I don't have money, I can't buy knives to put on the ground." The rich madam laughed and immediately ordered people to go to the blacksmith shop to buy 100 sharp knives and put them on the ground. "Dance." The bejeweled woman stroked her bulging belly and said excitedly. Soon, a group of demons and monsters gathered around to watch the show. The brilliance of silk, pearls, and jade shone brightly under the sunlight. They were like vultures that pounced on a corpse. Smelling the smell of blood, they stretched their necks, and their eyes flashed. "Dance, dance. If you dance well, I'll reward you. Give me money, give me money." In the territory of Confucian Wind sect, there was no lack of rich people. What it lacked the most was excitement of risking one's life like this. Those silk, satin, gold, and silver pearls surrounded the mother who was holding the bamboo pole. They surrounded the destitute, ragged woman. The woman whose life was worthless smiled and bowed to the scavenging vultures, thanking them for their support. Then, she supported herself on the pole and leaped up lightly like a sparrow. On the tip of the knife, she used her life to perform a song and dance. She used her life to please others. However, although her martial arts were good, when she landed on the ground, she felt a trace of panic because she lowered her head to look at the rows of sharpened knives. Therefore, the bamboo pole deviated by a few inches. Along with the crowd's cry of alarm, she avoided the sharp edge of the knife, but she still grazed the edge and cut her leg. In an instant, blood splashed out, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. The woman ignored the pain and hurriedly stood up. She smiled apologetically and bowed her head to apologize. Those people who were watching the show laughed and said, "Wife, your martial arts are not good enough." You still need to work harder. That's right. If you want to make a living, you have to have some skills. A 3-legged cat's ability will make a mistake. A few kind-hearted people had tears in the corners of their eyes. They couldn't bear it and said, "Hey, don't talk about it. Look at this poor girl. Her injury is so serious. Quickly go to the pharmacy to get some medicine and apply it." The woman stammered, I don't have money to buy medicine." Those people were stunned. Some sighed, some raised their hands to touch their pearls, but they didn't say anything. Some wiped the corners of their eyes, as if they were deeply moved. So pitiful. That's right. Since your life is so difficult, I'll give you some money." A pot-bellied old woman said. She took out a handful of gold leaves from her bulging purse and held it in her hand. Then she continued to dig under the purse and took out 3 copper coins. She weighed them in her hand and put 2 back. She solemnly put 1 copper coin in the woman's hand. The old woman had given her money, so she had a legitimate reason to shed 2 lines of tears. She said with compassion, "Miss, this is what you deserve. Quickly accept it." The woman held the copper coin that she exchanged with her life and murmured blankly, "Thank you, thank you." Where was the rich woman who said she would give her 10 gold coins? She had already walked away, cursing. The woman whose leg was bleeding staggered over. She wanted to chase after her and ask for money, but she was pushed down by the woman's attendant. Her cursing voice could be heard across the street. What bad luck. Madam needs to take care of the baby. How could she see such a bloody disaster? If the master heard this, wouldn't he be heartbroken? You still have the nerve to ask for money. What are you dancing for? Fortunately, your blood didn't splash on Madam. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost. The woman was heavily pushed to the ground. Because the family was a big family in Lini, no one was willing to stand up for her. She was in so much pain that she twitched on the ground and wriggled like a lowly ant. No one was willing to help her. She danced with her life, but all she got in return was a cold, stinking copper coin. The kind woman who gave her the copper coin said that she deserved it. She didn't feel wronged for herself, but she only earned 1 copper coin today. What could she buy? She could only exchange it for a pancake without fillings. She couldn't afford to drink more bowls of porridge. Now that her leg was injured, she couldn't dance tomorrow. What would happen to her child? He was still so small and thin. He would starve again. Thinking of this, she couldn't bear it anymore. She curled up in the sand and wailed. Her voice was hoarse and people couldn't bear to hear it. The people around her sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, a dirty, stinky child suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Mo ran over and cried like a trapped beast. Mother, mother. He hugged her. A lowly child hugging a lowly mother. Like an ant hugging a blade of grass, or a dog hugging a duckweed. When the woman saw him, her eyes flashed with panic and surprise. Women were weak, but mothers were strong. She immediately stopped crying. Life was too difficult. Every day was like sleeping in hell and waking up in purgatory. She didn't want to show her weak and helpless appearance in front of her child. Her face was still wet from the tears, but she hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Aya, look at you. Why are you here? Mother is fine. It's just a small injury, look." She gave him the sweaty copper coin in her hand. Mo Ran kept shaking his head. His small face was washed with streaks of water. "It's enough for you to buy a pancake. Go buy it. Mother will wait for you here. Let's go home." Home? Where was home? That dilapidated straw hut? Or was it a sheep pen that was chased out after sleeping for 2 days? Mo Ran choked with sobs. His eyes flashed with fire. He said, "Mother, sit here. Wait here. What are you going to do? Don't mess around." Mo Ran rushed to the side and picked up a knife. His young voice was clear and loud, attracting the attention of the people who were about to leave. "Uncles and aunts, young masters and young misses, please don't go. Please don't go. I have a special skill. I ask all of you to give me face and take a look." He had spiritual energy in his body since he was young. Even though he didn't cultivate, he was much stronger than ordinary people who didn't have any talent. Mo Ran held the strong and sharp knife in his hand. Using both hands, he gave a low shout and broke the knife in half. He threw it on the ground. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of the cultivators in the crowd were even more surprised. "This child is good. Give me another one," Mo Ran said. This time, he took 2 knives and did the same thing. He broke the 2 knives. "Good." Someone clapped. 3 knives. The child stacked the knives one by one. The knives became thicker and harder to break. Thus, the crowd became lively again. "Uncles, brothers, aunts and sisters, please give me some reward. I'll add more." Those people who wanted to watch the show threw the most worthless copper coins in front of him. For these copper coins, Mo Ran added knife after knife. In the end, his hands were full of blood and he couldn't break anymore. The scavenging vultures flapped their pitch-black wings and flew away. Mo Ran picked up the money and carefully held it with his dirty little hands. He walked to his mother, who was in a daze and had tears in her eyes. He smiled. "Mother, it's enough to buy medicine for you." The woman couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They rolled down her face. "Child, good child, let mother see your hand. I'm fine." His smile was bright and pure. It burned her heart. She hugged him tightly and couldn't stop sobbing. It's Mother's fault. I can't take good care of you. I made you suffer so much at such a young age. It's okay. Mo Ran said quietly in his mother's arms, Mother, I don't feel bitter when I'm with you. I'll properly accompany Mother. When I grow up, I'll let Mother live a good life. The woman smiled and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. It's okay if you can't live a good life. As long as you grow up safely, that's good enough, that's enough. Mo Ran nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he said softly, Mother, if I become successful in the future, you won't have to suffer anymore. No one can bully you. Those people just now, I want them to come over and apologize to Mother one by one. If they don't agree, I'll make them dance on the knife. Silly child, don't think like that. The kind and gentle woman stroked his hair and murmured, Don't think like that. Don't hate anyone. Mother wants to see you become a good child. Promise Mother that you'll be a good person, okay? At that time, Mo Ran was too young. He was like a tender seedling. With just a little external force, he would fall in that direction. His mother, who wasn't very knowledgeable but had a simple heart, became his first beacon of light. So at that time, little Mo Ran thought for a while. In the end, he said seriously, okay. He said, Mother, I promise you. Then in the future, if I become successful, I'll build a lot of houses for people who don't have a home to live in. I'll plant a lot of food for people who don't have enough to eat. He said to his mother, Mother, then there won't be anyone like us today. The woman was in a daze. In the end, she sighed and said, That's good. The child nodded and said, That's good. At that time, they didn't expect that the person who said such words would end up with his hands full of blood, stepping on bones all over the ground, and walking on the wind of blood among the circling vultures and black crows in the sky, becoming the immortal trampling emperor who brought disaster to the world. On the other hand, the immortal trampling imperial monarch who brought calamity to the world was extremely rare. It was even to the extent that he was completely unwilling to look back on the past. He would never fulfill the promise that he made seriously with his young voice and clear eyes while in his mother's embrace all those years ago. At that time, Mo Ran, because of his mother's advice, no matter how difficult life was, he never hated anyone. But more or less, there would always be some unwillingness. The days passed like this. Acrobatics and busking. Watching once was fun, watching twice was boring, and the third time was tiring. Gradually, they couldn't even get a copper coin and could only rely on begging for a living. Mo Ran remembered that there was a child of a rich family who was about the same age as him. There was a large mole at the corner of his mouth. That child sat at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a bowl in his hand. Probably because he was not good with chopsticks, he used a bamboo stick to poke the golden crispy fried dumplings inside to eat. The child was very picky. He ate the filling of the dumplings, then spit out the wrapper and threw it on the ground to play with the dog. He carefully walked over and stood by the side to watch. The child was blinded by the stench and filth on his body. He screamed, Who is it? Mo Ran asked him softly, Little master, this dumpling wrapper. Can you give it to me? Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? You don't want to eat it, so I want to ask. I don't want to eat it, but my Wang Cai also wants to eat it. The child pointed at the two fat dogs with smooth fur on the ground and said angrily, The dogs can't even survive, how can I give it to you? Mo Ran tried his best to put on a smile and said, What if the dogs can't eat it? How can they not eat it? It's not enough to feed them braised pork every day. It's just a dumpling wrapper. It's finished in 2 bites. There's no share for you. Go, go, go. When Mo Ran heard about the braised pork, his eyes fell on the 2 dogs. He suddenly felt that if such fat dogs were to be cooked and eaten, it would definitely be. He couldn't help but look at the 2 dogs and swallow his saliva. This action fell into the child's eyes. The child was stunned at first, then he was shocked. What are you thinking? I'm not. I'm just You want to eat Wang Cai and Wang Fu? Mo Ran said in panic. No, I'm just too hungry, I can't help but think. I'm sorry. The little master didn't care about what he said. When he heard can't help but think, his face changed. He was a child of a rich family. How could he understand that someone would think of food when looking at the cute dogs guarding the door? He turned pale with fright. He only felt that the person in front of him was abnormal and terrifying, so he started to shout. Someone come! Quickly! Get him out of here! The servants surrounded him. Without any explanation, they punched and kicked Mo Ran. He tried his best to grab a few more dumpling wrappers from the ground and held them tightly in his hand. No matter how they kicked and chased him away, he didn't let go. The little master seemed to be scared silly. He didn't want the remaining dumplings in his hand. He threw them on the ground together with the bamboo skewers and ran away. Mo Ran tried his best to crawl over there. His thin body was bruised and one of his eyes was kicked. It was so painful that he couldn't open it. But when he reached out to grab the remaining dumplings, he smiled happily. There were still 2 left. They were wrapped in fillings, one for him to eat, one for his mother, or he could give both to his mother and eat the dumpling wrappers himself, but he didn't have time to take the dumplings away. In the chaos, a servant stepped on the dumplings on his skewers and crushed them. The crispy wrappers were crushed and the meat was crushed into mud. He blankly held the dirty and broken skewers. Punches and kicks fell on his body like raindrops. He didn't feel pain, but when he saw that the dumplings could no longer be eaten, his tears flowed down. From the gap between his swollen eyelids, they dripped onto his small face that was so dirty that his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. He only wanted to eat the leftovers of other children, the things that they didn't want. Why was it that if it was wasted, broken, and turned into mud, it couldn't belong to him? Later, Mo Ran became a young master at the peak of life and death. Many people in the sect fawned over him and chased after him. So much so that on his birthday, there would be people who he couldn't talk to who would give him gifts and congratulate him. Those children who once had to kneel on the ground and fight for dumpling wrappers finally received heavy praise and overflowing beauty. He stood in front of a pile of carefully selected congratulatory gifts, but a trace of vague fear grew in his heart. He was afraid that these gifts would soon disappear, afraid that they would be smashed, afraid that an unexpected disaster would fly out of nowhere. Everything in front of him would be like the dumplings he held in his hand in the beginning. Before they could reach his mouth, they would be trampled to pieces. So he quickly used up all the things that could be used and ate all the things that could be eaten. For the things that couldn't be used and couldn't be eaten, he dug out a small secret room in the disciples' room and carefully hid those beautiful gifts. Every day, he counted them again and again. At that time, Xuemeng pointed at him and laughed loudly. He laughed at him and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a box of pastries from Linen's Cool Breeze Pavilion. It's a waste." Look at you, you're like a reincarnated hungry ghost. You're stuffed into your stomach in one meal. Who would fight with you? At that time, he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. In fact, deep in his heart, there was still a great unease. So in the face of his cousin's ridicule, he only grinned. The corner of his mouth was stained with pastry crumbs. Then he buried his head and continued to eat another box of pastries. Xuemeng was very surprised. "You have such a big appetite. Aren't you full?" He only cared about eating. "If you really can't eat, then don't eat. Every year on my birthday, I receive a lot of pastries. How can I eat all of them?" Mo Ran's cheeks were stuffed. He ate too quickly and actually choked a bit. His dark, moist eyes looked at the youth in front of him. In that instant, he suddenly thought of the young master he met when he was young. He could be so picky, eat the stuffing of the fried dumplings and feed the skin to the dogs. Shui Meng also grew up like this. So he could casually say things like, if you can't eat it, just throw it away and no one will fight with you. He really envied them. Now that he had finally become a young master of a famous family, he should be able to live comfortably and wantonly. But he didn't dare. In the end, all he could do was to grab the cup beside him and gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. He swallowed the pastry that he was choking on and continued to force himself to eat. Later on, he became the Emperor Ta. The whole of China was in his pocket. At that time, beautiful women, good wine, good food, gold, silver, pearls, and magnificent treasures would be endlessly sent to him by people from all over the world. One day, a copper mine tycoon came to Lini. He said that he found an extremely rare piece of 10,000-year-old fire enigmatic jade during mining and wanted to present it to the Emperor Ta. There were too many people like this who came with treasures to ask for an official or half a title, or to ask for shelter. Mo Ran actually had no interest in paying attention. But on that day, Chu Wanning happened to be sick. It was a cold illness. Mo Ran frowned. He thought that since the fire enigmatic jade was the best at dispelling cold, it was better to save the sick person from lying in bed all day long. It was an eyesore to look at. So, he met with the rich merchant who came to deliver the treasure. The merchant was about the same age as him. He was slightly chubby and had a large mole under his mouth with hair. Mo Ran sat on the throne in the Wu Mountain Palace. His slender hands were crossed and his fingertips were on his chin. He looked at him silently. The chubby merchant's legs were weak and his back was soaked with sweat. After a while, he shivered and his lips trembled. Suddenly, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. He stammered, "Your Majesty, he stammered for a long time, but he didn't know what to say. His chubby body trembled under the clothes made of gold threads. Mo Ran suddenly smiled. Even if he only met this person once, he would never forget. That year, in front of the magnificent and rich mansion, the child with the mole at the corner of his mouth was eating a bowl of golden dumplings with an extravagance that Mo Ran thought he would never have in his life. The corner of his mouth was greasy, and the skin was greasy. He smiled and said, "Do you know, your family's fried dumplings are very delicious." Even though he didn't taste it, he missed it for half of his life. Mo Ran sat on the throne and watched as the person below him changed from fear to astonishment, from astonishment to confusion, and from confusion to flattery. He kept saying that he would immediately invite the chef in his mansion to the summit of life and death and present him to the celestial trampling emperor. At that moment, Mo Ran realized more clearly than ever that there were many people in this world who would rather lick the shoes of the strong than lower their heads and give the weak a little bit of mercy and kindness. Mo Ran shook his head and tried to get rid of the past in his mind. In fact, he rarely went back to think about the past. That was his weak spot, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. But when he went door to door and asked, the situation of being rejected door to door was so similar to the past. He couldn't help but unlock the shackles in the depths of his mind, letting him temporarily sink into the darkness of the past. He was at a loss for a while. He thought, so when he was young, he had promised his mother that he would not hold a grudge. He had promised her that he would build tens of thousands of houses and shelter the cold people of the world, but he didn't do it. In the end, he killed the last person in this world who treated him well. He killed Chu Wanning, he killed his own master. Chu Wanning, when Mo Ran thought of him, his heart ached. He subconsciously took out the thin piece of paper with Chu Wanning's portrait. The paper was already a little wrinkled. He pursed his lips and silently raised his hand, wanting to flatten the paper. But when his hand touched it, blood stuck to it. He almost immediately withdrew his hand in fear, afraid that he would dirty the portrait, so he didn't dare to touch it again. From the 5th Street to the 3rd Street, he continued to unwillingly ask the ghosts one by one, but they all said that they had never seen a man like the one in the portrait. He walked alone in the endless night. The night was so dark and so long. It seemed that no matter how hard he walked, he would never be able to reach the break of dawn. Mo Ran finally felt a little tired from walking. He hadn't eaten a drop of water, and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't go on. Fortunately, he saw a Yuntan stall at the mouth of the street. Someone was selling supper, so he went to buy a bowl and secretly ate it when no one was looking. The food in the world of spirits and souls was cold. Even the Yuntan didn't give off steam. Mo Ran took out the spirit guiding lamp, scooped up a spoonful, and handed it to the lamp. "Master, do you want to eat?" Of course, his master didn't respond. Mo Ran ate it himself. As he ate, he said, "But you've never liked Yuntan. You like to eat sweet things. When I find you later, we'll go back. I'll make pastries for you to eat every day." In the silence of the night, a single person sat in front of a lonely supper stall, accompanied by a single lantern. The night breeze rustled, and occasionally, a few withered leaves would roll up and chase after each other. At this time, hell appeared to be very peaceful. Peach blossom cake, osmanthus candy, walnut cake, cloud cake. He counted one by one with the lamp, as if Chu Warning would be willing to talk to him if he heard. After counting for a while, Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "Master, where is your other soul?" The young man stretched out his slender hand and gently touched the silk surface of the lamp. It was just like when he was 30 years old. Chu Warning died. He held the corpse in his arms and was in a daze. He said, "Chu Warning, I hate you so much." Then, he lowered his head and kissed his face. "Kid, you just came here, right?" Suddenly, a voice like a broken gong sounded. The old man selling wontons groped his way to sit beside him. He should have died of old age. His dark face was shriveled and wrinkled like the poplar tree in the desert. He took out a cigarette from his shroud and put it in his mouth. Then, with the kindness and busyness of an old man, he went over to chat with Mo Ran. Mo Ran sniffed and turned back with a smile. "Yes, it's the first day." "That's right. You don't look familiar. Let me ask you, why did you leave at such a young age?" "Chi deviation." "Oh." The old man puffed on the smoke that had no fire. "You're an immortal." "Yes." Mo Ran nodded and looked at him. He didn't have much hope, but he still took out the scroll and said, "Uncle, I'm looking for someone. This is my master. He also came here not long ago. I wonder if you've seen him?" The old man took the painting and bent over under the light. He squinted his dark eyes and slowly looked at the painting for a long time. Mo Ran sighed and wanted to take the scroll back. "It's okay. I asked a lot of people. It's okay if you don't know. Everyone is like this. I've seen him before." Mo Ran was shocked. He was so excited that his blood started to boil. He hurriedly pulled the old man. "Uncle, you've seen him before? You didn't see wrongly?" "I didn't see wrongly." The old man sat cross-legged on the bench and scratched his feet. "It's rare to see someone like him. He can't run away. He's your master." Mo Ran had already stood up. He felt abrupt, so he bowed to the old man again. He looked up and said sincerely, "Uncle, please give me some pointers." "Oh, you don't have to be so polite, kid. Everyone is going to reincarnate in the blink of an eye. The memories of the previous life are only left with 8 to 10 years. My son passed away early, so I feel sad to see you kids." He wiped his tears and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. Then he said, "You see that magnificent palace on the first street, right?" "Yes, I see it." "Master is there?" "Yes, that's the place." "Where is that?" "It's the side palace of the fourth Ghost King." The old man sighed. "The fourth Ghost King doesn't live here, but he specially ordered his subordinates to build a temporary palace in Nanki village. It's for no other reason than to search for beauties in the netherworld and put them all under house arrest there. The fourth Ghost King is lascivious. Every once in a while, he will personally come to the palace to choose concubines. Those who are chosen will be taken directly to the fourth level of hell. Those who are not chosen will be given to his subordinates to play with. Sigh, this world. Before he could finish, he saw that the immortal beside him had already picked up the lantern beside him and rushed into the night like a wolf dog. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he felt a little envious. He muttered slowly, "It's good to be young. You can run so fast." Chapter 111. There was only one entrance to the palace of the four ghost kings, and it was guarded by guards. Mo Ran was not stupid enough to walk to the main entrance. He leaped onto the roof beam, but he was worried that the light of the lantern would attract unnecessary attention, so he hid the lantern in his chenkuan pouch. Then, he leaped across the crisscrossing roof tiles like a flash of black lightning. The palace looked very grand from the outside, and inside, there were many courtyards and corridors. Mo Ran leaped onto the roof of a watchtower and lowered his body to blend in with the black tiles. He looked up and saw that the palace was like a small city, and he could not see the end of it. Mo Ran was very anxious. He finally knew why the man did not tell him where his master was. He was afraid of offending the ghost kings. However, even though he knew that Chu Wanning was in the temporary imperial residence, he was still helpless. There were at least 900 palaces here, if not 1,000. Where could Chu Wanning be? He was like a person who was about to find a treasure, and his heart and hands were trembling more than before. "Master, where are you?" Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a group of people carrying dark red lanterns around the corner. They were walking over with footsteps. They were all wearing golden armor and wore boots. They walked from the east gate to the main path, and after a few turns, they came to an inconspicuous side room. There was a towering old Chinese scholar tree in the side room, which blocked Mo Ran's sight. He could only see half of the courtyard, and the other half was hidden behind the luxuriant branches. The Yin soldiers entered the room, and the first thing they heard was the clatter of tables and chairs, followed by shouting. It was a mess. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the sky. A woman with disheveled hair was thrown into the courtyard. Her robe was half open, and most of it fell off under the rough shove of the Yin soldiers, revealing her snow-white skin. "Who told you to run? Who told you to King run?" The whip lashed the woman's body fiercely. That should be a torture tool from the ghost world. Even ghosts would be whipped until they wished they were dead, hovering between life and death. The woman crawled on the ground, trembling. She seemed to want to run, but there were soldiers everywhere. She had no place to go. "Bitch, you're still thinking of leaving after entering the fourth king palace? I was innocent when I was alive. I have no sins. Why are you doing this to me?" The woman screamed, "Let me out, I want to reincarnate, I don't want to stay here." She was whipped again and again until she cried out in pain. "Serving the four kings will save you from the pain of reincarnation. You're really shameless. He doesn't like me. Why can't I leave?" Another whip landed on her face. The woman cried bitterly. She couldn't stop trembling, but she still wanted to crawl out. Her beastly appearance seemed to have pleased the Yin soldiers of the fourth king even more. The men were all laughing loudly. The tributes in the side room were dragged out one after another. The leader of the Yin soldiers said, "My fellow comrades, you've worked hard. Everything in this courtyard is the leftovers of the four kings. I know you've been holding it in for a long time, so pick something you like and play with it. If there's anything you like, register it here and bring it back to your own home." The perverted ghosts of the fourth king howled and laughed wantonly. They went to the side of the room to pick the most beautiful goods. The woman outside was naturally not spared. She was surrounded by a few people under the tree. They pounced on her like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to chew her soul into pieces. In a split second, there was a commotion in the room. Some were crying, some were screaming, and some were begging for mercy. There were also some who couldn't stand such torture. They wanted to be free, so they sacrificed their souls to please and please. The ugliness of all living things was the same whether it was hell or the human world. Mo Ran lightly descended from the watchtower and sneaked to the roof of the side room under the cover of the night. He thought that according to the wonton stall uncle, Chu Waning had just arrived, so she shouldn't have been selected by the Ghost King yet, so she shouldn't be here. But he was still a bit worried, so he lifted a small piece of tile and quietly looked down. The desire in the room was steaming like clouds. Amidst the chaos, he saw a person's face. Rong Ju. The one who he doted on a lot in his previous life, but used his doting to scheme against him. The one who wanted to steal his cultivation was also among them. He was the smartest, knowing life and death. Many people in the room were struggling, unwilling to obey. Some of the dead were still calling out the names of their loved ones in the previous life. Some cared about their reputation and kept cursing. But Rong Ju was different. Mo Ran knew this person very well. He loved money and life. Of course, after death, he didn't have life to love anymore. But he also cherished his soul and didn't want to be abused again. On the messy and spacious bed, the failed tributes around him were begging for mercy and struggling. He was the only one who closed his eyes and allowed the man to gallop. The soft moans from his mouth were as soft as a cat's. Mo Ran looked at his face full of lust. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought of Chu Waning. Rong Ju was soft, Chu Waning was tempered steel. At first glance, he was cold and hard like black iron. No one could break him. But in such a situation, Rong Ju would please, flatter, and be willing to bend down and use his softness to build an indestructible wall for himself. But what about Chu Waning? Mo Ran didn't even have to think to know what would happen to that person. He would rather have his soul scattered and fall into the 18th level of hell. Who could touch him? The water never stops flowing, only the steel knife breaks. Bang! There was a sudden sound, making the people in the room and on the roof terrified. Mo Ran's face was pale. He looked up at the courtyard. The fiery woman's chest was pierced by the yin soldier. Her soul gradually became transparent, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then, it froze for a moment. Then it scattered into dust. Her soul scattered. The yin soldier who had destroyed her soul cursed as he stood up. There was a ferocious whip mark on his face. It seemed that the woman had snatched his soul-suppressing whip and whipped him. The yin soldier spat, "Damn it, bad luck. You've become a ghost, and you still don't want to get over it. Bah. Stinking old woman." Mo Ran felt like he fell into an ice cave. He felt that what he saw was not the woman he had never met. He seemed to see the choice that Chu Waning would make. Rong Ju was still flirting with those perverted ghosts. This was his unique skill to survive. He attached himself to those who were stronger than him and swallowed them with his gentleness like a net. The tributes in the room gradually began to submit. The rotten smell made people's throat tight and nauseous. After an unknown period of time, the beautiful play finally came to an end. Rong Ju really made people reluctant to part with him. Some soldiers put on their clothes and went to the head to register. After the four kings checked, they could take him back to their own homes. These people were the ghosts under the four kings. They would not enter the reincarnation cycle. Although it was not as good to follow them as the four kings, it was always a place to avoid humiliation and live a comfortable life. Rong Ju was very satisfied with this. The yin soldier who wanted to take him back joked with him for a while. It was late and he had to change the guard, so he left first. The group of demons gradually walked away. The side hall was desolate and messy. It was like a banquet had ended. The wine and human feelings were scattered all over the floor and slowly cooled down. He sat up lazily. As a man, he was the calmest among these people. After dressing up, he looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He felt that his face was haggard after death. It was not as rosy as when he was alive. It did not match his eyebrows and eyes. So Rong-ju ignored those women who were sobbing, in a daze, and shivering. He cheerfully tidied up his clothes, put on his silk shoes, and strolled to the yard. There were also rouge flowers in hell, and they were even redder than the ones in the mortal world. He folded a bunch of them. His slender fingertips dipped the flower juice, smeared it on the tip of his lips and wiped it on his cheeks. Everyone cared about different things. Rong-ju was born with a hard life. In his opinion, the so-called friendship was something that only the nobles could pursue after they had eaten their fill. He was a dirty seed in the soil. He did not care about etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. He only had his own life in his arms. If he lost his life, he would carry his own soul. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound behind him. It seemed that someone had touched the flowers. He thought that it was the woman who had made love with him returning. So he generously donated the love in his eyes. Everything was expensive, but only love was free. He looked back. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. But when he saw the person standing coldly by the flowers, Rong-ju suddenly took a step back. His eyes widened, his lips slightly opened, as if he was struck by lightning. "It's you. It's me," Mo-ran said. Rong-ju's charming face changed 1,000 expressions. Surprise, hesitation, gloating, annoyance, nervousness, pretending to be relaxed. Finally, it settled on a cold expression. He was used to being a smiling person. That kind of fierceness was too heavy on his face. He did not want to stand out too much. "Why are you here, Mr. Mo?" The last time they met, it was very unpleasant. Rong-ju stood up straight and looked very indifferent. Mo-ran said, "I'm looking for someone." Rong-ju seemed to snort. "I didn't expect such a romantic person like Mr. Mo to have something to worry about in the world of spirits and souls." Mo-ran did not want to talk too much with him. He took out the scroll and handed it to Rong-ju. "Have you seen him?" Rong-ju glanced at him and sneered, "He's just so good-looking." "Who is he?" Mo-ran frowned. "What do you mean by good-looking? Just tell me if you've seen him." "No," Rong-ju said lightly, "even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest." "Mr. Mo, go back where you came from. I won't send you off." Mo-ran shouted at him. Rong-ju. The slender figure paused for a moment. She tilted half of her charming face and said proudly, "What's wrong? I'm going to save him. If you're willing, I'll save you too. There's no Dao here. You can't really hang out with those ghost soldiers." Mo-ran said, "Go back to reincarnation as soon as possible." Rong-ju turned half of his face and said in a charming voice, "Listen to what Mr. Mo said. There's no Dao here. Where is there Dao? Rong-ju has a hard life. I've lived for 20 years in the human world. I don't think it's any different from here. It's just that you've turned from a human into a ghost. Reincarnation or not, what's the difference? You're living under the knife." Rong-ju laughed for real this time. He smiled as he came back to his senses. He looked at Mo-ran and said, "When have I ever not been on the edge of a knife? I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I meet good people, I'll reward them more. If I meet a good person like Mr. Mo, it's a small matter if they don't pay me. They run away with some valuables and pretend they don't know me when they turn around. Mr. Mo, you stabbed me first, and then you tell me to be careful of knives. You're really kind." Chapter 112. He was talking about what Mo-ran did on the first day of his rebirth when he was full of resentment. Now that he thought about it, even though Rong-ju did let him down in his previous life and worked with Child Chang to kill him, That was in his previous life. In this life, Rongju and Child Chang did not do that, so Mo Ran could not explain why he took his money. It's my fault. Under such circumstances, Mo Ran did not want to argue with him, so he said, I'll return what I took from you in the future. How are you going to return it to me? Rongju asked. Besides, what use do I have for those gold, silver, and jewels? Mo Ran, those pearl bracelets, you can return them to me, but what about my life? What? Mo Ran was stunned. Your life? Yes, my life. Rongju seemed to have touched a pain in his heart, and his expression gradually darkened. Do you know how I died? He had been suppressing it for a long time, and now that he suddenly opened the lid, the steaming steam came out crazily, and he could no longer hold it in. Before Mo Ran could say anything, he continued to speak sorrowfully, and his expression suddenly became angry, and then gradually twisted. That Chang guy was evil. He saw that you no longer liked me, so he thought that I was not worth much, so he lied to me and said that he was sincere to me, but his family disliked me because I was a member of the restaurant, and was not clean, so it was better to stay away from me in the future. I was blind at that time, and thought that he was deeply in love with me, and that he was forced by his parents to make this decision. Bah! I believed his nonsense. Mo Ran said, then you should blame that Chang guy, not me. Rongju was slightly angry. How can I not blame you? The money I saved was enough to redeem myself, but it was taken away by you. I was disheartened at that time, and did not want to continue to stay in the restaurant, but without money, I could not leave openly, so I had to sneak out. If you did not take my money, I would not be in such a mess. You escaped. Yes, I ran away. I ran to his house, Rongju said bitterly, but that Chang guy wouldn't open the door for me, and the people in the restaurant chased after me. In the end, my struggle was useless, and I was brought back by them. After a round of torture, I was locked up again. Mo Ran muttered, but the one surnamed Chang said that when you went to Colorful Butterfly Town to visit your relatives, you encountered a leak in the ghost realm and lost your life. Huh. Rongju's yin and yang indiscernible face wrinkled with a trace of ridicule. He really has the face to say that. Relatives? I don't have any relatives in Colorful Butterfly Town. Didn't you tell me that we were living under a knife? Let me show you what it means to live under the tip of a knife. Rongju was getting more and more agitated. His features were twisted, and he really did look like a ghost now. I will tell you how I will die. You benefactors. Haha. Benefactor. I stayed in the restaurant for so long. I was locked up, had no food, and suffered. No one cares if I live or die. After many days, I was about to lose all hope. The one surnamed Chang suddenly came back. He cried and told me that the reason why he didn't open the door for me that day was because his parents were throwing a tantrum. He was afraid that once I entered, I would be beaten to death by his servant. Mo Ran shook his head at such a blatant lie. You won't believe it. No. Rongju's eyes were shining and trembling. I believe it. Mo Ran, I believe it. Rongju was filled with resentment. He put on a smile, and the corners of his mouth twisted. Why wouldn't I believe it? Whether I believe it or not can only be discussed with people who have a way out. What am I? I'm just a prostitute. I believe whatever others throw at me. Otherwise, I won't even have a chance of survival. He paused for a moment, then continued. The one surnamed Chang told me that he would fulfill his promise and take me into his house. But he said that his parents can't accept me now, and asked me to stay with him in a small town nearby. Colorful Butterfly Town? Yes. Colorful Butterfly Town. Mo Ran had vaguely guessed what had happened, and his expression darkened. As expected, Rongju said, I happily packed my things. Oh, right, there was nothing to pack. The money I earned from selling my blood and flesh all these years was stolen by you in a moment of happiness. But it didn't matter. At that time, I thought, I have young Master Chang. Heh. He was silent for a moment, then smiled like a twitch. He chewed on the two words between his lips and teeth. Young Master Chang. After he tricked you into going to colorful Butterfly Town, did he kill you there? No. Rong-ju laughed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't kill me. It was you who blocked my path one by one. That's why I boarded the pirate ship with him. It's you who killed me. Rong-ju took a deep breath and continued, after we arrived at colorful Butterfly Town, I followed young Master Chang into a big house. But it was cold inside, and there were no servants. He told me that he didn't have time to do anything, and asked me to rest in the house first while he went out to buy some things. I stayed there and waited. After a while, I saw him walking into the courtyard with a man. When Moran heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Did you see the man's face clearly? No. Rong-ju said, the man was wearing a mask and a cloak. I couldn't see anything. Then I saw young Master Chang kneel in front of the man, and his smile was even more flattering than when I was receiving guests. He really should look at himself at that time. It was so disgusting. He told the man that there was some remnant of the essence of the wood spirit in my body, and that I had been intimate with you before. I was a good sacrifice. Who knows, I don't cultivate, and I don't want to cultivate, so I didn't understand what they were saying. Moran, however, felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he had been intimate with Rong-ju before, so there would be some essence of the wood spirit in Rong-ju's body. The fake North Pole had been looking for a suitable substitute. Although the spirit chi in Rong-ju's body was very little, it was pure and was suitable for casting spells. There's nothing much to say about what happened after that. Rong-ju's frivolous face showed a rare trace of coldness. As young Master Mo can see, I'm dead. If it was the Mo Ran from his previous life, or the Mo Ran who had just been reborn, he would definitely scoff and mock, so what if you're dead? What does it have to do with me? However, Mo Ran couldn't laugh at this moment. He hated Rong-ju, and Rong-ju was indeed unscrupulous. He even wanted to kill him in his previous life. However, although he had sex with Rong-ju before, he had never been honest with him. When he suddenly heard Rong-ju's confession in the netherworld, Mo Ran had mixed feelings. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too complicated, so he might as well just let it go. He sighed and said, Rong-ju, I'm sorry about this. Rong-ju had never been sorry to anyone in his life. Suddenly, he was stunned, as if he didn't recognize Mo Ran at all. He looked at him with wide eyes and said, even if you say so, I won't tell you where the person in the portrait is. Mo Ran said, it has nothing to do with the portrait. Rong-ju lowered his head, paused for a while, and suddenly said, young Master Mo, did you know that young Master Chang and I were planning to kill you and take your cultivation? I know. You know? Mo Ran nodded. I know. Rong-ju was stunned for a while, and said bitterly, it must be that young Master Chang who leaked the information. He looked up, and his eyes flashed with hatred. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have listened to him and killed you. At least I would have had some good days, and I wouldn't have died so miserably. Mo Ran looked at him. You do what others tell you to do. So what? Rong-ju said, I just want to have a good life. For example, is it wrong for me to sell my body? It's just like how other people sell fish and meat to earn a living. I know you young masters look down on me, but it's okay if you look down on me. What's the use of pride and face? It's not as good as a sip of good wine and a piece of roasted meat. So if I could have survived by killing you, why didn't I do it to you? Mo Ran's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to refute, but he suddenly remembered what he did in his previous life, and couldn't say anything to deny it. Rong-ju said angrily, people kill animals to live, why can't they kill people to live? Mo Ran sighed, and murmured, is it meaningful to live like this? It was like asking Rong-ju. At the same time, it was as if he was asking his past self, who was sitting on a high seat in his previous life. I don't know. I don't know what is meaningful. Rong-ju said indifferently, I was sold to the restaurant when I was 16 years old, and my first customer was an old Taoist priest in his 50s. You ask me what is meaningful? I don't know. When I was alive, I wanted to have money, so that I could redeem myself, so that I wouldn't have to smile and wait on others. But I didn't have freedom until I died, and it's all because of you bastards. Mo Ran didn't speak, and after a long time, he asked him, I'll give you one more chance. Will you choose to team up with Chang and kill me? Yes. Mo Ran said, well, give me one more chance, and I'll still come back, take all your money, and make you suffer. You. Rong Ju was angry, and the thin red color on his face seemed to be brighter. His body swayed for a while, and then slowly stabilized. After a while, he knew that he had lost his composure, so he raised his hand and twirled the hair on his forehead. He restrained himself, and put on his usual gentle smile, but there was still anger in his eyes. Say what you want. I, Rong Ju, have my way of living. I hope you can live freely in the ghost world. Rong Ju narrowed his eyes. Of course it will be very free. As long as I lie on the bed, I can exchange for reincarnation and no longer have to suffer. I can see it clearer than those fools in the house, and I'm very willing. Mo Ran smiled, and said, but Rong Ju, these people are the subordinates of the 4 ghost kings. Whether you live or die, leave or stay, in fact, it all depends on one sentence from above. Rong Ju was shocked, and immediately became alert. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him. What do you mean? If it wasn't for this situation, Mo Ran really didn't want to argue with him like this, but although Rong Ju was weak, he was stubborn when he hated, so he had to calm down and said to him, you think that the person in the portrait is just so, but I think is very good. Everyone has different views, and no one can say whether the ghost kings will like him. With such a cold appearance, who would like him? That's not necessarily true. Mo Ran said, if the ghost kings like soft people, why didn't they choose you at that time? Rong Ju didn't say anything, but his expression was a little ugly. Mo Ran struck while the iron was hot. He has a strong temperament. If he is chosen, I'm afraid he will turn the ghost world upside down. When the time comes, the 4 ghost kings will not be able to escape the blame, and killing a few ghost soldiers will be a matter of course. If you want to be a silk rod, you have to establish a stable foundation. If the tree falls after a few days of entanglement, it's a small matter if you don't have someone to rely on, but if the vines are uprooted, then your soul will be destroyed. Rong Ju's originally pale face seemed to become even paler. But he still said flirtatiously and viciously, I don't believe in this. Mo Ran, young Master Mo, I'll bet, I just can't stand seeing you live better than me. After a few moments of silence, Mo Ran suddenly became ruthless. He stared at Rong Ju's face. I won't bet with you. Rong Ju, I must save this person. If you insist on playing like this, I'll bet my life with you. Rong Ju looked up, his eyes burning, and suddenly put his hand on Mo Ran's chest like a snake. Who is he to you? How long has he been with you? Is it as long as me? Is he as good as me in bed? Do you play more tricks, or do you call me better? He paused, his eyelashes drooping. Young Master Mo, you're not the kind of person who would risk your life for others. You have no feelings in your heart, you can't hide it from me. Before he finished, his cheek was pinched by Mo Ran. Mo Ran pulled him away, his dark eyebrows were vertical, and his eyes were dancing with flames. I didn't have a heart before, but now I do. Rong Ju looked up and met his face. He suddenly found that this person was burning, and even a little unfamiliar. The person seemed to be the laughing and scolding Mo Weiyu, but the soul seemed to be different somewhere. He seemed to be burned by this Mo Ran. He couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to turn and run, but he was firmly held by the other. Also, Mo Ran said, me and him, from now on, are pure. I respect and love him. There is no delusion. Don't humiliate him. As he said, he pushed Rong Ju. Rong Ju hit the pillar. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even think carefully about what kind of weird expression from now on our pure was. If he was in a clear state of mind, he would be able to figure out the subtleties. From now on, it meant that there was an ambiguous relationship. There was love and lust. But Rong Ju didn't understand. His not yours, Mo Ran said. No, his my Shizun. Rong Ju did not say anything. But a person like him could always smell the subtle camaraderie between the lines. That kind of camaraderie that Mo Ran himself might not have noticed, but Rong-ju could. He was almost sure that Mo Ran loved the person in the portrait. This thought made him, who couldn't get any love at all, he couldn't help but feel bitter jealousy. Even the most romantic young Master Mo would go through mountains of swords and seas of fire for a person, risking his life to save her. He suddenly thought, if he was more sincere to young Master Mo in the beginning, and gave his true heart, then would Mo Ran also reveal some pure true feelings for him? But before he finished thinking, he heard Mo Ran speak again. His voice was cold and ruthless. It didn't sound like he was joking. Rong-ju, I'll ask one last time where he is, if you still don't know. I'm a cultivator. I know how to use drugs or cast spells to bewitch a person's mind. Believe it or not, I'll go see the Ghost King myself. This time Rong-ju was completely stunned. I've done evil all my life, now I want to live a good life. But if no one helps me, I'll still be that Mo Wei-yu, he said softly. Rong-ju, think carefully, I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of my soul being scattered. If you want to be so ruthless, I can do anything. The two of them didn't speak anymore. But when their gazes met, the resolute met with the resentful. The persistent met with the unwilling. The hot met with the cold. And then the ice in Rong-ju's eyes melted. He was almost defeated under Mo Ran's burning gaze. His jealousy was deep. Mo Ran's obsession was not shallow. When the two of them confronted each other, he was no match for the Emperor Ta. Rong-ju's face was ashen. Even the delicate rouge flowers couldn't cover his withered face, like a broken wall. Why do you do this for him? He treated me the best, but I bullied him as if he was the person I hated the most. I owe him. I really haven't seen this person before. After a while, Rong-ju said softly, but when he saw Mo Ran's expression, he slowly added, I'm not lying to you. But the newly caught ghosts are all locked in the biggest hall in the east. Each person was given a small and narrow room, which was no different from a cage. It was locked. There are martial law guards patrolling back and forth. You should be able to find them if you go there. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He turned around and ran into the night. Rong-ju stood in the same place and watched. He didn't know what kind of bitter emotions welled up in his heart. He suddenly couldn't help but shout at Mo Ran's back, Mo Wei-yu, you want to live a good life? Who can live a good life? We've all been soaked in mud. No one can live a good life again. Mo Wei-yu. You see, I, Rong-ju, want to live a good life. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. I sold my body, sold my soul. I want to wear gold and silver. You see. You think you're dirty to the bone. You can wipe away the smell by wiping the corner of your mouth. You think too much. You follow your conscience. I'll be my prostitute. Let's see who can live a good life. Mo Wei-yu. He shouted until Mo Ran's back was out of sight. Then he suddenly raised his hand, covered his face, squatted down and choked. Why can you start over? Why can such a bad person like you be treated well? Why? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.